convert the round. Just off the back of the KO and the Brimstone to assist Nia on the retake attempt. Just like that, Quack.
This is Nia again. It's ridiculous. Despite everything that 555 threw in, the Hunter's Fury, Nia just pretty much pinpoints the exact position they needs to go to. Oh my god, how
The
do you
instant
not get the kill on
swing.
Nia at the end?
180 holds down his mouse one, and that's 4 rounds in a row, Quack. And they still have an Armageddon in the hands of Twilight. Didn't even need it in that round prior. Up in the hands of Nia. Headed towards that B-long position. 555 looking a little bit flustered. You're going to retry a little bit of prodding here towards this side of the map. Drone spots him out. A reconsideration from 555, just picking up that ult orb.
That's onto a weaker buy as well, unfortunately, but players hovering across middle, a little bit into A main. Dodge the knives. There we go.
Very good catch. 555 aware of that timing. Feel like it's at a certain point on the clock that knife will land. They dodge it out. A side might be a great call here. It's only just Bakute again, but said this before, it's only just Bakute. He still manages to find success.
Now he's got support too.
Look at this smoke. It
Smoke's coming
forces 555 to use more utility just to get past this line.
It's also just additional information for Fancy as well. Once again, though, weaker buys. So you get the spike down, you try to play positions, but probably safer to hold on to some linear lines.
I mean, it's all onto Surf, right? He has to be that late player to catch him off guard. Cannot let him set up.
Last player standing.
Oh, he's gonna try, but walks into Twilight with a shorty? Now it's just Alert left, and all he had was that Sheriff. Despite the grab
body
of
blocked it.
everything, it's blocked by players. Fancy.
Brother.
Stay on top.
This is just a one-way street. 555 got the first 2 rounds, and after that, look at Nia. He's so good at finding those opening kills. I mean, going back to the statistic, right? Second highest first kills per round in this entire tournament so far. That's all you need him to do, right? Just get that first kill. The rest of the team will clean up the mess, if there is any. If there's anyone left. 555. Timeout being taken after losing 5 rounds in a row.
Because you just really need to pull that off. I mean, you haven't really seen that much involvement, I think, from Dolphy's gate Dolphy's gate crashes here and there. But apart from that, at the same time, you know, it's just them not really being able to find in that much space, or even if they do, Fancy's retakes just have been so on point.
The protocols from Fancy are not disrupted enough by 555. That's the problem, right? Another problem is if you look at the top and the bottom of the scoreboard for either of these teams. Nia's at the top with 11-4. Endois at the bottom, 1-6. We cannot have a game where Endois is not awake. He is the lifeblood of this 555, built around him essentially. Right? They need to set him up for success together with Doffy. Doffy's kind of finding a bit of success here and there, but Nia is just clearing Endois right now in terms of finding that opening kill.
Exceptionally true. Every game that they've played so far, Endois has always been involved in one way or another. This
A non-factor so far. And the time that he did fall off, essentially, Chopper were able to win that series up against 555. If this repeats again, might see a little bit of flashbacks here. Nia spots out a little bit of information, backs off to a safer angle, up in hand, cannot really stand and fight for this. Again, it's gonna be a retake setup, Quack. Are you ready? Armageddon, everything. Oh! Nia just breaks Endois back. What is that shot?
Tried to break his ankles, but he breaks her back instead. Damn! Off angle held, and he still connects it. Yeah, I'm so ready for this retake. You let the lockdown dissipate. The whole team's already hot on your heels. Alert! I mean,
You're so far, brother. You gotta move now.
oh, it's just, I don't think he can. He's gonna try. He's gonna cut some corners and sprint all the way across, but that might be footsteps at some point. Now Fancy are already onto the spike, trying to stick it all the way through. Lobs the flash over. Nia gets the 2 kills. And everyone starts to just crumble.
My
there
God,
he is.
Late to the party. Still joins them in the graveyard though. This Fancy United. This is them firing on all cylinders. Brother, look at that shot. Enduis is just having a nightmare of a game. What a flash with the jump up. Everyone on the same page. Doffy will try his best. But there's only those 2 kills. That's all that the entire team has, right? Just Doffy's double kill. I don't know how Nia is able to find so much success, by the way. Like, it doesn't make sense. The op is not supposed to find so much consistency up against a double duelist like this. It should flood him. It should push him back. It should make him uncomfortable. But he looks right at home.
So comfortable. He even comes back in just to support the angles for his team. Connects the first one, goes overdrive, but thankfully the shotgun's around the corner still though. The rest of Fancy, they're not backing down. Flashes on top of flashes, and unfortunately 555 are just unable to see. And if you can't see, you can't play.
Poor Enduist. He finally gets a kill, and then gets bombarded with 2 flashes. Teho drone. Can't use any abilities, can't move. Look at this. Flash, scan.
Oh. Absolutely Valoranted.
My God, this is 7 rounds in a row unanswered. 555 and won the first 2 off the back of the pistol. Have not landed on Earth just yet. They've been juggled in the air by Fancy, toying with their food. Nia is gonna keep using this up. Why change? She's been able to find opening kills every time.
Surely 3rd time's the charm. This is where Fancy takes down, 555 takes down Nia. Look at him, he's gotten away scot-free once again. So much information for the rest of the team to get into position for the retakes. He just goes in and peeks! Great response, but once again, Fancy still in position to strike back. Doffy, there he goes.
Double initiator still here for the retake. Quack. Fisher, he finds 1 more kill. It's orbital strike. And yet the spike has not been planted. Fancy can creep up close. They can pounce at any moment. 555, they have to play disruptive. They have to go on the aggress. They cannot sit back and wait.
50 seconds, just trying to look for that initial push before they react, I guess? Oh, cool then.
1 enemy remaining.
There we go. Bit of a pause in the action. Allows 555 to find great timings. Double kill found. Only just yes I can here. 1v3. Looking unlikely.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, most probably not. Tosses in fragments, just probably a little bit more time for him to reposition around. Maybe allows him to isolate some of these kills.
It's the trade. Knife confirms one's backside.
Because there's no trade, it's not impossible, and he has 1 flash to possibly give him a bit more spacing towards Pillar if he does decide to push into it. The main one he's got to watch out for would be Doffy on this off angle. It's really tough to clear it, especially when Surf. Picture perfect shot all the way towards the back of Long. Oh, nice little response coming up from 555.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a change up. Nia still gets his opening kill, but it's the instant trade that's crucial. The consistent fight through as well. Doffy insistent to find that answer back. And then the bit of a pause in the action actually makes Fancy a little bit flustered. 555, they themselves look comfortable in that chaos. And that's gonna allow them to get that first, it feels like the first round on the board. Still a tall task, right? 7 rounds still available on the Fancy side. 555, a couple of great ults. Notably, you've got the Dimensional Drift and the Hunter's Fury. Let's see if they can string those together to potentially find an opening frag, and let's not feed Nia in the meanwhile.
You also do have to consider the ults on Fancy's side, though. Great for retakes. But otherwise, an opportunity for 555 to, well, come in with a 5 at the end of the first half. Now closer towards the A site. No utility supporting too cute.
Dimensional Drift, not gonna spot out anything though. the cute again here, the only player on this side of the map, and
Whoa!
he gets away with murder. Brother, what is this? The sliding spray gets them that opening kill, and that's a Hunter's 3 out of the action. Big ult unavailable for this post plan, Quack.
He, yeah, on the mean hands, on the flip side, excuse me. Oh my God, Bukute gets strong enough position. He can just go lockdown, and there it goes. More kills coming in. Got the relay bolts.
What's happening?
555, despite the spike being planted, they've completely lost every investment into this round.
I mean, alert, if you win this. And you won't. I was thinking of what I could propose to him, but it wouldn't have mattered. Flawless round coming in from Fancy United again. That opening kill is just disgusting. Teamwork, the team play from Fancy is just unbreakable at this point in time. 8-3. Looking for the final round in this half. Doffy's the only one that's, you know, offering any sort of resistance. 11-10. The rest, very silent game from this Thai squad that we know them to be very proficient fraggers, but the game plan from Fancy right now is just way too smooth. They're getting away with ridiculous kills. Not punished.
The Nia op shot, the cute with that, you know, inside a smoke spray. It's like crouching away as well. It's been quite I don't even know what the word it is I'm thinking of. Oh no! You should just type that to me. It is what it is. Okay, we got the tech pause in as well, of course, but I think the tech pause might be coming in from Fancy side, given Bukute was the one who disconnected from before. But
yeah,
you know, we're all in this together. Fancy has the lead in the current moment.
Wasn't it crazy that it was like, what, the pistol round that Bukute DC'd, and we're like, oh no, you know, poor Fancy, you know, they lost the pistol round. Could have been an easy 2 rounds to them, you know, but it is what it is. And look at this, Quack, it is what it is. Fancy, round by round, they just lock in on the next one. Strung, what was this, 7 rounds in a row, 8 now to the 1 of 555. And at this point, keep disconnecting Bukute. It seems like it's working.
Oh my God, don't say that.
Sorry, that was just a joke. Joke, guys.
I know, I'm joking along with you. But yeah, you know, we definitely don't want games where there are interruptions due to, you know, internet connectivity. But unfortunately, sometimes it is what it is.
you know, you're doing it, all right?
Hey, that's just what it called for. But
and we're back.
Yes, we're back.
We've manifested
we want smooth games. We are all kind of praying and hoping for it, but at the same time, you know, maybe more of a response from 555 would be nice, I think. This round, though, the guns, it's Stingers, it's a Guardian, and not to mention, again, the alt economy.
You haven't seen 555 actually rush any of the sites. Where's the pace change? Fancy are too comfortable in their setup. You need something to make them uncomfortable. Bait out of utility. That's great first start, but cute again. Same setup.
It just doesn't feel like they actually have something that's going to push Fancy United out of the water. I mean, right now, even the reactions coming in, yes, there's a slight trade off of it. Alert does have Cosmic Divine now, so that's a little bit interesting.
Dolphy's playing disruptive. That's what we need him to do, to play as, right? He's got the kick crash available. Can go for one and done kill right here. Here's the jump spot, I think. Officio needs to get this one.
Oh, there it goes. Instant destruction. Unfortunately, down to the end of it as well. It's just the ults being straight on both ends. Not really connecting too much, though. It's still with numbers and weaponry. Fancy can dive onto the spike. Trying to get down to halfway, but a little bit over eager. Yes, I can. Now has to go for the full commitment while it's a swing and a hit coming out from 555. They will be able to eke out this round.
Exactly as you mentioned, an eke. Yeah, felt a little bit weak there. I mean, you had what, barely any weapons, stingers on the board. Duffy tried his best. All things considered, you take that round. Those are what you need to get to bring it over the line. Great awareness from Kennedy just to go for the white swing. Get that spike diffuser just in the nick of time. 4 rounds on the board. Even after winning the pistol.
Yeah, maybe not the
prettiest
most
sight.
ideal.
Yeah, very optimistic. It all starts with the pistol, Quack. If 555 can win that, you know, maybe string together a bonus round. Get a bit of momentum on the side. Get a bit of confidence, right? You're Endois. You're Duffy.
I really want to see Duffy, especially on defense. Because I feel like that's where, as the Yori, you get to do quite a bit. You know, this is still the, I guess, so-called old patch. Gate crashers are just so global on the entire map.
Whatever it is, we need to see someone wake up, right? Duffy is doing, a decent amount, but we need like 2 or 3 more players to really step up in terms of the fragging department. I hate to be a guy that's focusing on the frags, right? But at the end of the day, this is a game where you need to shoot and kill. You need to shoot, hit, win round. And especially right now, 555 are really struggling on that front. Like, when have you seen Endois 2 and 11? Like, he is supposed to be that guy that's finding frags for the team.
You can't match Nia right now.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't have the stats right now, but I can confidently say we do not see this ever happening for Endois.
Could be worse. Could be better.
Maybe it's a bit of an off day for Endois, but I'll have to give credit to Fancy. It's been a lovely watch here on that defensive side.
Just as you were about to say as well, yeah. On the other hand,
okay,
topping the scoreboard will kick things off into this second half.
Again, another opening kill. We need to look at the opening kills for Nia at the end of this map, because it feels like he's been able to either find that opening kill or answer with a trade in pretty much every single one of these rounds.
Right.
It's a massive issue. You cannot let Nia get away with this kind of shenanigans. And look at what Fancy are doing. They're not a team that's gonna full commit off the back of instant kill, especially in the pistol round. To toy with their food a little bit, force the rotation from 555, and look at this! The read is horrendously wrong.
You still got players trying to set up for that split push as well, especially if Cute's watching the flank. And regardless of where Endois is positioned, Fancy could be in control of things.
They will be in control. There's just no answer. 555 are so disconnected. By the time they realize the pin is dropped, Endois is trapped in mid.
Right between the
Whoa! Oh my god! Was that mid slide again? Endois is just not having a good day, buddy.
Oh, Fancy are having a great day.
His fault either.
You know, you can look at it on 2 ends. It is what it is.
Call that. Fancy's just on an excursion. They're going on a trip to their favorite rocket ship. And
Player standing.
okay, lovely little tap from Alert as well, but yeah, the ending, you know, regardless of the efforts, the outcome is still the same.
Feels like you're just running up against a brick wall. There's just nothing you can do. Endois goes in with a slide. Fischio sidesteps. Instant headshot. Second on the Kennedy.
Not on platform 9 3/4. We'll say that.
Standing.
It's a little Harry Potter reference, Colin.
I didn't get it.
The brick wall where they pushed the cart through the. Oh no! Oh,
sorry. Potter isn't in the server. Did you get the reference?
Yes, I do. Thai player as well.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. 2 ghosts, rifles plenty.
Baiting out a trap setup, just tapping the alt orb. Fancy. Not gonna see anything just yet, so they'll just take that orb. Put it instead of Nia here. And let's see what Endois can do, right? He's situated in towards art. Pretty up close and personal. Got a classic, not the best weapon for the job, but it's now or never, right? You gotta get some rounds on the board. Maybe make things a little bit expensive, at least.
Big maybe. Trying to stack up together with his teammates around on the A site.
The right
Maybe a
stack.
slight crossfire.
You're giving Fancy too much time to set up, right? And you know when Fancy set up, there's gonna be 50,000 pieces of util covering the site.
Yeah, just like these ones, huh?
Yeah.
Smokes, relay bolts. Look at Endo as a sitting duck in the corner. Get sniped, get dunked on. Fancy are here for double digits. They want to go to map 2 already. Like, we're done.
I think 555 want to go to map 2 as well. It is a dissection here. They don't even need to go in the site. Doffy runs to them.
30 seconds remaining.
And then the flash in for the second. My lord. This is the strength of a team that embodies the script style play. When they know exactly what their individual jobs need to be done, the timings, you send in the stun first, flash in, and the slide from Nia. And it looks so flawless. So in
Truly.
tune.
Especially when you let them set up. Double
Exactly.
initiative, just dump everything in.
Cannot let them set up. They're one of the best teams to do so. And not top 4 for no reason. You gotta give them the respect. If anything, you gotta give them disrespect. You gotta break things up. To give them the space, they'll just slowly crush you in their grasp.
555 aren't doing that right now. They tried, I think, towards A main, but because of the 0 point, they had to back off. Now, he's trying to hang in towards Art a little bit more, but the main forces of Fancy have other ideas.
When you force a double duelist setup or composition to play this passive, you know you're doing something right. Fancy United have put so much respect into 555's head, so much fear of God, essentially. And they're playing, essentially, like a standard composition with no duelists. Maybe one duelist, right? The Yoru isn't really available for a fast rotate. The TP is far away. Set strat coming in here towards this B site.
But that can't be! This is the gun that they have to fall by. They have to prevent Fancy from pushing through. And they are trying with the spams. Fishio, though, yes, I can. They're all firing back. Just right around the edge, they slowly crept past, and that was enough. Now it's a 1v1. He's got the spike and an orbital.
Here's it. Orbital strike available. But both sides know exactly where each other are. Kennedy! Okay. Slightly better read here. And a saving grace for 555. A good opening pick off of the site anchors onto one of the Fancy United players entering their domain. And eventually the traits do favor them 1v1. But not without a lot of casualties. Fancy made it expensive and close. So
30 seconds left.
it's still around, but not out of the woods just yet, Quack.
I'm kind of scratching my head. Maybe he just didn't expect Kennedy to be that far up front, but I thought that the position kind of exposed a little bit too much of Fishio. Nonetheless,
It was still the bonus, by the way, Quack. Like, got way too close for comfort. The money is still pretty bad for 555, right? Endois is just on that Bulldog. Doffy is a glass cannon vandal.
oh my goodness. Well, yeah, you're still writing more. Doffy, though, still trying to play Disruptor, but unfortunately gets caught by the Outlaw.
Yeah, he actually gets, I think, hit shot at 37 HP to Nia's name. Nice try from Doffy, but even if Nia's not sliding, he's still able to find those opening picks across the map. 555, they're incentivized to go for something aggressive to take back map control, to get information. Mid's gonna be a call, but Fancy are so ready.
It's not bad if they actually time it just right.
There we go.
And down go Fancy. The rest of the team now suddenly trying to come back in to watch for the spike, but 555 will sit on top of it.
But despite Fancy expecting it, it's still a strong hold from 555, a strong push. Yeah, it's gonna make it a little bit interesting, but he's on 8 points of HP. It's all onto Bakute, and well, they're not even gonna let him stew in that mess. Capitalize off of the damage. And it's Bakute in 1 versus 3. His barrel showing. And kill confirmed off the back of that. So 555, that's what we were kind of looking for, right? Quite a little bit of aggression, some spice in their composition. And despite Fancy kind of expecting that coming through, it was the commitment off the swing. And knowing that, hey, We are 555. We can shoot pretty damn well as well. Right? Believe in yourself, believe in your setups. Confidently go for the plays.
Definitely. I think now you'll start to see them, you know, having more legs in this race. They have the money to buy up. They're going to feel a little bit more emboldened to go for peaks like that. So, Doffy, Endoist, again, eyes on them. Endoist out towards A main. Doffy.
Oh, it's Endo Pie. Sorry.
What's Endo Pie? Wait.
He's pied. Endoist.
Here we go.
Eco round coming in from Fancy United, but they still got lightning in their fingers. Surf is gonna hold him right there. But the answer coming back from alert, runs out of bullets. Twilight still there with a bit of damage, but that's all he's gonna write home about. 3 players still standing. And 555 gonna secure that eco round of theirs. Keeping things close, near, shut down, that's very important. And getting a little bit more momentum, a little more confidence, quite.
Bit by bit. It all starts with the first round. And here we are. It's just an all in or nothing for Fancy at the same time, but either way, now it's Fancy's turn to buy back. Now we're gonna get that first, I guess, real round in this second half. 6 rounds deep in, you're gonna get the ultimates coming back online, buys up for Fancy, truly testing to see if 555 actually can play it out on Pearl.
I like this timeout by Fancy. Don't want to let things get too out of hand. 2 great ultimates, Armageddon and the Orbital Strike for this attacking side. Could be a set strat. We tend to see Fancy kind of lean into a rush plan, post plan kind of style in terms of some of the strategies they like to employ. And the A side is the best choice for that, right? Just instantly slide in, get an opening pick, get the spike planet. And you have so many outs for that post plan. So that could be something that Fancy do right here. And 555 got to be careful. Endo is up against 5 players on the other side. He's kind of by himself as well.
Yeah. They're not anticipating this. This could go south so quick. We saw the pings across the map earlier on during Fancy's timeout as well. So, just a brief idea, but the execution still has to be pretty bang on, and Fancy are relatively accustomed to it. In goes Nia, but oh, sidestepped away. Kennedy goes in for the full mowdown and takes away 4 heads. Endoist to top it off.
All right, that's what, like the first big multi-kill round we've seen coming in from 555 in a while. Kennedy, great catch on the first. Gravity Well was placed in the perfect position, the perfect timing as well. No one able to get past that piece of utility. That's 4 rounds in a row, Quack, off the back of a timeout. Fancy try to do the cheeky rush strat towards A. Unsuccessful. Thanks to just a couple pieces of utility from 555. Last buy round here for Fancy. If they lose this, money's going to be a big concern.
Should not be happening, honestly, but at least now...
Do it again?
Out oh, okay. Yeah. Let's go. True Fancy fashion. There's also a quick lockdown coming in from 555. They're all close up by. You're going to spend the Armageddon to break the lockdown. And the spike has been planted.
Those are the 2 big ultimates out, right? Armageddon and the Orbital Strike not a factor here.
Still have multiple players and bodies, though.
Lineup? Still got salvos and the molly, but they don't have audio cues. They gotta go now. They gotta send it through.
Oh no!
Oh no! Big misplay coming in from Fancy United. They don't have the audio cues. The timing was pretty off. I mean, 1 more tick away from actually securing the kill, but regardless, alert. Oh, 5 HP the difference just sticks it right in the face.
Oh no.
And this was scenes of when Fancy struggled in their previous matchups, is when they kind of leaned in too much in towards a tunnel vision playstyle where they just want to get the spike down, they just want to follow all the protocols and flood the utility bit by bit. When something like a Cosmic Divide comes into play, it throws him off the balance. things can slowly fall apart. Fancy only one round ahead of 555 at the point in time. Gotta be careful. We'll lose his lead.
Alright. Fortunately, his shooting's still not quite there enough, though. Surf says otherwise. But ultimately, the script says Fancy still needs to end up on B. Nia's already pushed all the way through. That's their entire game plan, and they will stick to it. Fischio able to swing off of sounds, the footsteps telling. Enduist suddenly confident enough to go in to clear out the entire site. He's got a little bit more support as well, but shut down once again by Nia.
Spike's lost though. 1 versus 2. Fischio slowly creeping in. Still has the orbital strike if needed. Alert stuck in the open. Forced back. No vision. Able to get up the spike though is Fancy. Reload here from Alert. 1v2. They just hold for him. Expecting the peak. Fischio with the close. And it came damn close. But it's still Fancy. Up to 11.
They had that cushioning after all. When the entire round just breaks apart.
Yeah.
Fischio is truly the one. The orbital to try to give his team a little bit more space after picking up the spike and everything. Just unfortunate for Alert.
Yeah, Alert tried his best. I mean, difficult 1v2. Could have potentially waited for the spike tap, but at the same time, I don't think Fancy were going to give him an opportunity to isolate any of these fights. And is all that effort for naught? 555. Struggling, hoping to win yet another round to give them a chance here. Dimensional Drift available for Doffy. Fancy have got all the utility lined up here for the A side execute. Oh my god, and Nia again, opening kill found for him.
Oh, and he's just gonna continue exploring all the way a little bit more across. I love that Doffy does have the gate crash though, so it's a quick and instant response, but will it be enough? Attacking lockdown now applies that much more pressure, and 555 feels so uncomfortable. No choice but to back off now. They wanted to push in a little bit, but everyone just got decimated.
Lovely flow of utility, right? The waterfall in between the flashes, the smokes, the slide, the conviction from Nia, right? You can see the smokes land on either choke point on the A side itself. It's a bit of an adaptation because they wanted to crunch the player that was playing towards Art. Nia slides in, crosshair placement towards that exact position, not towards backside because the smokes were covering that, just focusing on the player towards the stairs towards Art. Beautiful opening pick being found. Killjoy lockdown comes in. Doffy tries something cheeky, but yeah, again, look at this. The smokes cover all the possible angles. He only needs to look towards Art. Doffy misses the shot there. Killjoy lockdown locks in the round with the molly as well. This is...
Enough said.
Poetry in motion.
I mean, it all goes down to the execute. And because they are so damn familiar with it, you know, it's just that much more difficult unless 555 truly finds, you know, a way to kind of break that apart. But I haven't really seen it that much apart from the little 5-round win streak here and there. Started off with Kennedy on one of these rounds where he held it all down on A main. This time around, you know, despite Doffy with the gate crash, early information here and there, they still couldn't really withstand Nia and his just all in or nothing style. Look at that, 29 kills.
Whoa,
Haven't seen anything like that today.
2.0 KD, gonna hit a 30 bomb in what could be the last round of this map, right? Well, only round 22. He's got 29 kills. Enduist, the other side of the scoreboard. Where has he gone off to?
Oh my god.
Hello?
He's,
What's happened?
Just getting shut down, man. Like, it's so unlucky.
Did they swap accounts? Is Enduist actually near this time? Or what's happening?
Nah.
We did, I mean, we brought up the hit-to-hit.
Yeah,
And we're really seeing the difference in terms of the scoreline when either of those players show up or not.
It's not there. Here we go. There was an early 0 point on towards A main, and 555 are suddenly feeling extremely uncertain about, you know, trying to hold on to sites. Information as to where Fancy could be as well. Very passive positions being held.
It's the hit-to-hit of the duelists again. This time Nia with the scoped weapon. What is this contact play? What is this read from Nia?
way!
You're kidding me!
Outlaw versus Judge. Outlaw wins. I never would have expected that.
Look at this, they walked into B-Quack! Now it's Bacute's turn to find his own timing. But Alert seems, well, alert
Okay.
and aware of that potential. Chiming in with one more, but the trait from Twilight is there.
Now the rest of the 555 just coming back in to try to pick up the pieces, but not gonna lie, there are way too many shattered all across this entire map, Coldan. It's not just a B site now.
Ooh, double flag could be interesting, but Enduis cannot die, right? He cannot go down here. He has to wait for his teammates to come in on the flank.
Wait out the smokes, let his team start to push
I
through.
said
Oh
he
my
can't
god!
die! Just like that. Is that how this map ends? Fishio there. Okay, misses the mark though, but Fancy has got the memo. And they're just gonna form up a little bit of an ad hoc setup.
Enemy remaining.
Flash in. And the conversion. Yes, they can. Fancy United. Strong performance. Dominate 555 here on their map pick. And Pearl continues to be their home turf.
Non-stop. You've seen them play it this way on Pearl several times before. In fact, this is exactly what kicked off the entire group stage for Split 1 here in Challengers Southeast Asia 26. And the outcome still remains the same. Unstoppable with how Nia has been performing round to round. First half, just snipes out Enduis mid-slide. The guy is just really having a really unlucky day. But apart from that as well, we had a slight little comeback from 555 in the second half, but that was it. You know, once that timeout was called, Fancy just came back through with further conviction, continuing to dump. You know, it didn't work the first time, let's just go again. Nia, again, just slide it into A. And it works!
God damn, it works, Quack. And they're reaping the rewards right now. I mean, not just a map win. I think it's an emotional victory as well, right? This is one of the top fragging rosters we have in Southeast Asia in 555. But Fancy, you know, just look like completely, you know, the better team. Aim diffing them, better setups. The last time that these two teams played.
Oh my god. Sorry.
Yo, I see what you're seeing. What? Nia has 11 first kills, 30 kills, 14 deaths, more than a 2.0 KD, 380 ACS. I don't think we've seen a peak as high as this in this entire split.
In professional Valorant, this is relatively rare, yes. He, in context also, 11 out of 30. That's almost half his entire kills.
He's got more first kills than Enduis has kills.
Oof. Okay. Yeah, that's that. Now you put it that way. That's very rough. Yes.
Let's not. 16-6 first kills. Come on. Up against 555, the double duelist composition. They're supposed to be ones fighting opening kills. 2 clutches even for 555, and they've only managed to get what, 9 rounds. This is wow. This is Nia, like his final boss moment. Maybe I misspoke in the earlier rounds, right? Saying like, oh, this guy, Nia being the tip of the spear, Enduis being the raid boss. Maybe the roles have swapped. Maybe Nia really is that truth that we've been missing.
Nia is the tip of the spear and the raid boss, my friend.
Ooh. He is the raid boss that holds the spear.
Okay. I mean, that's the weirdest thing, because right now, this is lower round 3. Elimination is at stake. You cannot be having a bad day. You cannot be playing scared, even against Fancy, regardless of how strong they are and how, you know, committed they are to a lot of their executes. But unfortunately, that's the case. That was the case on Pearl, at least. We still have a map, maybe more to go. We really hope that, you know, things aren't going to be this way. But I mean, hell, if Fancy are just going to keep playing like this, I hope they continue to play like this, like even in, you know, lower final, grand final, perhaps even.
Yeah, excited to see what we have in store. Haven's gonna be the next map. You definitely do not want to miss that one. Is Fancy gonna take it away 2-0, or is 555 gonna mount a little bit of a comeback? We'll stay tuned. See you guys after a short little break.
what it is. It is what it is. That's the whole story. I'm joking. I'm very professional, clearly, as you can see. But of course, I am Quack. And with me is the very dashing boy looking. No, I'm kidding. Very dashing, awesome Koldan, of course. With our lower round 3 right now. 555 versus Fancy. The first map definitely did not meet our expectations, I think. I mean, why is that, Koldan, perhaps, if you have any idea?
If I have any idea, I mean, you just need to look at the scoreboard. I mean, just to save you guys a bit of time here. Endoist was a bit of a non-factor, right, in that map, right? It was really much leaving us wishing for him to show up. I think he got, what, 8 kills, 17 deaths, something like that. And meanwhile, Nia's dropping a 30 bomb. Fancy have got picture-perfect setups, trap plays, retake setups. 555 look like a fish out of water. But that all needs to change, right? It is what it is. Map 1 is done and dusted. We need to focus up on our map pick, which is gonna be Haven. I mean, if you're 555, that is the map that they won up against Fancy the last time they met, which kicked off the entire group stage here in Southeast Asia. And it was a strong performance from Endoist in that map, right? He put on a masterclass himself, going 29 kills, plus 19 KD. And it was all thanks to his team, right? Able to set him up for plays. Doffy flashing him for fights as well. And now my question lies in the hands of Fancy, right? Are they gonna pick up where they left off? Similar to 555, we need a mental reset if you're them coming in towards Haven here, because you lose this and you're out of the tournament.
That's right. It's really just elimination at risk. You cannot afford to be playing like what we just saw. You know, that reset needs to come in, and it's got to be quick, because the upcoming map, I mean, we were also kind of thinking about it, like it seems a little bit weird to pick into this Haven. Yes, that's what kicked off the entire, you know, Challengers Southeast Asia Split 1, and if memory serves me correct, they actually did win that series against Fancy. But then again, that was when Endoist was, you know, popping off. He's not today. He's not. Why is this kind of a weird pick to play against Fancy?
I think partially it's because of the recent nostalgia, I guess you could phrase it as that, right? 555 with that win in that first series maybe gives them a bit of confidence, overconfidence perhaps. I'm not too sure, because recently we saw their performance up against Oasis Gaming, and that was pretty much a disaster class as well, right? It was 5-13. I took a look at the what was it, the XV1s in terms of that matchup, right? So 555 threw so many XV1s. They lost 12 XV1s in their series versus Oasis, and only winning 4 clutches themselves. So they lost 12 clutches and only won 4. And a lot of those happened on Haven, right? So if the communication issues are going to be an issue, if we're overheating, if we're going for overeager peaks, Fancy are going to be more punishing than Oasis, right? Fancy have a very set system. They form their crossfires, they have the post-plan setups. So if you give them that opportunity to punish you, they will. And if they don't clean up their act here on Haven, we might see an even stronger performance, more one-sided performance here from Fancy.
Oof. Like, I can't even picture what that looks like. Even stronger than freaking Nia going 11 first kills. The whole team going 16 first kills on top of 555's 6 only. I can't imagine that being the case for Haven. They picked into this. I certainly hope that they have, you know, something planned for us. But otherwise, if that's not the case, and you would definitely, most likely would be right, Koldan. I mean, just time and time again, you saw it in that first map, the first half. Endo is getting sniped out mid-slide, or just, you know, really repeatedly getting shut down by his opponents. I mean, is there any possible way, perhaps? You know, let's theory craft a little bit, because I do believe we have a slight tech issue. Players still trying to connect back into the game. In the meantime, yes, theory craft.
Okay.
Is there anything that 555 can do or change for this series?
I got a really good suggestion here. You know, turn on the monitor. No, I'm sorry, kidding.
All right.
No, but like in all seriousness, right? If you look at the compositions here on Haven, again, it's gonna be a very interesting one from Fancy, right? They run the double controller, Omen, and Astra with a breach, Cypher, and then a Neon. So what's lacking here? Information, right? We don't have any info initiators. Yes, we have a breach, but none of his abilities give you any indication of where players are. Right? You don't have a Fade, you don't have a Sova, not even a Sky. So that leaves gaps in terms of the defense and attack, right? They're not gonna have as much information as they wish they could. So the job for 555 is to play in those gaps of information where Fancy are not gonna be expecting them. Maybe Endois find his confidence, play an off angle, a committed angle, get a double kill, triple kill, goes down, doesn't matter. Dolphy's there, another off angle, find a double kill, single kill, teleport away to safety, and then with the numbers advantage, go in for a retake or even go in for an execute, depending on which side you start from. So, in my opinion, this is the main difference in terms of the compositions. Double duelist versus double controller with no info utility. Have to exploit that. If you don't, then we might see something like Pro.
Certainly hope that's not going to be the case. I mean, in theory, everything that you're saying makes sense. The only thing that I can think that would give Fancy some information or intelligence across rounds would be maybe Nia, just, you know, human recon Neon.
You gotta put the bodies on the line, right? And I mean, that's a different conversation, right? Yes, Nia can get that information, but you have to punish him for that. Exactly, yeah. He needs to put his body on the line. If we have a trap play, maybe someone jiggling for information, and we flash in thanks to Duffy, and then we slide in with Endois, catch Nia off guard, you know, give ourselves an advantage, something like that, something like a trap play. Haven's pretty big, you have opportunities to do so, down mid, A lobby, even C cubby, something like that. A lot of avenues, a lot of options, but again, you gotta have a good head on your shoulders to be aware of those gaps coming through.
Well, we heard it here first. I mean, that's definitely what we need to see from 555. They have a good opportunity here to turn things back, right those wrongs from the past, just completely erase Pearl out of our minds, our memories right now, and just go into this Doffy Endois duo, or, you know, something else with the whole team working together to shut down whatever Fancy is trying to set up.
Map 1 is done and dusted.
Composition.
Yeah, agent composition's gonna be similar. We've got the Cypher on both of these teams, unconventional picks, but not too shabby if you are, if you're 555, right? Because you have the Sova to break those trips. Fancy United don't have anything like that to break the trips of Surf. So smaller difference, again, comparison between the Breach and the Sova. Sova has the Shock Darts to do so. Let's see if Kennedy can actually make the most out of his Sova kit. And yeah, that's the name of the game. Find the Cypher tripwires and cameras, break it, deny Fancy of information, and then win out the fights, get the better read.
Certainly what we're hoping for. I'm just thinking at the same time, you know, while we hold Split for a later or possibly another conversation, if this actually goes the way that we're thinking it could, with 555 taking out Haven and then we go over on the Split, oh my god, we might actually just have history repeating itself from that first game.
We might.
It actually might be.
If you remember the first series that they played, Split was that decider as well, and it went into overtime.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just putting out the facts there.
Oh, Daniel Chi, don't do that.
Why are you doxing me now? Casual quack.
It's not a dox. It's our names. It's out there, I think. I don't know.
I'm known as colder in these parts.
Right. Okay. Oh, jeez. I gotta respect that.
You may address me as sir.
All right. That's too much.
In the early morning march, you know.
Okay. Nope, we're not doing that. Instead, in the early plays of this round, at least, it's going to be Fancy angling towards A, all outside of A lobby. And then he just jump spawning. He's already tossed into recon and should confirm information enough.
Bad read from 555. Don't think they didn't think it's going to be A play, but Fancy, again, they're still going to do the due diligence, slow contact play style. Just to push back the defenders. Jiggle peek spots out the Omen in towards Garage. Tripwire down towards A short as well. So making the most out of that Cypher utility for that map control. And no, not like this. Just a good clear from Fishio will net them a kill onto Kennedy. He's the only defender here on that A side of the map.
I just really wanted to say, like, should. But unfortunately, the read's not quite there. Alert now, at least, will be able to bring things back, but a lot of initiative has been taken by Fancy.
Yeah. Oh, Nia, only good for the first. Traded back, serve 1-1. 2 versus 2 now in the post plant. Look smoked out, but yes, I can sneaks within it. Alert now left in the 1 versus 2 off the back of contact. Will swing out together. And Fancy United pick off where they left off on Pearl, already hitting first with the pistol.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for this death from Kennedy. He had the recon and everything as well, but for whatever reason, just he not really getting the read for it on the A site. And at this point as well, despite Surf's best efforts, relatively too low to do too much towards the end of the round. So I mean, that's it. It's 2 out of 3 pistols for Fancy so far.
It's overconfidence, antsy, fire, antsy your pants. I don't know what you want to call it, but there's no reason for Kennedy for going with that peak, right? Yeah, all the utility, you're the only anchor on that A side. Mistakes, man. Small little mistakes. Fancy will punish. Again, leading towards A to kickstart the round. Deep Cypher trip in towards short. Triple stack though from 5x5 here towards A. Good scan.
A game like this, mistakes can really compound. The scan is good, but again, it's just a pistol. So even if it is, you know, the stack, I do feel a little bit cautious because yes, I can is a breach. A fault line, if it does connect, can do so much against this stack on A site.
Standard play coming in. BQ this time not gonna get bested by Alert. It's the same fight.
Oh my
He's got a better weapon. And he's just gonna tear apart this defense. I mean, he's got access towards Garage. He can cut off the rotate. Fishio's in towards B. Fancy, I found all the weaknesses. He's gonna bring the spike back over towards the other side of the map. Fake smoke in towards A just to keep 3 players here. And Nia's just gonna be a nuisance. Yeah, he's gonna tickle him.
You know what though? I mean, if Bukut has access to these parts of the map, then so does the rest of the team as well. Look at where the spike's going. Surf, he tries, but he has to break that trip anyway, and that's enough information for Twilight to turn back around. He had a ghost. I thought he would perhaps lose it, and there would be a slightly better chance, but even that's not coming through.
Where is 555?
Is this going to be a flawless round 2?
Where is 555? They haven't logged into the server yet. I'm sorry, but that's just fact of the matter. What is happening to 555? Yes, it is just the second round, but it does not inspire confidence when we're not seeing the 555 lean in towards their playstyle, right? It's that aggressive, in-your-face, messy chaos that they thrived in, that got them in towards this place, got them deep in the playoffs in the first place. Where is that? I need to see it at least in the next round, at the very minimum. First 2 rounds so far, just a shadow of their former selves.
Yeah, against Oasis, the most recent matchup that they had.
They also struggled in that.
13 OT. A slight struggle, but you know, the attacking rounds on Breeze or whatever, they still put up fights. This is not a fight. This is like someone just tapping out.
Fair analogy. It's not even a tight choke. They're just rolling on the floor like little babies. You gotta see a little bit more fight in them. Kennedy kicks it off. Duffy has to back off though. That's a man advantage. Opening kill, 4-5-5-5.
Yeah, we'll give them a bit more inspiration now. A bit more belief perhaps. Backing off. You still have the trips and everything to watch out the other parts of the map, but Cute is going to try once again.
He's been given too much liberties, man. He's just gonna walk in and clear all of this, put pressure, break the trips. They don't break his Cypher cam. He has confirmation. Oh, he's just gonna take it back as well? Where that they could re-clear it, he's gonna back up with the rest of his team, potentially now lurking up towards B. Fancy, I don't have the Omen smokes or the paranoia, right? It's all onto Fishio's Astro Stars. And they're gonna try to do a bit of a fake again. What a read here. Triple stack though, 5-5-5, trying to break apart this attacking side. Okay. Good catch onto Nia. That's info as well. C play on the cards here as Bacute has slipped the net.
Nah, his barrel's being spotted out by Endoist. So Nice try, but ultimately at the end, as time trickles down, 555 actually managed to
Ow.
singularly pinpoint and isolate several duels all across the map, which netted them this win.
Right there, opening kill and mid-round aggression. Two key win conditions for 555. They did so and netted them two fantastic kills. Got them a very good read of the situation, and Lewis able to shine. We need to see more of these types of rounds coming in from 555.
We want more. Well,
Mid-run
Fancy's gonna,
aggression,
of course, go back in
opening
and again.
kills. That's good.
Revealing area.
Ooh, deep cage.
Trying to bait in for Duffy. Okay. Well, it's Kennedy to find the other controller this round.
Alright, and Doffy just walks into his doom, and no TP back, but enough for numbers at least. Now the Paranoias do go in against back and forth against each other. Nia just walks into the smoke. Oh no. Oh my god!
I'm out of here.
If he gets the third, I'm gonna crash out. Instead, it's Twilight to pick up the pieces. It's not even a shotgun. It's a Guardian close range still. Double hit shot found. Fancy. Okay, strike. We're right back. None of the
Taken out.
waiting around. They just pounce upon the opportunity. Despite them losing that opening kill. Very convincing take out the side. Nia disrespects them in the smoke. The second one.
I'm out of here.
Jesus.
Disrespectful.
I mean, strike while the iron is hot, I guess. But I can't believe that that's how he took those kills. He cannot be
got the
discouraged,
flare.
though, as 555.
No, you cannot. Again, close up is Anduis. There we go.
With the Sheriff, a little bit of relay bolt action. Sends the rest of Fancy across the map.
Gotta go.
Second objective here, garage control. They might accelerate off the back of that, but we've got the Omen and the Cypher here to anchor. Great agents with great utility.
They'll just meet each other for the time being as well. Thanks to Nia's fast lane, Fancy still have options to kind of dip in, back, and around.
Kennedy, it's all onto him. He's the only player between them and a free ace site. Does Fancy full clear this corner that Enduis was last playing at?
See, that's the thing, because they don't have that info initiator. You're just gonna have to clear this together as a team. But if you can't do that, and you afford those kills up to Kennedy, 555 now have a real good chance. Nia pops in the overdrive. He's gonna bank it all onto this one ult. If he gets the kills, good. If not, the round is done. That TP definitely questionable.
Yeah, if Nia pulls this one off, and I'd be singing his name for eternity. Okay, slide in. Get shot down by Duffy. 555. Gonna hold off this assault here towards a Kennedy. Struggled in short on that pistol round, but very successful finding a double kill in that kind of a situation. Bit of a half buy, low buy round coming in from 555, yet they still net out this round. So crucial for them to find their footing again.
Yeah. Well, like we said, right? I mean, that's what your point was about with this Fancy United composition. Lack of an info initiator.
Mm-hmm. There's no Sova drone to re-clear to push back anyone towards a lobby. You know, a lot of angles to watch for. If you don't have control and you need to re-clear it later in the round, it's going to get a little bit dicey. You know, imagine if Kennedy had one more player there, had a rifle in his hands. You know, things could turn out very differently.
But we don't have that, so it is what it is.
Okay,
And they will
now
just
they
have
do.
to
Now they do.
press
So
forward.
that's why Fancy have to be careful of that kind of prospect.
Absolutely. Thanks to that timeout as well, of course. You know, just trying to string things together. I just wonder, you know, how long before we actually see them go in with one of their patented, like, full all-in executes. They've been always trying to go in for that, you know, little play around A right now, but it's not yielding them too much fruit.
All right, aim in control again for 555. Deep smoke through, sending Endois in. Double duelist there, and it might just be a call for them to accelerate in towards B, noting it might be a weak side.
Jesus. Okay, good try, but still a quick flood back in from Kennedy, and you got the paranoia and flashes all the way out from the Yoru, and that leaves Fancy. Just wincing from all those little jabs and punches all tossed at them.
All right, off the back of, what was it, Fancy's timeout?
Yeah.
555 just pounce on the meta. Don't even let them get the spike planted. Kennedy just dives straight in. And that's the kind of disrespectful-esque style of play that 555 have in them, right? Despite them being smoked, despite there being utility in their face, they will just flood in together as a squad. And that's what we need to see from 555 if you want to have a conversation. 3-3, all tied up. Low buy for Fancy United this time. High-low setup, well, not really high-low. It was one high, two low. Triangle setup here towards B.
Ooh. That's next level descriptions. At the same time, it's nonetheless Fancy with nothing but pistols, upgraded pistols, perhaps. Not gonna
That's
be much
incredibly
of a
bold from Nia. He
discussion.
sees three, he slides into all of them.
He had the flash, I guess, from his teammate, but you know, it's still not enough. Scent packing, they're gonna look for other avenues of entry.
Ooh, and Lewis, here's the TP, goes investigating.
No way.
Oh no, wait, that's Duffy on the A side. Still one more here. Paranoia hits, forces Fisher to be respectful of it. Kennedy stabilizes. A backup as well.
Oh my god. Oh my god. What is this? Yes, I can, a classic. Please, Kennedy, once again, still proving to be a little bit more reliable. 4-5-5-5 will bring victory. Now let's have a discussion, Cole. And 5-5-5 are in the lead.
All right, we can talk a little bit. Kennedy struggled in that first pistol round, right? Going down by his lonesome into a short. But other than that, these last few rounds, I think what, the last 3 rounds with Kennedy, he's been putting up incredible impact in terms of the opening kills, multi-kills towards his side of the map, even towards B as a bit of an assistance. 10-4. If it's not Endois, it's Kennedy to pick up the slack. So we need to see more of from 555. Ultimate's slowly getting online for both of these squads. And this Fury, Dimensional Drift potentially for Duffy, but no, he's on the wrong side of the map. The other side of things, you've got the Rolling Thunder from Yes I Can. Great ult, especially in the post plant.
Especially if they can indeed get the spike down first and foremost. You got the smokes to support, but look at 555. We're waiting for that bit of disrespect. That's what you've been yearning for, Koldan. In with the overdrive, but you also have Duffy. What is this? Yes, I can! With the rest of the gang, we'll just hold off the incoming assailants from C-Link. And suddenly, Spike not committed to this 1 point anymore, and it baits the reaction out from Kennedy to walk in the Bukute's crosshairs. We're back in 4-4.
Pre-take coming in from 555, but it's not very successful. Twilight gonna break apart crosshairs. You know, forced to look at the elevator angle. Yes, I can. Actually gonna find 2 kills in that post plant, not even post plant, on that hold of the B side as 555 flood in. So not successful at the time. You know, Fancy very much aware of that possibility, so they don't even commit the spike plant. Just wait for the kills to come to them.
And now you really start to play around. Yeah, a sudden C play, but look at 555 like slowly pushing out for info as well.
It's all gonna be about the ultimates, right, Quack? Oh man, Surf, that's crucial. Oh, but Q's better. One more backside, Endois goes down. Twilight on top of the boxes again. You always have to look up whenever he's in the server.
You can't use your ults if teams are just going in like as soon as the barrier drops like this. Look at the angle from Bakute as well. Okay, a little bit more of an involvement from Kennedy at least, but everyone else from Fancy.
Hello.
Yeah, triple stack. Not to mention, yes, I can does have Rolling Thunder to potentially toss onto the spike if he so chooses. Nonetheless, with players going down bit by bit, we're going back in with kills. Fancy in the driver's seat.
I love what Fancy did in that post plant here. And look at this, despite them losing the initial kill, what the hell is Bakure doing here? The transfer, just calmness. Yeah, they tried to go for the flood retake. Endoist is just like, well, guys, how did you guys both die to the same player? It's just great protocols from Fancy. The trades, despite, you know, it being a neon, the Cypher is right next to him. So very good on the spacing. Timeout being called by 555 because rounds like that you can't give away.
Really cannot afford to. They're not even entirely sure how to quantify how exactly Bakute was able to walk away with that, but that's true to the Fancy United style. That's the way that they've always been playing. Nia goes down, they're still committed to it. And that was the one sudden C play that they had past 10 rounds, I guess.
Yeah, they're not even using the ultimates much. Yes, I can is still gonna hold on to his Rolling Thunder. So that's always gotta be at the back of 505's mind, right? Okay, yes, we could go in now, but they have a Rolling Thunder. We gotta kind of try to bait it out. And it's kind of just that ever-present threat. So I'm curious to see if Fancy actually use it and execute, or they're just gonna hold it for like a post-plan. Do they have a strat in the book that revolves around that ultimate? That's my question.
I like this.
Fancy, I feel like it is. Mid push now coming through. It's only just Kennedy here. They know that he's always been playing down this long position, but great info from Doffy as he's pushed down and below the window.
Not too bad from Doffy, but Kennedy has to play a slightly more defensive position, I suppose, especially with the Rolling Thunder coming in now, so he can hide inside the smokes, but either way, control now handed over onto Fancy.
Spike planted.
All right, post-plan setups for Fancy. That's what they're known for. What do they have in store for us? Flank watch at the ready as well. Doffy, how does he win this one? Dimensional drift instead invested.
No real combo off of it though, unless the team just peeks in alongside it. Kills going good so far as everything gets lighted up in green. Endo is to finish it off against Nia. Everyone surrounded. Dimensional drift, the peaks, just too good from 555.
It's a little bit curious. Fancy seemed very unprepared for the Heaven peak. It felt like two players were just standing out in the open, not really marking too much. Look at this. Well, why are we just standing in the open like that? I'm not too sure. Very interesting. But great job to 555, able to cause enough chaos, disrupt the post-plants that we know Fancy to be so proficient at, and they actually flood out through Heaven, which is probably something that Fancy did not expect, right? Heavy on their post-plants towards level 1, not really looking up to level 2.
Good point, good question for the earlier one as well. But now, especially noting Doffy's flank from before, suddenly Fancy make the quick adjustment to push into mid this time. They marked outside a garage as well, and now it's a quick sprint towards the C site.
Endo is the only one here that can do something. Slides in! Endo is, it's this your time to shine! No! Yes, I can! Just meets him right in the middle.
Last round.
Gunfight you want and gunfight you will get. Only good for the first. Big mid scuffle here from both of these teams. Paranoia against sent across. Nia wins out that fight. Endoist tries to throw a Hail Mary play. The flash from Yes I Can and the kill as well. Fancy get rattled, but they don't lose sight of the end goal.
Always so fluid. Yes I Can, such a quick reaction in that one as well. Now as we turn towards the last round of the first half. Oh god, Endoist only got a Bucky.
Well, it's any agent to make the most out of it. It's gonna be the Neon. Buffy. You clear
He'd
this.
be the only one apart from Kennedy, wouldn't he? Acute should be well too aware of this by now. He's in the same position again and again, but unfortunately caught. Cutting through. There goes that Bucky.
Oh, it's found his kill. Oh, it's Kennedy again. It's all on to Kennedy.
My ult's ready.
Goes down this time. Suddenly, it feels like something's a little bit more open, but as 555, you're hoping that the rotations go into your lurk player. Unfortunately, Twilight goes down.
great neural theft now. We know the exact setup if you're 555. Don't know where the spike is committed off to, but it looks like it's gonna lean towards this A side. They're gonna bolster it up with 2 players there. Cypher Tripwire still online for 555 across the map. So it's gonna pose
30
big
seconds
problem
left.
for Fancy as they're gonna walk in towards a stack.
Ooh, into a paranoia as well.
Cosmic Divide makes things interesting.
Yeah, you're really starting to run out of time though. That's the biggest factor now. Allows for, I guess, 555 to play ahead of the Cosmic Divide. Yes, I can just trying to do his best.
10 seconds left.
Commit onto the
Spike
spike
planted.
because unfortunately that's all he really needed to do with the time running out. A lot of pressure in for 555 to do that double swing at the end.
Okay, 6-6. I feel like it's a little bit of a middle ground for both these teams. For 555, they technically have a 61% win rate on defense. It is their high win rate side. And it's actually the other way around for Fancy United. So both of them gonna be headed towards the favored side. You know, Fancy just played attack. All right, I'm tripping. But Fancy on this defense, pretty solid as well. 555, they've only got a 41% win rate on attack sides of Haven so far. So they really got to lock it in with only 6 rounds on that defensive side.
Yeah, I mean, it just kind of comes back to the point of what we were all setting up before this map began. 555, you know, they've done well in this first half, you know, quite a bit. I think trying to play disrespectful, trying to find that confidence again. But at the end of the day, it's still not enough for it to be convincing, I think, for us as casters to really believe that they actually might be able to close out everything decisively, unless you start to see more of those rounds again.
It's little glimpses of hope that we see in 555, right? Some of these rounds, yes, you can see that lifeblood in them shining, but other rounds you just see them get snuffed out like a candle in a thunderstorm. Not really awe-inspiring. And again, it's gonna go down to the pistol, right? Fancy won it out. They only managed to get 6 rounds, but 6 rounds is still 6 rounds. See how the second half pans out for either of these teams. Fancy with a very interesting composition, double controller, Astral Omen, as well as a breach here on defense, and a Cypher as well.
Especially on the defense. Like, this is where this comp might
should
actually
shine.
be... Yeah. Oh well. I mean, I was
Deck
gonna say it
buzz.
feels a little bit shaky without that information gathering tool.
Right. But
That's what I was thinking.
Fancy have a very interesting approach where they actually use the Cypher as kind of like an initiator in a sense. Right, you can
Okay.
see times where Bakute actually uses his tripwires to gain control over space and keep that control. So once his team clears out, like A short for example, on the attack side he throws a trip there. So anyone that wants to push has to break that trip. Same for Garage, right? He goes towards Garage, puts his cam there, you know,
But
try to
that's for
suss out some
attack.
information. Yes. But defense, because you lack information, you're going to see Bakute have very spread out Cypher utility. So his cam's going to be on one side, his trip's going to be in Garage, another trip's going to be in B, for example. So not for kill trips, it's more for information.
But again, all that is like towards the back end of the barriers. So it's information, yes, but still
Like right
limited
here.
as compared to another initiator.
There's a trip on the A side, the Cypher cam's on C, he's playing Garage.
You're right,
So
yeah.
he's kind of all over the place, trying to spread out his presence as much as he can. So it's going to put a lot of pressure on Kennedy, right? As the Sova with the shock darts to actually break those Cypher utilities and then deny Fancy of that information.
Actually, we can repeatedly break them as well. But for now, at least, it's still going to be a slight guessing game for Fancy. They spotted a little bit towards A, but now all on towards C. Oh,
Wait, what?
there like a
I
weird-
guess the round is live. Wait, oh my god. Did all of Fancy DC?
Is it possible? I That's very awkward, man.
I was wondering why Bakute didn't shoot back or move.
Yeah.
Tech issue, guys.
Oh boy. Well, it is what it is.
It is what it is, guys.
Go again.
I do believe there was like they had the tech issue before damage was done, so we might have a round reset because of that.
Yeah, I'm trying to get perhaps some confirmation on that for now, but in the meantime, I guess it will still be half for now.
Well,
6-6.
it is gonna be 6-7, but to who we don't know.
What did you just say?
Huh?
6 what? 6 what?
Control
No, it's not.
myself.
We're not.
Why are you
We
inciting
actually,
this?
I'm kidding, of course. We actually do have a round rollback though. Confirmation
Hey,
just did
alright.
from production. So you're
Thank you,
absolutely right, Colbert.
production, for the heads up. But yes, hopefully everyone in the Fancy United bootcamp are all well and good. Seems like the cameras are online, so we should have that internet on for them, I'm guessing.
It's gotta
I have to wait. Quick, sorry. Side note: does Enduis look like Wayne?
Get out.
He does, no?
Okay, the hair I can see sometimes, maybe a
Bit of
little
the facial features as
facial
well.
features, I don't know about that one. I don't know.
I think
Then
from
again,
the
maybe
angle, the
not too
further
familiar with what
angle
Wayne is.
away.
Didn't Wayne also just have like a slight haircut or something? No. Am I thinking wrong?
I don't think he had a haircut. It's still the middle part.
I don't know.
Unless
had
he
a
did it
different-
after
it's-
Santiago.
It's still the middle part. But he did have a post quite recently as well. Excited to see Wayne, of course. Another one of our players who, got picked up from this scene.
Yes, sir. Maybe he was missing some of the action, so he came back as Enduis. Thoughts?
Shut up. Get out. That's... No. That's too far.
All right.
Okay,
Tech pause
second
done.
half.
Round roll back. Okay, the UI is showing a little bit of
It might
jankiness, but
actually
it is
break
6-6.
barracks. Yeah.
Yeah. Please, Barracks, please hold up. All right.
Here we go.
Reset of the round. Hopefully, I don't know if 5-5 get any idea of the setup, but it feels like Fancy are doing something different now. Mid push. Duffy hearing all of this commotion though.
If they actually just dive in onto Bakute, then, a little bit
Poor
unlucky.
Bakute
But
again.
he is in that position, yes.
Portal closed.
Bit of mind games, right? Fancy like, oh, surely they don't hit C again. Well, surprise, surprise. Bakute under pressure. One-way smoke actually doesn't really favor him. Trade there from Twilight. Gotta wait for the rest of the team though.
It's not too bad, but unfortunately a little bit too much of commitment into Garage. Might not pay off. Surf, at least.
Go, go,
Gonna
go.
hold things back. But at that same time, Fancy will still be in position for the retake.
2 versus 3. 5-5 just backing off to a bit of a safer angle. Flood retake coming through.
Oh, with fall line as well. It's just lovely stuff. Trades flowing aplenty.
Last player standing.
Just Kennedy to try to pick them all off one by one on the Ghost. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen with Fishio right around the corner.
Did you see a little bit of a pause from Fishio, waiting for his teammate to be on the same wavelength as him to go for that double swing? That is textbook stuff. Duffy getting an opening kill, but Twilight actually, I think, was the MVP for Fancy United, able to find a second kill onto Alert after all of that action. 3 versus 3 made it very much doable. And with the utility in the hands of the initiators, bit of a team stun there, but nonetheless, still around 1 out.
One enemy remains. Last player standing.
I feel like I gotta keep my eye on Doffy for the time being as well. It's just so crucial that he kind of gets in with these kills and it crashes away, but
I'm
I'm
out
sure
of here.
for now though. Bakute in same position. Spectre this time, however. Cage and trips
Mid-push.
broken. Yeah, that's inside the push out from the rest of the team, and that's exactly where Fancy will be able to plant their feet firmly in the ground.
remaining.
Cement this
Spike
lead
down
in for the
mid.
second half.
Be able to close out the second round. Kennedy, just the lone player remaining. Got a bit of a timing play, but yeah, at this point, Fancy have got their setups in place. They're not gonna let this one slide.
I guess we can also note the fact that this was a bit of a heavier-ish investment from Fancy. You know, nobody was on like a Ghost or anything, so just the Spectre lost, but it should technically still give them a higher chance, you know, for the possible bonus conversion.
Yeah. Twilight is the only one with a bit of investments that need to be put in place. I think he's just gonna opt for a Sheriff instead. So,
Okay.
all right. Other than that, 3 Bulldogs and a Phantom on here. VC lean coming in from 555. Trying to get that anti-bonus online. Start a couple of rounds here on this second half. Get the momentum going. Get themselves warmed up. It's an empty C side. Fancy. I just have to situate up for a retake attempt. No, Nia sneaking in there. Just bunkering up.
Watch out. We're good.
Still relatively odd, huh? Bunkering up, just trying to push in off of the initial push out from 555. They will strike back, but look at this.
Ooh.
Despite
What's
the
this pivot?
positions,
I'm out
yep,
here.
mid-round calls.
Fast flank potential, but still with a man advantage for 555. Should be able to close things out. Spike Planet on the B side. Fancy have a lot of room to cover. Not a lot of information.
And that's always been, you know, the crux of the issue. 555 just sit pretty on top of the spike. Meanwhile, Fishio does his best to go fishing, but he might actually get caught instead.
He shouldn't be the first one to find contact. He should let his teammates go first. Oh, instead, he's just gonna take the fight.
Pushes through. Now it's Nia, and yes, I can. You know, it's a little bit telling of where they are exactly. Now it's starting to feel pressure of the spike going down. Unfortunately, that's what we have at our midst. Things going south for Fancy. Just a slight misplay in coordination, perhaps, that will net serve up his kills. Now 2 away from a New World Theft.
Ooh, good job from 555 at the end of the day. Contact play up will catch Bacute off guard, and then the dynamic movement from Indois. That's what we like to see. Understanding that his team is backing off of that C side, so goes through the garage smoke into the hands of his opponent. Catches them off guard. Damage done. But still, 555 with that crucial round win. It is just a bonus though, so for Fancy, gotta repurchase up back into this one. Ultimate slowly getting on board. Kennedy with his Hunter's Fury already online. Deep push coming in from B. Gonna send out Nia for a little bit of a scouting mission. Breaks the camera and he's gonna back off, join back the rest of the team.
Surf should be able to relay that information quite swiftly as well to the team. 555 though still hanging around the C site.
Pretty spread out defense here from Fancy. I'm not sure if they're gonna be able to single-handedly find a kill and even back off, so this feels like it's a retake setup on all of the maps. I mean, all of the sites, which I'm not much of a fan of. We'll see.
Yeah,
they've got all the utility.
That's why this composition is kind of awkward sometimes, but that's why they play these positions.
Double flank.
It feels like they're just angling for that retake again and again, but if they get punished for it, if 555 knows exactly where they are, they're just not going to be able to set that up either way. Nia, though, has kicked down the doors, but look at this! Edouis knows exactly where to turn! Now, yes, I can, has, it's going to be isolated. It's going to be, you know, found out, I suppose, in the garage.
Yeah, bit of a problem now for Fancy in terms of the composition and their setups. 555 understanding the weaknesses, lack of information, and Endois finding form. That's a recipe for disaster. If you're Fancy United 555, you're glad that their stars are kind of aligning so far. 2 rounds in a row will break the economy of Fancy United all on Buckies. Oh boy.
Okay.
Fishy has a bit of common sense, a bit of sanity here.
Common sense. All right.
We'll see. They've
Yeah,
got 2
let's
controllers, right? They have a lot of smokes to play around.
Oh my god, and they were just gonna hope that
Nia's just found a bit of a timing play, pushed down C by himself, so he can call to the rest of the team and say, hey, just anchor down towards B and A. Wall contact up.
555 are still fine. You know, they have the utility to just break in a lot of these crossfire setups. It's very clean with Endoist on the overdrive.
Overdrive invested, but, you know, in the grand scheme of things, if you keep things clean, I don't think anyone's gonna be complaining.
Yeah. Nia still has to contend with trips as well.
Good luck. He has to break it to die the spike. Either that or he routes back towards mid, right? So
Yeah.
Fancy should just die
towards mid,
the spike.
that most likely would just be spike death or, you know, possible
Yeah.
exits. It's sorry to say, but yeah.
They have to back. 5-5 have to back off somewhere. We're going spawn.
Gotta go.
Hell yeah. I don't know. Kill Twilight if you can, or I guess Nia. Whoa! Come on!
We'll take those. Who would take those, Nia? Bit of a spanner in the works. Cuts down the numbers. Makes it a little bit more costly than it otherwise would have been.
Down. I'm out of here.
Meow.
Called it. Yeah, that's all we got.
Timeout being taken by Fancy United. Okay. Now down to the nitty gritty. 3 rounds in a row unanswered. Fancy United now on the back foot. Right, they've lost that lead. 9 rounds on the board for 555. And a ton of ults to play around with. So how does Fancy actually hunker down and protect these sites? Because so far, it's kind of weak on any one of these sites, right? You don't fight for control over A main. You aren't having mid-round aggression. That allows 555 to have so much map control, so much information and info denial, thanks to your composition. So, gotta make something different here. Gotta make a different play. Cypher's not gonna be situated towards the A side. Okay, just the trip. Just the Astra in towards A. Mid again?
We're like 5 rounds deep into second half. Vircuta's always played the same position. It's even being pinged by 555
It's the same mid stack, Quack. It feels like we're reaching the tail end of the strat book for Fancy, which is a bit concerning. We've only just kickstarted the second half. And no control.
Because 555 can do this all day, where
Yeah.
you're just dumping bits here and there. Fancy are left guessing or wondering if it is going to be a commitment or not. Now it's going to be dimensional drift.
Retake
We're
again?
not seeing too many movements. Yeah, it's
too
back to
easy.
the retake setups.
Hello? What's happening here? Fancy are just not fighting for anything. They're hoping that 555 walk into their setups. And 555 with just a little bit better info utility. Yeah, for the retake.
Oh. And 555 already know not to let that retake get set up. They're all targeting C-Link. Hunter's Fury into the same freaking spot. Fancy have no choice but to wave the white flag.
This is pretty alarming, Quack, if you're Fancy United. These couple of rounds have been looking really, really weak. 555 are just reading them like a book so far. Their setups have massive gaps, and Fancy just don't have an answer for it. Their retakes have looked a little bit sloppy. 555 playing disruptive, not even letting them have a proper retake setup. And Endoist going for the hunt as well.
Okay, let's not. All right. What happened to correct Valorant?
Oh, it's whatever works, right? Quite at the end of the day, Endoist is finding his form. 555 looking a little bit more like themselves. 4 rounds in a row. Endoist 20-12. This is more like what we saw when these two teams first played on Haven. Endoist leading by example. And Fancy struggling to find their form here on Haven. It's again the same setup. We're just 3-man stacking B. And then it's just retake setup on A and C, which is very risky. You don't have a strong side.
Again and again. You really don't.
Like you don't want to hold B side of
sound.
all the sites to hold. You don't want to hold B because it's the easiest to retake. You want to hold C or A, but they're doing none of that. Like they keep expecting 5v5 to peak mid. They're like, surely they're gonna peak mid this time. It hasn't happened in the last like 5 rounds.
6 rounds now, I think. Oh yeah, 5. Well, oh my god.
Whatever it
This
is,
is so
it's a lot of
Man,
rounds.
weird, man. It's yeah, you're right.
You have no info util. Like yes, the Cypher just
Yeah,
popping the
look.
cam. That's it.
Their
And they're all in
shields are low
spawn.
on 8.
They're all
At
in
moment's
spawn.
notice, 555 could suddenly break into the A side. The only thing that could stop them there might be this tripwire, but even then, it's not enough. Everyone in spawn, suddenly they rotate over at the moment, at the drone sound, and then 555 can go somewhere else.
Oh, just hold around like a doll
Just-
on strings.
30 seconds.
Yes.
Sees the protocol. Nia's gonna run for it. I don't think he's gonna make it there in time.
And look at Surf in all this time. If he sneaks into garage, that could be a big point against Fancy. Either way, though, oh no, everything's been baited out. It's a good read thus far, but 15
Hold on.
seconds. 555 have no other option. I don't
10
think they can
seconds
even
left.
get onto B. We're gonna lose out a round due to time.
What is happening to the
Kills.
Valorant I love?
Going this and that way. Slight overcooked.
All right, yes I
Long
can.
transitions, and we're going to donate points to Yes I Can now.
What's happening, Greg? It's 12 seconds left. The spike is running back to where?
I can't.
Where is the spike going? You have to commit, guys. Even if the odds are low, that is the call you made when you
Not
faked
too
A.
uncomfortable. Yes I Can was like celebrating, like hell yeah.
Sure, I mean, you feed the beast. He's got his ult. Enduist and Gang, they have the perfect answer, and then they choose not to.
Well, time pressure, you know, things start to crack.
It's the same setup, Quack. There's 3-man down mid
It's not
again.
changing. I don't know what to say.
This is the definition of insanity, you know, trying the same thing over and over and hoping for a different outcome. We're gonna reach a point where it's 30 seconds left. We're gonna have 3 fancy players in spawn running to one of the sites. At least for now, it seems like it's a little bit more committed. You've got 2-1-2 essentially, but no information. You're just praying to God that 555 make a fumble somewhere, and well, it couldn't be further from the truth. The round where they aren't in
Oh my
mid,
God.
late round, that's exactly where 555 hit. Or is
It's
it?
the clone first, yeah. Fancy just have no way of confirming if this was
Exactly.
the exit. They're just waiting to hear if like the spike actually gets tapped or not.
It's just playing retake simulator.
Isn't that like an actual game mode now?
30 seconds.
Yeah, kind of.
Well,
Gotta go.
back in the garage, you're peppering shots. I guess Bacute is low. But apart from that, Yes I Can just trying to set up, hope that he has the right position for Rolling Thunder. 555 cannot afford to drop bodies.
Shocking.
Close. Oh, it's a fight in the smoke. Kennedy and Enduist. They're fighting. Why are we using the Rolling Thunder right at the end?
Oh!
We should have used the Rolling Thunder before we went in the smoke.
Oh my god.
It's capitulation
replay.
city. What is happening to
I
Fancy
wanna see
United?
that replay. Did he get the kill like knocked up midair, Rolling Thunder?
Yeah.
Look at this! Oh my god.
It was done and dusted either way. Yeah, even if he doesn't get that kill, that round was all
After
over
Yes
the
I
place.
Can, just like he was popping up like, yeah, I got a 4K.
Maybe I understand why 555 picked this map now.
Oh my god, you're right.
What is this defense?
Comfortability works.
What is happening?
Gotta go.
They've got no money. This is 12. This is map 3.
It's the darndest thing. Shorty into the Covey insert. Look at Doffy as well.
Oh man. Add insult to injury. Nia just gets deleted. And opening kill found. Now they rot the clock. They use the ultimates. They found out the setup. They choose the weaker site. That's 12 for 555.
Yeah, you are done. Yoru was right.
It's like you're in a fight, you land like a lucky elbow, and then they just flop over and just concede.
Spike
Just
planted.
concede. They can't get back up. They're
Fold it like a launcher.
dazed, man. I was just trying to retake with sticks and stones.
One enemy
Your
remaining.
bones are definitely broken.
Not shaft.
Definitely broken at this point. It's bad point,
So
but it
is,
feels quite
yeah.
Go, go, go.
eh.
So is the Spirits of Fancy. I mean, I'm struggling. I am genuinely trying to find
One enemy remaining.
excuses,
just gonna-
reasons, justifications of why this defense side is just so weak. But it's the same setup again. We have 3 players down mid. It's a retake setup of again, we're gonna 3-man stack down mid. Again, we're not gonna find any opening kill. And again, we're gonna go for a lackluster retake.
How on earth did Fancy win this map against Naus and the
Naus is probably giving them fights down mid.
Oh, and then that's why they keep doing this mid stack.
I think it works.
Peeking into it again, and Dolphy actually finds initiative off of it. Oh my god, double kill. This is how the map ends, Coldan.
This is one of the games of Valorant of all time.
All time.
All right. Retake setup on A, but we've lost all of our key players, key pieces. Nia's out of the picture. Ficio's on and off. Picks up a rifle. Our initiator is flanking, so we don't have any util to actually go for the retake.
And he flanks and breaks the trip. It's gonna give away info to Surf.
Just gotta win the fights,
Okay.
I guess.
You can't win against Endois when he's like this.
No. Maybe you could on Pearl. Not here. You've wasted your opportunities, Fancy. 5-5-5. On the verge of victory, on the verge of giving us map number 3. Yes, I can. 1 versus 3. Time ticking. Corner marked for. Reswing coming through.
Enemy remaining.
Yes, I can. Isolates the fights, but there's not enough time. Tap of the spike. Alerts the last. But Yes, I can does not have that time on his side. 5-5-5. Bring us to map 3 after, I guess you could say, is a dismantling of Fancy United's defense side here on Haven.
Emphasis on the first 2 words. I guess you could say it. I mean, it is in some ways a real
One enemy remaining.
demonstration of how to play against, you know, a comp that has gaps like this. Because this is, you know, if I'm not wrong, and I really hope I'm not, by far in all means, a big comp diff. You just don't have real information. The defense just completely falls apart. The attacking side, they actually made it to 6-6, but that's mostly off the back of, you know, calls, and there's just the full commitment executes that Fancy tends to deploy. But into this second half, you know, playing that same setup round after round after round, they just never made any changes or real adaptations.
Did run out
Maybe-
of timeouts? Is that... Did they use both
don't
timeouts in the first half? I feel like they might have. If not, I would have really liked a timeout being called somewhere in this second half to change the setups,
so.
because it really was just the same thing. That's the problem with this kind of a composition. That's the problem with this play style, right? Scripts follow a very certain fixture of utility and placement and setups. And when those don't work, and when plan A does not work, you're made to look like a fool. Right? You don't have a plan B,
nothing-
no plan C. It's just the same thing over and over again. A good team like 5-5-5 is gonna suss out your positions, your setups, and just completely avoid them or counter them.
Essentially just forcing you to go off script, and you don't know how to
Yeah, and you
do
don't
that, I
know how to
suppose.
play off script, right? That's just the weakness in terms of the experience as a caller, as a team.
Yeah, it definitely leaves. I'm not gonna lie, you know, I don't want to mince my words here. It's an odd map. It leaves a bit of a sour taste in my mouth. I think we do have a slight flip in the stats here, I guess, because 16 first kills for 5
Okay,
is
wow.
huge against Fancy 6, which is the converse of what we saw from Pearl. But all well and considered, like, this wasn't just 555, you know, playing exceptionally well. I mean, they do play well, but it was also just Fancy completely
Dropping the ball. Oh,
wow.
hey.
Okay. Get out of my mind.
Great minds think alike. Endois, MVP of the match. We asked for his appearance, and he does show face. 288 ACS, got a lot of those multi-kill rounds. Yeah, just a solid performance from him. I wouldn't say it's completely out of the ordinary. I think this is a little bit more than what we expected from him, which was honestly more than enough. And they just let Fancy kind of collapse on the defense side. 555 they themselves, I don't think they employed anything too special on their attack. There's just alternating sites which to hit, and most of the time you're finding empty sites, maybe one player there. Yeah, and the retakes were really left lacking. So now that we've seen weaknesses from both of these teams, it leads us very nicely into map number 3. It's gonna be split. The last time these two teams played, overtime affair. Who knows what we have in store here for the second series of the day. Stay tuned. We're gonna go for a short little break, and when we come back, the final map of the day.
Well, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers Southeast Asia Split 1 lower round 3 here, Hamquack. This is cool, and I think this is where we find ourselves just completely dumbfounded. We've picked up the script, we've ripped it to shreds and just tossed it all behind us, because that previous map with Haven 555 versus Fancy, it's just, I'm gonna say it's an absolute shit show. It's just so freaking weird to witness. I think at this point I am clueless. I don't know ball. I don't know what's gonna happen on split. Coldan, you have to help me. You have to help me.
Oh, I mean, we've seen both of these teams kind of collapse already, right, on their opponent's map pick. The last time these two teams played, 14-12 on split. All right. If it's any indication, we might just be in for a bit of a barn burner. I don't know if it's going to be a very exciting barn burner, but we're in for a barn burner, right? Regardless of the outcome, one of these teams will still make it to top 3, right? It's up to 555 of Fancy United here. Again, it is what it is. Whether it's Pearl or Haven, forget that map for us as well. And lock in for split, essentially, right? Because win here, again, you will eliminate your opponent and still stand a chance to qualify, not qualify, but like make your way to the grand finals, essentially, right? Motive waits the winner of this in that lower bracket tomorrow. But yeah, it's gonna be an interesting map of split because Fancy United also run a double controller set. No, sorry, not double controller, triple controller setup plus the breach again. So similar comp, similar play style. If we see the same thing on Haven on Fancy's defense side, where they just are incredibly stubborn in what they want to do, whether it's mid, whether it's A, whether it's B, and if 555 are able to identify that, they can do exactly what they did on Haven, and the result's not going to be any different, right? It's up to Fancy to actually change things up, to show us a more dynamic defense side, because that is a major pain point on Haven and really needs to get rectified for split.
You're absolutely right. You know, there are potential similar issues just with this composition. Like, when do you ever have a triple controller like this? Because again, I guess just to elaborate a little bit more, there may be situations or scenarios where they have no clear information. That said, though, I think split is kind of a different map as compared to Haven. You know, you don't have the 3 sites, so it's a little bit more clear as to where your opponents should be landing on.
Yeah.
And at the same time, the different positions where they can kind of set up for the potential retakes might be, you know, a little bit more suitable, but it still is weird. It's still that kind of slight toss-up, whereas what we have from Fancy makes a lot more sense, more conventional.
Well, what isn't conventional is this small little tech pause I've got to throw in. So I think we have a short little break. When we come back, hopefully we'll get the game up and ready for you guys. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere.
Bienvenidos a Madrid. Eso no. We are here. No confiaron, pero míralo. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. Le di la razón al que me quiso ver bien. Lo soñé en mi habitación y ahora en primera me ven. No te hablo del avión. Vine por mi cinturón. Voy a hacer que recuerde mi nombre. No me importa cuándo ni dónde. Yo por esto la sufrí y aposté por mí como el doble. Yo no sé lo que es perder desde el 2000 y pico. Y si fallo, detrás tengo a mi equipo. No confiaron, pero míralo. Llego con los míos y la grada explota.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back, and we really hope, and we're praying that everything will be smooth sailing from here on out. But sometimes it is what it is. It really is internet connectivity issues at moments, but either way, still gotta preserve the integrity of the match, and we hope to see the best of it being played out on this final one in the lower round 3 between 555 and Fancy on Split, where again we were just kind of theory crafting a little bit, right, Colden and you and I. That composition, again, issues prevailing, but it is a slightly different map, compared to Haven. Do you think that will actually give Fancy a better chance, I guess, regardless of the composition that they play?
It should be better, right? One less site to worry about means your gambles are a little bit better favored, whether you're stacking down towards mid, A, or towards B. On the defensive side, it's going to be very interesting to see how they adapt, right? Maybe with more timeouts available, saving those for the defensive side, I think is going to be very pivotal for the coach of Fancy. But it's still going to be the same triple controller setup for that Fancy squad. Double duelists, as expected, coming in for 555. The Raze on Endoist, as well as the Doffy Yoru, right? So he's been actually providing quite a bit of consistent value, Doffy, even back on Pearl. I don't think it's going to be any different here on Split. He's going to be able to find a lot of success with his gate crash, teleporting across the map, very fast rotations for double duelists as well. So it does also lean into 555's favor in terms of Split. So it kind of favors both of these teams compared to Haven in an interesting kind of dynamic.
Yeah. Very curious, definitely, I think, to say the least. I just, all due respect to all the teams involved, but like, at the very least, I just hope it's not either or, similar to the first 2 maps that we just witnessed. Split.
Yeah. Common theme,
how they
Quack.
have performed on it before. At the very least, should be quite a bang.
Common theme today is it is what it is, right? First 2 maps, done and dusted. We forget about those. Whatever the scoreline was, your opponents, you won your own map pick. All right, we're here in map 3. Here's the time to reset, realize your mistakes, change things up, get Endoist up and running, and have a pretty solid defensive side for Fancy. Those are the 2 main win cons I'm looking for either of these teams. But thankfully, Fancy gonna start on the attacking side first. So if they can get a couple of good attack-sided rounds, then maybe they don't need as much assistance on defense. As Surf's gonna just creep out mid, orb, ooh, gets tagged down low, still gets away with his life.
That's just gonna stick around. Meanwhile, as 555, you can see they still have different tools in their arsenal to try and
I have the spike.
get a good idea of where Fancy would end up. Still have alert, ready with paranoia to react into potential pushes coming up from Garage.
Very much contact style for Fancy United. You don't have a lot of info utility, so you're just gonna put your bodies on the line. Paranoia should be big here to stall out this push.
Alongside paint cells as well from Endoist. Suddenly, people cannot push out a Garage, but they actually find a way to just hang back and push off through right on it. Nia managing to take down backside as well. It just gives Fancy that much more value. To the point where 555 are the ones who are unable to retake.
Yeah, lovely initial contact being made by Fancy, sliding back of sight. And then everyone swinging the pillar together. So that's the kind of synergy that we like to see, that we have seen from Fancy throughout the day, right? Yes, the defense side leaves us wanting a lot, but the attack sides have actually looked pretty synergistic, all things considered, throughout these past 2 maps. So it looks like things are going to continue on to Split as well. So Fancy with an important pistol in their pocket already. Reminder as well, right? Yes, this map is a little bit scary in terms of what the defense side could offer, but they did take Motive and Trinity and Nows and 555 to at least 24 rounds, right? All rounds of regulation, and sometimes even further than that into overtime. So that struggles on Haven, but the track record looks good on Split.
Likewise in the current round, of course, not much to say for 555. In fact, they only just have the pistols. Okay, actually, Doffy gets away with that one.
And the read is right. 5v5, 3 players stacked on this B site. Fancy. No info util. You gotta clear things out diligently.
Or spike.
As
I'm out of here.
best as possible.
Spike
Here.
down.
I mean, it is actually like 4 out of 5 pistols so far today for Fancy. It would make a lot more sense if they are the ones to, logically break through with the numbers prevailing.
All right, 3 players still standing. That's the magic number. We need to see more of this from Doffy, right? Yes, it was just a little bit of eco round. But when he has that rifle, when he has an op, let's just say, finding those kinds of angles, catching the lurks on towards that A side, down mid, early fight down B as well. You know, he has a lot of options as a Yoru, and the only Yoru in the server. So he can really tear apart Fancy United if he has the right pieces at the right time.
Excellent point. It has to be the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Fancy for now, though. Content to replay similar approaches.
Mid-centric here, Surf. Gotta be careful not to get overwhelmed by too many of the Fancy players, but Fancy traditionally a little bit slower paced, so early information being garnered across servers is gonna relinquish that part of the map. Just as he does so, Nia just slides in towards Fence. And as a reaction play, 5v5 gonna reclaim A main instead after they lose mid.
Yeah, the audio cue signaling to some of the players to continue watching for events and such as well. I mean, at some point, I believe Kennedy can even retrieve more information with his utility, but gonna hang on to it for now. Oh my god, please don't.
Oh, into the smoke. Twilight actually gonna pick up the double kill. The star from the Astra fades just as that moment occurs, and now it's just onto Surf. He's being marked for. As I can, not missing a beat. The cute there with the second to last as Fisher cleans it up as well. So Fancy United, this is the bonus round. Very diligent. Lovely pincer here towards this A main fight. Kennedy and Doffy just not expecting the whole army right in front of him.
Yeah, very unfortunate. But you would think, like, it would do some, scouting perhaps even, but unfortunately just the smoke that blooms right in front of their feet. It's a slight misread of the situation as well,
suggest we
despite
keep winning.
Whatever they might have heard or whatever incentivized them to start getting control outside A main. Now though, you're backed up against the wall because of because of that outcome.
Careful. You'll pay with your life just like that. Just lackadaisical spams through the smoke. You got a little bit of a Bakute here, trying to find a bit of timing. Smoke blooms.
Toxins going up.
He might have gone for a bit of a spray instead. He tries to find a bit of timing. You gotta creep out of this, buddy.
Toxin screen down.
It's a very high risk. You need your teammates to make a bit of noise on other sides of the map.
You dead.
And that's exactly what happens. Fisher with the kill onto Kennedy. Doffy there answering right back though.
Oh no. That's a free rifle. Okay. It's gonna
We're
continue to
attacking
push.
both A and B at the same time.
I guess so. I mean, perhaps thinking that it would pull the rotations over, but that doesn't matter if Doffy finds you on the B site. Look at how Surf is playing this, actually. Tactically tucking himself in the corner, waiting for the rest of the team to join up.
Yes, I can. Gambling that no one's in heaven. That's very ambitious. Oh,
30
will
seconds
recover.
left.
Puts his team in a 2 versus 2 as Endois gets sniped out of heaven. Lovely shot being found by Nia.
It would have been different if Surf actually picked up the kill, but we'll sit on top of eggs for now as Fancy look to bring themselves up to a 4th.
One enemy remaining.
Doffy with the reposition though, okay. Relay ball not fully connecting, still a chance, but the overdrive proves to be a little bit too disconcerting, let's say.
All right, Nia cleans up shop right at the end, but not before losing a lot of bodies. That was a very ambitious TP. Somehow worked. But yeah, Fancy, I guess, leaving a bit too many gaps here, being exposed and exploited. This kill goes in the other way. You know, if they had rifles, a lot of these fights could really flip the tides. He had a flash as well. It's crazy, you know, not using the flash even though you had it, just TPing right in the open. All right, fair enough. 4 in a row.
to start things off with spams. It's going to be the full commitment from Fancy, though. True to their style, the executes all the way into sight alongside the fast lane. Not towards the back, Endoist has his own ideas as well. Oh, look at that. Nia's the only one who was able to break through.
Oh, smoke and
He
mirrors.
conversed a pistol round, and yeah, once everything's revealed, it's just yes I can left, alone, cold, naked.
Alone. In towards heaven. Alert will hold him. And close out the round. So first round, the board for 555. A bit of a dry run of 4 from Fancy United. There's actually a player playing at the flower pot, I think? Oh, yeah, got a kill and teleport out of there. Serve jumps out of heaven, drops in a snake bite as well. The double swing out of back halls, rather towards elbow, was very well timed. And a timeout early from Fancy United. You know, just dropping the first round, but already very cautious of a snowball effect there. Wanna pull in the reins. Get as many attack side rounds as you can.
I'm gonna be devil's advocate to that, though. Actually,
All right.
I'm a little bit nervous or concerned because we know that their defense is where they might need those timeouts more. This is just one round so far. I don't mind it. You know, they are the ones who are playing, so you know they know a lot more than we do. But still a little bit concerned about the second half.
I usually tend to side on on using it a bit more generously. Like I'd rather you use it earlier than save it until God knows when, and maybe just not have the most optimal use of it. I'd rather use it a little bit early, but yeah, I do share your concern. I think that this needs to be the only timeout for this half, essentially. Right, we after the defense side on Haven, you really need at least one timeout available for your second half to give me a little bit of comfort, I guess you could say, maybe for the coach as well. Timeout taken, and off the back of that, it's a very tempered play from Fancy United, expecting perhaps aggression down A, trying to dodge any utility, and now 1 minute 25 seconds on the clock as they explore main for themselves.
A little bit here and there. Always peeking in alongside the recalled smoke from Fishio. This time around, though, no real way to delay the rest of the team. The snake bite was tossed out, and a slight judge shot was fired through, but Nia, the main point of entry, is going to be the one to take down a lot of these bodies alongside with him.
Cover going out.
Bike shop in the open, but Twilight should be able to pick it up. Get it towards the side without any issue. Yes, I can. It's a bit far from the action. This 2 versus 2 might have some legs to it, especially if they find the first. They know the seconds on the side with the spike. Where's Yes I Can? That's not planned for them, guys.
Another postal code, my man. At least you managed to TP out of it. 555 might not be aware as to where this TP would have gone, but thankfully still having enough utility to stick onto the spike all the way through. 555 bring things back.
Where's Yes I Can in all of that action? You had control over the site. Spike's planted very deep. Nia not playing for information. Instead, he is so confident in his aim, but when he fails, kind of looks pretty sloppy from Fancy United. Giving, understanding that, hey, when you are tapping the spike, that is the timing for 555 to go for an aggressive peek, an aggressive look. Give away that kill. It's only just Twilight on low HP at the back of the site. Yes, I can far from the action. Can't do anything. And 555 now. Opportunity to string a couple rounds in a row. Look at the ultimates, Quack. Pit already invested.
Yeah.
Showstopper. Nightfall. A lot of great ultimates here. For denial or even retake.
Really have so much. But I guess the main thing, though, is still kind of looking to where Nia would end up. Meanwhile, you got Fishio just slowly still lurking over the outskirts of A. No way. Are we thinking to push into the pit? No.
No, it looks like they're trying to draw a little bit of attention towards B maybe, or they're just gonna leave Bakure there on a flank. From the shadows, gonna spot out nothing though, so that's false information. Draws a rotate from 555 back towards this B site. Could it be further away from the truth? It's only just Doffy here to anchor down A. Fancy with the better call. Same setup again.
Looking
Pick up
into
smoke and the
Doffy's-
Viper's wall.
Doffy's
Damage
defense
is
just
fine.
disappeared as well. So now he's just able to push in. Doffy is in for a rough time unless he, ults out of it. Got the Nightfall being sent over as well, so possibly to play around the site, pop up at the worst possible time. Yes, I can. Will not really be able to react.
Spike planted.
And that's Rolling Thunder taken out of the equation. 555 now have a great opening in the retake where Acute is unfortunately the one who was left abandoned all the way on the other side of the map. So another defuse to the hands of 555.
Yeah, we're reaching that point of the day quite already. It's pretty fast. Didn't expect it to reach this point so early on in the third map. Toffee just gets out of his ult right in the backlines in front of Yes I Can. Yeah, no trade available there. Yes I Can. I mean, sorry, not Yes. Fancy United's post plan's looking very weak right now. Very, very concerning, especially the fact that they need to get as many attacking side rounds as they can, because when we swap over, that's when things get a little bit more questionable.
Usually we're that team that has that executed post plant style. This time around, slight clash up for Raj. 555 have what it takes to just still stick around.
Dolphy's trying to play a little bit of an off angle, not expecting so many players out of that smoke. It's a good trade though. 1-1. Nia goes down, so that's a big piece of this puzzle, right? You don't have your entry man anymore. It's just gotta be contact plays now for Fancy United. Reclear.
Barrel spotted, and Yes I Can is ready. Not for the double swing though. And this is where I would like to say the wheels coming off for Fancy. Just lost two big players.
Yeah, Kennedy does great. Sees there just to slow down the push. Potential flood back in with that smoke. Oh, it's a big gap. But he's gonna play within it. Wait for the rest of the team to come back.
Fancy are none the wiser. They have no idea that there was a guy inside the smoke.
Big flank.
Prowler would reveal. Endoist beginning to make some moves. You're gonna spot out one by the barrel. Suddenly, as Fancy, you're starting to feel this though.
One enemy remaining.
Just don't have that much else left. Every angle could be worrisome, and that's exactly why Acute got shot in the back. Twilight ultimately caged in, ensnared, as if this were a bear trap now. He tries to wiggle around with a smoke here and there, but at the same time, numbers at the end of it all. The spike stuck to halfway. 555 will normalize things with a 4-4 scoreline.
Yeah. I don't know what's happening in Fancy United. They have great starts in the round, but when it reaches mid to late, it just feels like everything falls apart. Like, they just forget how to play the game. No awareness on the flank. Enduis will catch that. Heaven player unexpecting for a late push as well. Timings are really, really off.
And this was after the timeout
Yeah.
that Coach Kawa called.
Yeah. I can see why the time was called. I don't know what I don't know what was said to them, of course, but maybe don't do whatever the coach said. I'm just waffling, but right now it just seems really dire. The post plans are just going so awry. It's extremely concerning. Slow-paced approach down towards B. Clear the close corner. What else do you have? Viper's Pit, Cosmic Divide, Rolling Thunder. Might be that option here towards B. Could be a good call. We've got two players tucked in towards the site. So as long as it hits, should be able to at least get the first and maybe a trade frag for the second.
Mind it.
Oh, but look at the information as
though.
well. Kennedy's pushed out
Kennedy's just... He sees everything and just consensus it to the rest of the team. Everyone from 555 is prepared for this. Well, yeah, prepared for Nia at the end. Dolphy still getting away with it. Has his own pop flash just to survive for a couple more seconds longer. Wants to greed for more, but unfortunately goes down now. Still at the end of the day, Yes I Can is alone. Cannot react to this kind of a push.
Yeah, it's way too one-dimensional for Fancy United right now. They don't have two looks. It's the same A take or B take. 5v5 very much aware of that. Early push from Kennedy yields them all the information. Rolling Thunder comes in after 2 players, 3 players have died. What's the point? Why are we not using the ult first?
One enemy remaining.
It really
We're just
Enemy remaining.
too stuck in our ways.
Player standing.
difficult to logically try to
Right, when you're given with a script,
comprehend.
when you're given the script and you're just following it without, having critical thinking of when to use these ults, you're gonna find yourself down and out. Again, the C's is gonna give them information. There's 4 players here, Quack. They're just going A, B, A, B, A, B. And 555 have read the book.
555 read it cover to cover multiple times, man. You're cute though. All right.
Let's get that with
She's
Judge.
still trying to do as much as they can, but look at this. Endoist 1 kill. He should have Showstopper. Unfortunately, goes down now. Hit out towards the back of Screams, but look at Surf. Okay. Still a little bit slightly stronger in terms of numbers. And now, yes, I can. Did he not hear it? Footsteps? Am I? Come on.
Might need to get
Come
him
on.
some hit sets as well.
He has a headset. They have the same ones. I know they
Might
still
need
on
to
the
get him
round, but
2 hit sets.
I'm not insane, right? I definitely heard.
Also, what is
Alert,
this round?
like-
What? Everyone just jumped out of heaven and died.
Enemy remaining.
They all jumped out of heaven and just flooded the pit, trying to overwhelm them, but instead they get crunched, mowed down. Fancy. All right, they break the streak of 5 from 555. And they string a couple more in a row, though. Again, 5 rounds is not going to be enough for this eventual defensive side for Fancy. They need a win out. Last 2 rounds need to be theirs. A play yet again. Bit of a change up instead of A, B, A, B. We go A, A. Haha. Double A battery. Give them the boost
Alright,
here for
cool,
Nia. Overdrive. Same setup. Take back smoke. Viper wall comes up. Util setup. Into the side we go.
Here we go.
Quickly sussed up by 555 as well, though. They're trying to play sneaky. It does pay off, and there goes the Showstopper, although not connecting. It's enough for 555 to really gain some control over this initial push. Now, the question is, where do you retake from? Yes, I can play in a different spot.
He's actually playing the side this time, Quack. Together
God.
with his teammate. And Lewis
my
only has a
God.
judge.
Yeah, this is a good time for Fancy
One
to really
enemy remaining.
pick up the lead. Instant reaction from Nia. Slaps Endoist out midair.
Yeah, crossfire setup.
Alert.
Shouldn't have any chance for Alert to win this one.
Should be.
Boy,
Spotted out the barrel. Yep, 6-5. All right. Fancy back on the board.
Last round before the switch.
Okay, it seems like their sets strats are kind of somehow working out because 555 are sort of playing their game, walking in towards their utility in towards the line that they entry towards on that A side. So you give them the fight, and I think Doffy there is a little bit ambitious, trying to hide between the little gap in the Viper Toxic screen. Spotted out. Surf does his best to find a double kill, but trades are there. Now, money an issue for 555. Last round and a half. Not ideal in terms of what they have in this round. But you never know, Fancy.
Yeah, not quite. Hit up and everything, at least it should be a big enough obstacle for Fancy to try.
Surely, if we spam more Twilight, they'll finally get out of the pit. Maybe we spam another magazine. What?
Poison orb emitting.
We've got refillable ammo. It's a different game here. That's
I see. Weak side of the map here for Fancy. Towards B, it's only just Alert there, and as that noise being made, oh, look at the rotations. Okay, reconsideration. Surf goes back in his pit, thankfully so, but I think 555 got a great read of the situation as well. They've stacked this A site. Spike is hit it over as well.
Technically should be, yeah.
You want to
Surface a
fight
little
it?
bit nervous though, and the Cosmic Divide
30
definitely
seconds
now.
left.
Oh no. What a pull. What a fake from Fancy. It's gonna work. No, never mind. 555 back. Locked in on the A side. Omen just jump spotted to the wall. Nothing's there.
At least Doffy's still got the judge on the A side. Should be good for at least points of contact here and there. Now you're down to
from the
10
shadows on B.
seconds.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, he's trying to get on through. He's got a little smoke in around the corner, but Alert has his own judge as well. A simple right click will do the trick. 30 seconds, and at this point, you can waive your chances of winning out the round. Goodbye. 6-6.
quack.
Both teams really toying with us here and there, but yeah, no, it just feels like a big standoff, a big stalemate. And they're waiting for the first one to make the move.
It's all over the place.
It is.
They pulled the plug right at the end, but there's not enough time to fully clear the site. Alert in a really awkward duel with his counterpart on B. And the read was great coming in from 555. Just the jump spot through the Cosmic Divide was everything. Fancy and not
Fisher
earning the
was-
respect that 555, for 555. Fakes are just looking way too easy to read.
Yeah. And of course they did have, pretty big tools in the round as well, but either way. It's very similar to what we saw on Haven, with the way that it even ends in this scoreline. But ultimately, I guess the biggest question would still be what the defense is going to look like for the Vietnamese team.
Oh, are you ready, Quack? Let's see if Fancy.
I don't think I am.
Let's see if Fancy are just gonna stack the same site time and time again and hope that 555 walk into them. Is Fancy gonna have dynamic setups? Are they gonna be a little bit aggressive? Set up Nia for opening fights with the Breach, with the Paranoia, stars from Fissio. Opportunities to find opening kills, or are they just gonna play back with that triple man setup again towards one of these choke points and hope that something falls in their lap?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna be quite nervous. And at the same time, I mean, if it is gonna be that case and they're trying to go for those retake setups, there's a real good chance for 555 to continue to plant inserts or lurks just to catch players off guard. Seemingly this time it's gonna be Surf as the sole lurker outside of A, while the rest of the team, as their typical approach goes, the 4-man push. Waiting for anything outside of garage or mid.
At the moment, Fancy have a little bit of a trap setup down towards A, but without any info utility, right? It's just weighing on this fight here. Eventually, it's gonna bait out this smoke. Counter wall comes back again, but it's the wrong read. It's only just the Viper here of Bakute on this B side. How does he stop this one? Doesn't even have a snake bite available to stall.
He cannot die. He might though. And if he does, then yep, 555 pretty much have their way with things. The only one here who can kind of slow them down would be Fisher, but even he's got his attention pointed elsewhere.
You've
Not
got the
worried about-
Paranoia, you've got the stuns, and Yes I Can has fully bought out with every piece of utility the Breach can have. So surely a strong retake is on the cards.
Alright, he's dumping everything in. Here we go. Inouist is already prepared for it. It's not in the common spots that you would think, so unfortunately, with all the utility that Yes I Can even has, it just doesn't come into play. 555, this time around, will be the ones picking up the pistol.
Big holes in terms of the positions where the utility should have been able to cover. Paranoia, I don't think it hits anyone on that retake. Didn't really see any effect with the flashes or the stuns. Endo is just sitting in a corner. The scan even, the counter scan in the post plant yields more value than the retake itself. A little bit concerning again, but 555 gonna win out the pistol. 7 rounds to 6. The streak 2 rounds in a row here for this Thai squad.
Yeah, you would think.
Stack of Fancy in towards B. Okay.
Wow.
Get something interesting, Quack.
All the pistols versus all the little gun upgrades from 555. Surely not. Okay. I'm breathing a sigh of relief.
Yeah, 4-5-5-5, right? Thankfully, Dolphy was the only one that went down, and as he did, all the information was passed across. Hey, there's like 3 or 4 players on that B side of the map. And look at 5-5-5, playing a little bit cheeky, not actually committing towards A instantly. Instead, they're gonna reroute it back towards the B side. Okay, expecting for Fancy to rotate back towards A, which is exactly what happens. Push and pull is successful for 5-5-5.
Toxins going up. Poison orb emitting.
Oh, and this that heaven smoke's just gonna cement it even further.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Due diligence this time. Multiple players clearing out all these corners. Free save for the taking. There we go. Easy as you like. Be cute. It's gonna
like
hear
that.
it. Comment to the rest of the team. Should die to the spike. We're still pretty much pretty early on in the half, so no one's really that close to ultimate orbs. Of course, you don't want to feed it to players like Endois, Kennedy, Surf. You know, really strong ults that they have. But who knows?
okay,
Fancy have shown very interesting decisions thus far.
Bold decisions. Illogical decisions. Perhaps even. Are they actually? No, come on. Are we actually gonna do it? Okay, Alert's just gonna have a field day, I guess. It's from the shadow, so it's not the worst thing in the world. But even then, it's still
What's
like,
happened? What happened? Yes, I can. Is he AFK?
I think
hello?
he DC'd.
Come on, do him a favor. Kill him, please. No, don't let him. No. Okay, well, Alert. Oh, if yes, I can survive.
Without money.
Yeah.
I don't know what this game is anymore. This is so. I feel for them because
Honestly,
if they're
respect to
having internet
Alert.
issues.
For getting that kill. Because
Yeah.
if not, yes, I can would have gotten nothing in this round. No money.
Sportsmanship.
W
Cool, cool.
Mans.
Good guy.
Good guy Alert. And as a result, technical pause there. Yes, I can. Gotta get you back in the server, sir. I think he has purchased up as well. Looks like he's
should be
moving.
back.
Yeah. All right, Quack. What are you thinking?
Yeah,
Bonus round? Is Fancy gonna ensure that 5-5 don't win theirs?
I honestly don't know. I mean, we're seeing 3 stars across middle right now, but at the same time, just you still have those technological gaps. I'll put it that way for this
see.
composition. Right? Look at A. It's so. I mean, clear 555 doesn't know this, but Fancy just cannot get any good intel of where the hit would be.
Right. It's a bit of a trap setup down towards mid. That's what Fancy are hoping.
Toxin screen down.
Oh my god. it's
Good
the same
smoke
thing.
though. Yeah, it is similar, not exactly the same. The only issue, right, from Haven was not that the setup was bad. It's just that the setup was the same for like 5-6 rounds. As long as that doesn't happen here on Split, it is still a positive sign. But Nia is gonna walk into a boatload of players.
Now he goes. Stinger and everything to boot. Well, quick reaction force at least coming on through. And this is where I was looking for that lurk. You know your opponents could potentially play for these retake positions. And if Kennedy times it just right, he could go in for big old flanks. Especially if he actually finds a way to sneak up onto Heaven. The rest of the team though, wow. They kind of know it. They'll be angling themselves up towards the top of ramp. The spike is, I guess, okay enough for them, right?
Yep. Kind of for Heaven. That's the protocol. That's why everyone is rapping towards Heaven. Oh, but Fancy. How do they land these kind of shots? Elevated angle. Dolphy gets caught on the jump up by Twilight. And ooh, what seemed like a round for 5-5-5. Actually, Fancy answer in kind. Great recovery. Just to fight towards Heaven. Ensure that they don't have that space for free.
One enemy remaining.
And Fancy.
Last player
Solid
standing.
retake, all things considered.
No bonus on the cards. I guess quickly recognizing the fact that that's why that spike was there. That's why they, weren't anywhere
Yeah.
on site.
A bit too telegraphed on where 5-5 were intending to play the post plan, right? It was a lot of noise on rap. So Fancy were like, okay, guys, It's probably going to be a lot of players trying to play from heaven. Let's just try to cut them down before they even have a chance.
See, that's still respectable if Fancy are able to...
It's the same trap set up in mid again.
Hold on.
Please, God.
They won that previous round.
Not off the back of this setup, right? I feel like if they aren't going to get any action, they're just going to keep doing it until they get some action. The definition of insanity again on full display. Prowler down mid. They're hoping, oh guys, here it is.
Let's go.
Here's a chance. No, it's just Kennedy. Just Kennedy.
Kennedy, he's gonna be the one to keep them invested in this setup.
Same A
Smokes
setup.
and everything now.
Do you think 555 are aware it's the same setup and that's why they're hitting A again? Exactly the same way. Post plan again, same position. Wrap around heaven, same decision.
I feel like it would be a healthy guess, you know?
It's the same thing. The question is, does Fancy manage to win out the heaven fight again, or is 555 gonna find success this time?
Entirely sure. Different positions for 555 in the post plant. Alert's trying to hold his best around elbow. Same time though, his team are able to kind of straggle back and forth. This time,
Here we go.
being able to pick apart Fancy. They go in for the heaven peak, but one by one, they're waiting for that spike tap. One by one, they're kind of falling down a little bit. The fast lane actually allows Fancy to get onto the spike tap at least halfway, but that's all they're gonna get. It's gonna be Kennedy with the sprays. 9-7 for 555.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we've just seen two exactly, the exact same round back to
Okay,
back.
let's keep counting. Yes.
But
One enemy
instead of Fancy winning out the heaven fight, it's 555 winning out the heaven fight, and then we get this kind of result. So,
I'm gonna change it around.
Fancy perhaps, missing the ball in that post plant. I'm not aware that they were wrapping out towards heaven this time, which is interesting because it's the exact same round. But yeah, lack of info utility, perhaps a little bit of a poor read of the round. Timeout early in the second half for Fancy United. We mentioned that we needed to see a timeout on this defense side to really change up the setups. So I'm hoping, dear God, they change something in the defense here. All right, let's look. Are they going to send the two controllers and breach down mid again? Or are we going to see something a little bit different?
Yeah, here's the worry, guys. If they just gonna, they just do whatever their coach tells them to, and then they just keep doing the same thing again and again. Like this one time I spent, then they stay stuck in that loop, and then 555 somehow managed to adapt to it. They're just gonna stay stuck in it as well.
All right, let's take a look at the
already in
minimap.
position. I want to see. Okay, it's almost slightly different. Slightly different.
Oh, it's a lot more passive. No more mid trap setup.
Yeah.
So they're gonna put the Omen with the Neon on towards the A side of the map. Do you have a tech issue? I see that the time has stopped.
Oh, it's another tech issue. Unfortunate. If that's what's gonna happen, then yeah, just gonna have to wait it out.
So in other words, it's just the setup could be the same.
Oh my god.
We'll see. Yeah, give them the benefit of the doubt.
Is it okay? Just for your emotional sake, Kodan, because I'm curious. Would it be
Thank you.
more painful to you if you see the same setup after a tactical timeout, or is it going to be even more painful if it's the same setup after a tech call and then also a tech pause?
I mean, a technical pause, you can't really communicate in terms of what you want to do. So
I mean, if they do the same thing, like even after this,
even after a tactical pause.
yeah, tactical pause plus a tech pause, like it just revealed that they actually are just gonna run the same thing again.
It's just gonna be a debate, it's just gonna be baiting me.
Debate.
Just me thinking that actually the Omen's not going to vents, maybe playing with the Neon. It's just gonna be a bit of a bait. The disappointment would probably still remain the same, I would say.
Same amount.
I can't really go much further below from where it is right now. Let's just say
Damn. Damn.
Listen, all right. If anyone is wondering why I'm so hard on Fancy United and why I'm critical of them, it's not because I hate Vietnam, I hate Fancy United. No. All right, it's the literal opposite. I expect Fancy United to play at a much higher caliber than what we're expecting. Right? This is top 4. Top 4 Southeast Asia. We're supposed to see the best 4 teams here. I'm not accepting this type of argument where you just don't know how to play your setups. You don't know how to change things up. I don't think it's acceptable for
You're this
a
far in the
path to
tournament.
champions.
You actually just showed us that Pearl was something good.
Right, Pearl was amazing, so cool to watch. And then we dropped the ball, and then we throw the ball down the
You
on
didn't
the
just,
ledge.
yeah, legitimately.
We puncture the
fact that,
ball. We step
like,
on the ball.
Regardless of what the composition might be, yeah, okay, there are gaps here and there, but if you just play the same freaking setup round after round, like almost the entire second half on Haven was the same position setup again and again. Like, how can you expect the? I don't know, man.
Yeah, maybe
I
if
think
it
that's the part
works,
that
we
really
call them
yanks
geniuses.
us
Maybe
Yeah.
in a different universe, things could fold out differently. But we live in this one, and unfortunately for Fancy, it did not work out on Haven. Struggled here in the later half of the first half, and right now taking a timeout. We need to see something different. This is Fancy's last chance to show
believe
us
in
they've got
different.
some juice. Different setup. Okay. Trap setup this time on the
Actually
A side of the
towards
map.
A.
It's similar to what was shown on the pistol round.
Doffy in with the shorty as well. Still though, 555 have heavier involvements on the other parts of the map.
Do you think 555 are aware of this trap setup? I'm very curious.
If they see a smoke, it actually just might be, and that's going to be the check. Doffy's just done enough.
Lovely. That's Duffy's job, right? Sense for any aggression, jump through, get the info, teleport back to the team. But likewise can be said for Fancy. Rotates have to come in fast here.
The snake bite a little bit shallow though, so most of the team are just going to be able to sidestep it. But as you called it, the rotations, the fault line, just enough to try to hold off 555. They will need to play around the pillar, and that's where Twilight is able to pick them off.
Get the kill. Was it spam? Was it a small gap in the smoke, perhaps? Not sure. Regardless, it's a man advantage. You take that any day of the week. Paranoia for this retake here.
Still though, tucked underneath, Kennedy might be able to get away with a little bit more than Fancy would expect. Unfortunately, Doffy going down makes things that much more difficult. The lack of trigger discipline just definitely, cements his death in that situation. So Fancy are going to be able to strike back after tactical timeout and slight technical pause.
All right. Difference in the setup. I like to see that. And a well-orchestrated retake coming through. Fishio did great work to find a double kill. Yes, he gets hit by the scan, but trades are successful here by Fancy United. Looking a lot cleaner than we saw in Haven. Need to see a consistency though. All right, this is split, of course. Things go down to the wire. Overtimes, affairs, so much back and forth. Nia with the judge this time purchased up. Again, it's gonna be this A main trap setup. But it worked in the round previous, or at least they were able to get early information of that commitment from 555.
Wow. So are we just kind of like, we throw rock, and then if rock works, if rock doesn't work, we swap to scissors, and if scissors works,
Kind
we
of.
stick with scissors all the way
In a
until
way,
something changes.
because of your lack of information, that's really all that you could do. Right? You have no idea. You have no idea where they are on this map right now. You're jiggle peeking male, you're jump peeking towards B, the cute sees it, retake setup. Done.
By the time you figured out what your opponents are going to do, it's a little bit too late because they're already on site, and that's why it comes down to these retakes where, well, at least Fancy does have some tools for it. A possible big Rolling Thunder from Yes I Can, but of course that's not going to come into play if 555, Endoist, Doffy are continuing to disrupt them towards the back of the defender's spawn now, is it? Look at Surf! Oh! Hang on! Broken apart, now you got Showstopper coming through. Still got a weird at the top of heaven. Kennedy, a secondary flank. You're not gonna expect that, Yes I Can.
And that's 555 up to double digits. Fancy, good idea in terms of what they wanted to do, but cute, their dying was a massive blunder. And the late flank coming through by 555 was well placed. You need to see that kind of a dynamic setup, catch Fancy off guard. A double flank was everything and more, especially when you realize it's a 5 versus 5 retake. You gotta throw in a little bit of sauce, CT aggression, and that late flank. Oh, but look at this, Fancy. They're doubling down on this A main fight. They're sending 4 players here. It's a full-on send. The Kennedy just shuts him down before he even gets past the toxic screen.
It's an eco round for them, and those are the ones where they just kind of throw caution to the wind.
I'd like to see a little bit more of that sauce on the gun rounds. I get it, it's risky. At the same time, fortune favors the bold. Fischio taking initiative. Being in control. Fancy still with 3 players outside of this smoke, expecting someone to eventually come and test it.
Here.
Feels as though 555 are the more bold ones this time.
Okay, another trap setup. But mid's a bit of a concern. Yes, I can is very weak to that, but oh. Fancy's gonna have the right call this time. 555 got all the pieces here. Can the trap setup work?
Face your fear!
Be risky. Shots triangulating, but ultimately with the utility coming through, with the Nightfall especially, as yes I can, you just don't feel comfortable enough to sit still. So the trap setup unfortunately all broken apart, and that's where 555 will just have to build up a fortress around the spike.
Guns to be picked up potentially. I'll have a little bit of a consolation prize in that respect, but that's 11 on the board for 555 unless you can pull off some incredible miracles. Duffy spotted. There's still the first troll under the bridge that you have to deal with. Alert, the triple, looking for the 4th. It's clean from him. 555 running away with things at this point. I mean, a little bit of an eco round. They tried their best, but look at this. Nightfall into the Omen teleport. Alert just TPs on the high ground, and because everyone is deafened, no one's expecting that position. Great counteract to this trap setup from 555.
It's fantastic, it really is. I mean, like you said, fortune favors the bold. We're not seeing too much coming out from Fancy. They've gone back. They've gone back to.
At least they're pivoting between 2 trap setups. You know, it's better than just one. I'll give them a bit of an excuse there.
And that's
AWP
as well.
AWP in the hands of Nia. Viper's Pit on the other side of the map. A and B main under lock and key. There's only one way that they can hit towards Quack. It's towards the mid trap setup.
This is actually not bad for Fancy, yeah.
Oh, and they back off with that setup. All right.
Come on. No, you gotta
commit.
a little bit more.
Come
belief.
on.
Yes, you gotta commit to it. They're sticking to it for now, especially with the clone coming through and all that footsteps. Main point though would be, what's 555's call gonna be?
Ooh, re-clear of mid. Fancy hold on to that piece of map control. That's great work coming in from them, but it's gonna funnel them towards this Viper's Pit. Yeah, but cute. Still got that sneak bite. Bit of delay available.
Oh, that's lovely. It's gonna get caught. Oh, quick reaction from Yes I Can, but it just does nothing else but stall. 30 seconds left to go, and 555 are already geared up all towards this site. Alert with the rest of the gang, just playing around the pillar. And that's where Yes I Can, unfortunately, will falter, pulled around his knees. 555 are the ones who reach up to map and series point.
Yeah, that mid clear setup was not successful from the shadows from Alert. Again, it's Alert. The playmaker, by making space for his team, forces the side defenders to look left and right. That was everything to tear apart the B-side defense. 12 on the board. Last round required for 555. Final hurdle, and again we go to the mid-trap setup by Fancy United. Surely it works on one of these 2 maps. Whether it's Haven, whether it's Split.
Why is Nia playing back screen with a judge?
Good question.
Okay, he's moving around.
this mid-side trap has been torn apart. It's a bit of a reclear instead by Fancy, heading towards a smoke again coming through.
Green down.
Judge clears it. And so with all this information, surely we hit back now, right? Instead, they're gonna test the B side again, but cute. Same pathing. Gets out of harm's way. Waiting for the retake.
It's always the retake. Got Cosmic Divide to try to
Oh, pit
build
for
things
surf.
up off of. Full utility in for it as well, but look at Kennedy. He's already starting to think about the flank.
Great catch there, Kennedy. Late round player, but focus on the side. Nia slides in, and Lewis goes down. Playing around the smoke and mirrors, Surf. It's his world, it's his pit, but Nia has a better gun. Do you have any smokes available? Cosmic Divide, that's an option. Late flank now coming in from Kennedy, up in the rafters. Look at him as he closes up the round. Kennedy, wave your hands. Say goodbye to Vietnam. It's Thai supremacy as we head over to the lower finals up against Motive.
Straight on through. Against Motive, that might be a tougher opponent. We'll save that discussion for another day, but for the time being, we have to say, I mean, yeah, we're gonna put on the NSYNC song Bye 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 right now, just because of how everything has played all throughout. The second half, again, those gaps were resurfacing. Again, you started to see them playing some slightly questionable positions. They had their best efforts at hand, but I think 555 ultimately at the end managed to kind of figure out the solution to this puzzle. It was a little bit telling, just given a way that it's similar to what we saw on Haven. It feels a little bit draggy at times, we have to admit it. But down to the end of it, 555 definitely the more deserving team just because of their adaptations, just because of the smart plays that we're witnessing. Although, perhaps our poll needs to be worked on.
Yeah, really exploited the weakness here from Fancy United. The flank around from Kennedy, and everyone from 555 is waving their hands. That is a sight to behold. I mean, if you look at the grand scheme of things, yes, Fancy did have some glaring issues, but I have to give credit to 555. Right after an abysmal first map, they look completely out of sorts. Endo is possibly dropping the worst map of his career, or at least in this split so far.
Oh, yeah.
And then recovering right back for map 2 and map 3.
2 and 3, that's a very good point, Cole. Then I mean, just the fact that full 180 turnaround, he literally went from bottom of the scoreboard to the top consistently in the next 2 maps. Now at the same time though, we cannot just completely neglect Fancy's efforts. Yeah, we do see the statistics here, 10 and 11 here and there. The players definitely sharp themselves for this map. For what it's worth, yeah, the gaps are still there, but I cannot forget the mechanical skill displayed on Pearl. I mean, those shots, taking Endois down mid-slide, preventing him from, doing what he normally does. Like, that's the Fancy that we expected. Unfortunately, they didn't live up to those expectations for the next 2 maps, but they still have a lot of potential, I think. They could change their compositions going into, further tournaments. But for now, at least, it's all 555.
Yeah, I mean, one piece of concern would be the composition, but I think more so it's their playstyle, the script playstyle, where they focus in again, right, on a very specific way to play, very specific setups. We saw it on maps 2 and 3, especially on the defense, didn't really have the right adaptations when the rounds got nitty gritty, when the rounds got chaotic, when you need to find mid-round information. You don't have agents for that. You don't have players that are able to step up to the plate and handle those late round calls. So 555 again, making or at least exploiting the weakness of Fancy, make them look, I think, a lot weaker than they should be. And again, if plan A works out fine, we're gonna get Pearl. If plan A doesn't work out fine, then we're gonna get maps 2 and 3.
Yep, that's
the gist of it, basically.
Or off script. That's pretty much it. I think conversely to that, while Endo is the MVP and everything, like the mental reset is awesome. I think a clear contrast to what you just said is basically 555. Kennedy finding that adjustment, like figuring out that, okay, mid is going to be weak. I can pull off a flank here because I know my opponents are going to be doing that same thing again.
Exactly.
It's those adjustments that that is why 555 are the ones in the lower final. You know, playing tomorrow against good old Motive. I mean, what's that going to be like, Coldan?
Oh, it's... Honestly, at this point, I've seen like 2 different faces of 555. Who knows what we're going to get tomorrow? I genuinely cannot put my finger on it, and I think that's the beauty of Challengers Southeast Asia, right?
Yes.
Because one day you could get Fancy looking like the best team in the world on Pearl, and then on the next map, right, we got a complete flip. And we've seen it happen every so often in the games that we had so far in the playoffs. I think with the current meta, it kind of leans into these kinds of flip-flop kind of results. But yeah, it's going to be a fun one at the very least. Best of 5 potential maps. Motive versus 555. Another ROSEA versus Thai matchup here in the top 3 of Challengers Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I have to be honest. I honestly, I do feel like I'm favoring Motive a little bit more just because of, you know, little plays that we've witnessed today as well. But at the same time, I feel as though this is going to be a true test for Motive because, you know, 555 is not really a simple opponent. But at the same time, you take that down, you go back up in the grand final, a rematch against Sharper. That's going to be like the entire, you know, foreseeable, I guess, script for this playoffs. Like, how fun, how enticing is that going to be for the last 2 finals that we have here in Challengers Southeast Asia Split 1?
Yeah, it's a bit of a repeat of 2025 if you think about it, right? It's the Thai super teams, you know, putting on a show, especially early in the year. But then you got the good old reliable Motive, always there in discussions to be the best team in Southeast Asia.
Get motivated.
Get motivated, yes, of course. Tomorrow's going to be a banger of a day. Do stay tuned to all of our socials. Follow us down here below to keep track of all the action we're going to have here in the last 2 days of Split 1.
Yeah, don't forget to follow Coldan as well. He's posting all the predictions for the talent. And at
Thanks
the
for
same
the
time,
shout
a
out.
lot of other shenanigans here and there as well. This rascal. But you know, it's been fun, man. It's been fun. The first series was a banger. How do you feel overall?
Overall, it's fun. I had fun. It's a very fun...
Thoughts?
Sorry?
Any closing thoughts?
Our closing thoughts. Shout out production, always being incredible. Thank you for tolerating with our nonsense on the mic, solving all of the tech issues as well. But other than that, it's been a pleasure casting with you, Quag. These 3 casts that we did here in Split 1, very happy with it. And okay, we have Michael in our ear making some very funny noises. Hey, shout out Michael. But yes, other than that, Rich, glad to be here. Glad to watch 2 teams continue on in towards the top 3, and can't wait to see what the next 2 days of Valorant provide for us.
For real. I'm just going to say, you know, a little bit of support goes a long way. So if you really do enjoy his casting, please go and support Coldan.
Oh.
A little bit from me as well, because I really need a lot of emotional support. But apart from that, you know, stick around. Do follow socials. Split 2 could be even bigger as well, but we still have, you know, 2 more finals to go. That's it for us for today. Other than that, let's just bid everyone adieu. And thank you for sticking all the way with us to, like, what is it?
2
1
a.m.?
a.m., 2 a.m. here and there. Southeast Asia, man. Peace out. We're done. Thank you for watching. Bye.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Open up the sky.
We gotta stay awake.
The grand finals of the regionals. Other than that, in Southeast Asia itself, it's a flawless record. For Shurima down, Oasis down, Trinity down, 555 down. Motive, could be next on the cards, but another one of this very interesting dynamics between these two teams is here in our head-to-head, right, between Zan and PTC. Something very spicy that we have in store for us in this matchup is that both of these players actually played on the same team, Quack, back in 2025 on Naos, and that Naos roster, right, made immense impact, especially in Ascension, right, pulling off crazy wins. I think the only team to beat Nongshim in that tournament as well, and look where Nongshim have gotten, right? So you've got players like Zan and PTC coming from that roster, now re-energizing their own teams, former teammates. PTC was the Sentinel in Naos, Zan was the duelist in Naos, now both being the controllers for their own respective teams. What a storyline, Quack.
For sure. I mean, slightly different kind of roles that they're playing as well. PTC, a lot more experience under his belt, I believe, like throughout his entire career playing esports, different titles. I think CS a little bit mixed in there. Then, of course, coming down to Valorant here. Zan, on the other hand, very fresh, very young. I'm very curious to see how he's going to continue to grow as a player. But apart from that, we also do have Minimize, our sole OS representative. A lot of hype around, you know, this guy, and a lot of our fellow casters really love to support him. Any thoughts about why you'd like to watch or highlight this guy, Colden?
You traditionally think of the IGL being, you know, that supporting element, right? Throwing utility, making calls, using most of your brain power in deciding what is the strategy for a round, for the entire map. But this guy also puts on ridiculous numbers. Look at his ACS: 242, 253, 308. This is out of the ordinary for IGLs, and Minimize, I think, is one of the best that we have here in Southeast Asia. Thank God we've got some Oceania representation here, but on the other side of the field is Furious. You know, he is kind of a reinvented player. Last year known as Sephiroth, now as Furious. Maybe got a little bit angry over the year, I don't know. But in terms of his statistics, I can see why he chose the Furious name, right? He's been putting on crazy numbers as well. One of the star players from his team, you know, a bit of a sentinel player, but he's also very capable at putting up some incredible numbers. And I'm very excited to see how he brings that kind of energy in towards the Sharper Esports roster, because they need that kind of veterancy, and he brings that plus a lot of firepower as well.
I do feel like there's a very big recurring theme here, though. You've said a lot of times, like throughout these two screens now, the word numbers. So apart from the fact that they do provide the highest statistics for sure, right? Between these two teams, this matchup that we have at our hands, why is it that, you know, strong numbers, consistent performances are so important, especially with the dynamic of which, you know, how these two teams play against each other? Why is that so important?
Right, because if you look at these two teams, right, their play styles are actually relatively similar. In the current meta, I mean, we're still playing on the older patch before the Yoru nerfs, etc. Right, the double duelists are very much prevalent, and by far the most popular composition. Nongshim made it work all the way in Masters. A lot of teams are employing that, but both of these squads actually play their own game. Play off meta a little bit, you know, double sentinel compositions coming in from Sharper Esports. Motive arguably having the strongest double duelist combo in the form of Zen and Vera, but they kind of tend to lean towards a single duelist composition, and that just goes to show like the experience on the team, because they're so comfortable playing this slower play style that they believe is a stronger formula for their team. And it's been working out, right? These two teams already are the best that we've seen so far in Southeast Asia. And if they keep it up, I mean, once the patch, you know, the Yoru nerf patch comes through, I think these two teams would shine even brighter. So if they're able to do so, you know, in this kind of performance, in the current double duelist meta, what can be said going into the future?
Yeah, I mean, when the meta does shift. But for this specific matchup, like, talk to me about, you know, why I should be kind of supporting either team here. I mean, if they are that similar, do I just expect like a full-on 50-50? Like, why should I kind of pick up a, you know, either team? Give me a reason. Help me out with my predictions a little bit. I kind of suck at that right now, Colin.
All right. So, I think Sharper play very much fully into this slow play style. Yes, we spoke with the coach, MYM. He did mention that this team, you know, plays to the opponents, right? What is the best solution to the opponents? But it tends to be that this slow style of an approach with the double sentinels is something that they really have down pat. And I think PTC, the leader in terms of that kind of strategy, very, very proficient at, you know, baiting out utility, going and finding early picks across the map. And so if you do like that kind of a play style, maybe similar to like the old 2023 Fnatic play style, then I think you'd prefer, you know, that Sharper style. But if you're a team that, you know, likes a little bit of X factor as well, you're not a team that can play a double duelist, dips their toes into it, explores a little bit, I think Motive is, you know, your dish of choice, I guess you could say.
So I'm just picking based on preferences. I mean, what about today, Coldan? I mean, with the players that we've highlighted, I mean, certainly somebody's going to be stepping up. Someone's going to be, you know, the core factor that we're keeping our eyes on. And hopefully they'll be the ones to step up to bat, give us the performance, the greatest Valorant that we can witness here in Valorant Challengers Southeast Asia. and then those will be the guys to back as well. I mean, unfortunately, don't really have to go get too much into that discussion with the time passing by. So we're gonna keep things on schedule. Map veto. We did a little bit of homework onto this as well. This will definitely help with the map predictions. I mean, with the whole overall predictions of the matchup. We kind of knew that split was going to be coming in. We saw those bans. You predicted them correctly. What about this bind though? You were saying that it was quite weird. What's weird about it?
Right. So this is pretty interesting in terms of the map bans, the map veto, right? Because Corrode is a shared permaban between these two teams. So it's kind of like playing chicken. You know, who's gonna fall first to ban the shared, map of Corrode? And it seems like Motive were the ones that actually have that chance to ban their map first. They chose to ban Abyss instead of Corrode, so that kind of forces Sharper's hand to have to ban Corrode because they don't play it. So that kind of leaves Motive in kind of the driver's seat in terms of the map. They can have a little bit more freedom in terms of what maps they're gonna pick, and they chose into Split, which was a pretty decent map, right? They're looking a little bit stronger compared to Sharper on it. Oh, sorry. Yes.
I mean, no, yeah, they picked the Split, but what about
Motive?
Why is Bind
Split,
weird?
yes. But the Bind pick was a little bit interesting because it's a map that Motive looked pretty decent on as well. So very interesting to see that Sharper has actually picked into it. One of the most played maps of Motives. I have to believe that they have something cooking up for this team, for their strategy here on Bind, and they have options as well to go to Breeze, a map that they won against Oasis recently. But choosing Bind instead shows that maybe they have something cooked up, maybe an anti-strat up against Motive.
Okay, possibly, but just to back up everything that you said, right? Because I don't think you fully explained it well enough. Basically, both of them, they had their options, especially after the first 3 picks have gone through. But these ones were a little bit more questionable because they weren't played as much for these two teams. We're talking about Bind, Breeze, as well as Haven. They're all played like about once or twice. But Bind was the more questionable one because Sharper hasn't played it as much, especially compared to Motive. Motive played Bind a lot more. So picking this, a bit of a curveball. We'll see how it actually pans out. They must have something up their sleeves, and that's what we're hoping for. But who knows when we actually get there. Now, predictions. Coldan. Why Motive?
I just feel like they're a little bit more adaptive, especially in the mid rounds, especially when things get a little bit dicey. You see that Minimize calls a lot of fakes as well. I think that's something that could really lead into their favor up against Sharper, who play that slower play style, I think, to a T, but at the same time can be pretty predictable. So I like that dynamics play style from Motive. That's why I'm going with that.
Okay, that's a very good point. I mean, I've been told definitely from, our fellow Aussies that Minimize, especially I think because Pilsky has coached him a few times, he can be someone that can be quite unpredictable. So as the IGL for Motive, I can see why a lot of us have gone for that choice. I just went the other way. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
But at the same time, I mean, it really does. I don't think our overall talent predictions are indicative enough of how this matchup is shaping up to be. It's definitely a lot more 50-50 than what it seems, and that's why I think Sharper does deserve some flowers. I want to see where Sharper goes with this. They have been the ones at the top of Challengers back in 2025, so I do wonder about this year. But at the same time, Coldan, this whole thing, yes, we're in the upper final. Yes, it's not the end of the world. They will still have little chances here and there. But this is the thing that leads them towards champions. We're looking at the agent selects now. Do we notice anything weird? I don't really.
Initially it looks pretty standard coming from both of these squads, right? You got the Cypher, that's pretty typical from Sharper Esports, double controller, single duelist. Motive as well, they're going into what we saw them pick last on Split, which is that double duelist. That's the kind of adaptability that Motive kind of have over Sharper, right? That double duelist option. So Zan on that Neon, right? It's gonna be very interesting to see him back on this Neon that he played back in Naos 2025, found a lot of success with it, and even I had the opportunity to ask him in the regional grand finals, like, why is he on that controller? Seems like it's something that he's a little bit more comfortable with, as he mentioned. But when you're as good of a player as Zen is on that Neon, I think you have to just consider that possibility of running this double duelist setup, and it has worked for them. So very excited to see them play this neon again.
14-12 against Fantasy United most recently. It did come a bit close, but towards the end, you really saw how that double duelist shined. Because, yes, you have the neon, but you also have Vera being able to refract back. You know, it becomes kind of that human recon drone. It worked out incredibly well for Motive, but I have to wonder how Sharper's going to play into this as well. But again, back to that point, both teams have kind of had that taste at the top before. Both teams have always been that close to reaching up towards something like a tier 1, tier 1.5 even, but almost always kind of losing their grasp over it. I really hope to see them bring that kind of flavor all throughout this entire matchup today as we begin with Motive on the attack.
Now, Sharper playing things pretty much heavy towards this A side. It's weak towards B, but it's a Cypher. It's got a strip setup here, Quack.
Also do have the double duelist though, let's keep that in mind. Trip broken, and it's Zan that slips past the net. 2 kills quickly collected upon, and it's an open, free, easy sight.
Now, one of the few sides that Motive do play the double duelist and instantly already finding great value, double entry thanks to Zan. The players coming in for this retake. Sharper, you've got the players in the right place, but you've got to land that utility in the right places too. Flash in for the fight. Ooh, the shotgun misses. Zan with the trade though. It's a triple kill for him already.
Yeah, it's a nice little like slice at the air. But once it comes down to this, still a numbers game at the end. It's pretty clear who's going to be picking up the pistol.
Beautiful stuff coming in from Zan. That's exactly what you want to see if you're Motive. Kicking things off to a very much of a hot start. Lovely stun coming through, and then Zan here with the conversion. And despite them having the Cypher on this side of the map, right? Vera's the one to actually hit the trip, but Zan's the one to find the kills, assists the team with the actual entries.
Exactly. It just feels as though it comes so close, but this is already a huge start. This Motive now could potentially build off of this. They're bringing in the guns as well. Taking a look at things for Sharper, I mean, you got Kadoom with this Marshall, but no one's really walking into him just yet.
It's the only real investment here, Quack, and they're gonna leave him on a bit of an island, right? You've got the Cypher cam above him. Gives a bit of a false sense of security, I guess. Motive spotted out, maybe might guess the Cypher's here, maybe rotate over, but Trailblazer will come in just to spot things out, breaks it. Vera back on the line, hoping that Kadoom gives him that fight that he wants. But other than that, the team slowly gonna explore towards mid as Vera, just as we called it, finds that lovely pick. And now the B side is free for business, but Sharper not moving at all. They're pretty much hunkered in towards his A side, hoping that Motive overthink things and maybe hit towards A, but doesn't seem likely.
Look at this. I mean, Vera's already walked in. He sees that nobody is home. Cooldown, I think it's pretty clear where Motive are going to end up. 4v5 with the pistols. I don't see how Sharper's going to be able to walk away with much in this round.
I mean, just dying to the spike would be fine, would be decent. All right, you don't lose, or at least you don't give away any alt orbs to your opponent. But again, Motive, I love the small little default that they just did, right? Not overextending, using the initiator utility, the Trailblazer, just to clear out all these positions.
Kind of talks back to your earlier point about how Motive tends to play, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's very methodical. I think from both of these squads, Sharper as well. I think we'll see that on their attacking side, but for now, you know, just trusting in the setup. Nice run coming from Motive. This is the type of style, actually, quite that we kind of expect from these two teams. They're very by the books, by the numbers.
And you just love to see it end in this way as well. Would have been nicer to get the final kill, but either way, Darren will be there to collect. So everyone managed to pick up some alt orbs.
Yeah, that's great stuff, right? Just to farm those alt orbs, especially on Zan. Get him really close to his ultimate already, so yeah, just 2 alt orbs away. Yeah, 1 alt.
Oh my goodness, point and orb. But yeah, either way, fantastic start. And I'm really curious to see how, you know, this style will continue to shape up. Sharper on the defense. I mean, it's still rather early, but we'll see what they bring in with this full vibe currently. Big dive in from Motive, though. Just looking to break things open.
And they're accelerating back towards the side. Oh, they don't check behind him. BTC. Oh, Demon in the night on the back lines. It's only just Darren and Flaring, and they're just cut down at the entrance. What a dynamic push coming in from the IGL of Sharper.
Just unbelievable. Perhaps a little bit of oversight from Motive. Don't you think, Holden?
One enemy.
I guess you could say it's a very fast strat that Motive tried to employ towards that B side. I think PTC just understanding that he had a great timing, cut all of the rotations up towards Mail, and yeah, just a small little gap. He'll exploit it. And then again, it goes back to the play style between these two teams. You cannot give each other those kinds of opportunities because, his Viper Orb didn't get any value, but anyway, it is just gonna accelerate towards B.
Through and through. I mean, they're just not going to slow down. They want to get the spike down as quickly as possible, even finding first blood. Still, though, players in sight, and they will try to prevent the spike from going down. And not too bad so far, as things go back to even odds. Now you got to wonder about positioning and where exactly the rest of Sharper could be. But that's exactly where things start to fall apart as well. Darren, though, still skulking forward, goes for the swing, and he clutches up for Motive.
Wow, when they needed him the most, that would have broken the economy for Motive. So, yeah, it's a very nice catch from Kadum for the first. Good trades coming through from Sharper, but Darien finds a sliver of a timing play, catches Apinya unaware, and the second kill is lovely as well. So, answering right back, Motive. Get the third of the board. Money still available, Sharper. Judge still in the hands of PTC, but we're getting up to the point where the ultimates are online, right? Zan's got his overdrive available if required. Mid again. What a call here for Motive.
The best way to branch off to other segments of the map, but it's also the best spot for PTC. Possibly play around his poison orb. Look at how he backs off and vents after not seeing too much contact.
Luckily, he lands his orb this time. Flash comes in, notes of his presence. Like Motive are geared up for a little bit of an ace split here. Good damage. Oh, actually not that much. Wallbang, Opinions down to 75. But it's the stack of the Cypher. Look at all of his utility. Front of A main.
Yeah.
Double trip setup.
Might get a little bit more difficult for Motive now, especially because Sharper has taken control of a garage as well, Koldan. You gotta go in all in or nothing. You break the trips, perhaps try to peel off somewhere else, but otherwise, you're just diving through with the double duelist. Starting things off with Trailblazer. Trying to spot things out a little bit. Trying to go in for some executes towards the back of elbow as well, but this Cyber Cage, the sprays through it. Players all littered across. And with 30 seconds left, Motive just have to try to scavenge as much as possible.
Yeah, this side is under lock and key. There's 3 players just marking it. There's still 1 more Cypher tripwire available. Spotter where at least Darren is. Unsure of where Flaring could be, but they're both in the same positions. Sharper just marking all potential exits. 13 seconds left. This round is done and dusted if I've ever seen one. It's just gonna have to be a save coming from Motive if they even get the opportunity to do so.
Blinded.
Really tough either way. Time's just gonna lapse, and at least they don't lose too much else. Sharper, fantastic hold.
Yeah, I love the read coming in from last year. Double trips coming in. And they just couldn't break any of it, right? The Trailblazer didn't even hit the first one. So what else could be said about the second? It was just nigh impossible, especially with the player, playing around the flower pot. Very difficult to clear, especially when you have to worry about all this Cypher utility. So great job coming for Sharper to adjust the Cypher trip setup. Again, it's going to be employed towards that A site, but Motive this time exploring towards B to kick things off.
Ooh, well, Exploration's gonna have to shut down, postpone it for another time, or just continue with hazardous risks anyway. And unfortunately, hazard pay does not arrive unless Flaring can show up. Ooh, slight trade. Still though, the numbers not supporting. Motive got to look for some other more secure options.
That was what a crazy shot, right? To open up the round. Minimize is gonna try to draw a little bit of a fake towards that B side of the map. Inside a push from Sharper to find information, but you've got the double trip and the camp set up on A, so there's no reason for Sharper to go back towards that side. They're just gonna push together as a 3-man squad. Motive with their man disadvantage. The utility, Darren has The Viper's Pit available, but from the shadows confirms positions. That is everything that Sharper need.
Served up on a silver platter. But what is this, Furious? You're isolated, man. Don't go discovering things by yourself. You need a whole expedition team with you. And those are the guys approaching from the back of garage. Minimi is going to be the one to try to prevent that from going through. He takes out just the first and thinks there isn't a second one. Kadoom comes back through and suddenly it's all down to Darian. Even though he does have the pit. I don't know if that's going to be enough. Alt ripped, just as you said, Daniel. And now Darian's just going to have to try to play Ring Around the Rosie. Makes himself undetectable. Pit does go down though. Trying to buy as much time as possible still. He steps away. Takes down the first point. And comes back in to check under the next. Spotted out by the edge of the player model. It's another clutch for good old Darian.
That's 2 1v2s already, Quack. The demon on this site. It's not his, but he'll take it nonetheless. This is the X factor that Motive, kind of bring to the server. Yes, you might have a good read, but you've got to land your shots. And former tier 1 player, Ascension winner Darian, picks up another clutch situation here. Incredible work to isolate duels around that mid-side pillar.
I love that you said Ascension winner as well, because it just reminded me the fact that he was on that bleed roster. He was that duelist. And now back here, perhaps even in different roles, but still performing, still delivering. Of course, forcing out the timeout from Sharper as well. I mean, this is just delivering so far. We love to see these clutches in an upper final like this.
And I think that's the kind of games that we kind of extract here today, Quack. I don't think we're going to have anything close to a storm, right? All 4 teams, especially these 2 here, giants in their own region, giants in the whole Southeast Asia region. So right here, tit for tat, we're going back and forth in terms of the rounds. Sharper with pretty decent starts to these rounds, picking off Zen here and there, Vera as well, but is the late round calls coming in from Minimize, Darian flaring, the veterans of this Motive roster. They're really tearing apart this defense. So timeout taken. What's the adjustment in the setups? Still looking pretty similar. But again, it's a fast play down towards mid.
Oh, and straight through. They're trying to apply pressure towards PTC, but the judge is still rather reliable. Up and down, off the ropes.
You're kidding.
Spotting them out. He's just not gonna be shoved off his position. Motive have some spacing now, but they've spent quite a lot as well.
Bit of a trade of Trailblazers down towards A. Sharper know that there's not many people following that Trailblazer, so they're just gonna bring that Sky back over towards this B site. Flaring was last spotted here as well. They'll stack up towards Heaven as Minimize is gonna wrap around towards main. Flash confirms it.
Yeah, look at the positioning from PTC and Laz as well. It's so clear to Sharper, logically, where Motive would most likely end up. Smoke's dissipating, and now he's just going to try to poke and find, possibly isolate as much as possible. Instant spot, and then they toss the Paranoia into which garage as well. Sharper are just so on top of things. Flaring, kind of caught in a pinch as well. The cage forced out, Minimize, isolated. It's a flawless round served up.
Flawless indeed, Quack. And again, it's Sharper to open up with 2 opening kills, all thanks to this pesky judge. Great awareness in terms of the timing play. And then they're able to tear apart this attempt of a mid-round play from Motive. Not gonna get caught twice in a row. And again, we're trading rounds, trading blows. A flawless one at that sets Sharper up for some very good rounds, especially in terms of the economy. Viper Spit on PTC available here. Potentially could use it down towards mid. And it's been a pain point that Motive have been exploiting.
Yeah, just again back into it. This time seeing the snake bite does inform that, PTC's no longer towards vents, at least for the time being. But they have baited out quite a bit of utility, especially on the fact that Motive are on the weaker buy.
Hitting the brakes.
Ooh, hold on though. Out towards sewer as well.
Oh, and here we go, Furious. He's just gonna stand and fight. Better weapons, better shots. Flank has been locked in as well. Minimize none the wiser. Darian, yeah, you're pretty clutch, but not in this kind of a situation. 4-4. Sharper have finally strung 2 rounds in a row. And they're starting to get a pretty decent read of how Motive like to play these rounds. They're playing disruptive, not letting the double duelists to find those opening kills. Instead, it's the controllers, the Viper, the Omen, to actually shut them down before they get that opportunity.
It's just so quick, but at the same time, just an attempt for Motive nonetheless. But the fact that this is the score, definitely not what I was thinking, because this whole map veto was Motive trying to game it, trying to find an advantage up against Sharper. Things are still so even right now. Back into that same pressure point. PTC taken out.
This is 3 rounds in a row already that Motive have tried their hand towards mid. Finally, they get that opening kill onto PTC. And no Viper Spit invested. That's interesting. Darren's trying to find a little bit of a timing play down towards A. Playing it safe. Notes Laz's position. Gotta wait for the rest of the team though. Convergent paths, they're all stuck here. Can Darren actually find those kills with a flash in his face? And it's just gonna turn it. Catch onto Pinya. It's only just the Cypher here now.
Still though, throughout that entire time, Sharper, they keep on trying to poke around. They see that there's nothing else towards B. They know it's all on towards A. And that invites Laz to make a confidence play. Goes down at the end, but still bringing the numbers back a little bit. Then you have the rest of the squad.
Doom here on the case already, marks off that potential Heaven Wrap. Furious now kind of tie in with him. Paranoia in his hands. Full belt of utility for Kadum as well. They could do this. They're on the site.
Possible. Spots out a few at least, but you need Kadum to be there to play off of the flash. Unfortunately, still a bit too far off. Still though, good enough for Furious to go peeking. And Kadum finishes it off. Sharper takes the lead off of a bit of a play from the entire team.
Damn, that's just the individual stuffing up for Sharper and a bit of a misplay in terms of the post-plant positions from Motive. Why are we all playing within the site? Why are we not trying to take a little bit of space? We let the defenders creep up and control all of it. And that is the consequence. Despite them losing the first pick, Laz actually clawed things back a little bit, right? Gave them an opportunity, but it was really in those late round situations where Motive kind of misplayed this kind of a position. Furious, great shots coming in from him. Sephiroth, my man from 2025, still fragging out.
Yeah, new name, Furious now. I guess hold on to that anger, man. Don't ever let it go, especially if it's helping you, play to this standard. 3-round win streak for Sharper now, and they could potentially continue on to a 4th, especially given that Motive are onto a half buy. But now, Coach Spin getting some intervention as well, and I do believe this is, while this is like our first, casting of Motive, Coach Spin back on Global. Darian used to be on Global, obviously on different times as well, but like true. It's just kind of nice to see that all come through.
It's a rite of path. Right? So Coach Spin, I mean, with his own French team, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you're right.
And then coming over to Motive as well. Things are looking a little bit dire, can't lie, Quack. I mean, this is the attacking side. You've got double duelists. You're supposed to be winning things out. It's 5 and a 4. Sharper have already strung 3 rounds in a row. Motive need to come in swinging here. If not, this half could look dire. They've got barely a buy coming in. Darren's the only one really with a rifle in his hands, but they're headed towards side with the Cypher again.
It will be a slightly different destination though, so using that to subvert expectations. They've taken down PTC now. Really deep spacing being gathered upon, but Sharper have their own protocols as well.
Oh, it's so fast coming from Sharper. Are they aware of the push coming in? And they do catch that. 3 versus 3 now, but the spike Quack, it's lost. It's stuck in A main. Okay. Flaring with the From the Shadows gets it, but Vera, close range. He's gonna land these shots. Kadum there with the crucial trade, 2 versus 2.
Not too bad. Still alive. And could potentially continue to play off. It's the same 2 from the previous round, Daniel. Lobs the first one through, and then Paranoia to cover. Sand unfortunately goes wide, and then it's the showstopper that gets pulled out. Sharper just don't let up.
Kadum goes boom here. Quad kill from the Rays. You thought that Motive had an opportunity with that spike plan again, but it's the post plans that look a little bit shaky for them. 2 versus 2, they're playing separate. Sharper, why is this push coming in for them? Very convicting. And Vera, not the best weaponry for this job. Sharper just did the due diligence. Lovely Paranoia yet again. Gets him the showstopper. Final nail in the coffin. And Sharper, right off Motive's timeout, get that round win. But at the same time, it was just a little bit of a half by Motive. They've got everything they want here. Seekers. Viper's Pit in a potential post plant. But if they lose this, money's going to be horrible for the last round of the half. It might just go down 8-4 if they're not careful.
And that brings us back to the point that you were talking about earlier on. You're starting out on attack with double duelist. This is crucial. They're going to slow things down a little bit after an initial poke back in towards middle. They spot things out. Still trying to figure out what the final port of call would be.
So we've got Zan here, a little bit of an insert, right? They can pivot off of his position later in the round. He could become a lurk player. He could, call them back for and execute towards A. And this is something that Motive have employed in a lot of their maps, right? It is part of the protocol. It feels like it's the first time they've got an opportunity here on this attacking side because they've always been cut down at the first fight. This time Sharper's going to re-clear mid. They feel like they've got a decent read of the situation. From the Shadows invested, Zan's going to pull all the attention here towards A, but the commitment's going to be towards B.
Oh, especially with Seekers as well. Now it's a little bit too clear, but PTC's going to have to be the one to try to find a way to route the team back towards the site. Staying in to deal with the insert, though, and that could be enough. Motive, although they have boots down on B, it's a 3v4 post-plant situation with Pit invested.
Yeah, they gotta win this one. Motive, yes, you're down numbers, but this round has everything lying on it. And got a big flank coming in. Kadoom, again, ties it shut.
And now you're just contained into this Pit play around the pillar. Try what you can.
Here.
But you've got basically no options. Viper's Pit available on the other side if they even require it. Vera, though, taking matters into his own hands. Dodging and weaving within the pit itself. Refract available, looking for one more. Where can they gotten off to? There it is! Vera the clock kill looking for the ace, but no! It's a Pinya! This time it's his turn with a clutch here on this B site and get Sharper up to 7.
Oh my god, Coldad, it came so close! Not the last round, the half just yet, but the effort, everything dumped into it, the Pit invested. Unfortunately, kind of worked against Vera as he spun around, couldn't quite locate his opponent. But that was the best possible chance that Motive had at winning out the round.
And again, these post plans don't look very convincing from Motive. Sharper just do their due diligence, always coming in with something unexpected. Right, the flank this time from Kadoom. Again, to make things difficult. 7-4, money an issue for Motive. They don't have everything they want. Judge, Guardian, and a sneaky PTC towards the mid-side box.
Repeatedly. Oh, all of a sudden though, okay, what is this? Zan now all the way from the back, but still PTC left unchecked. And Zan's own Judge will come back through though. As things kind of settle down.
And that was a call straight off the bat to try to catch PTC. Yeah, had the convergent paths in towards Vents, Zen sliding up towards, ramps, try to catch him at A Heaven, but somehow PTC outplays them again. Double kill with the Judge from him, mid-side box. Still gives his team an advantage despite them losing a little bit of map control.
Right now though, Colden, a slight trailblazer from Minimize, and it's kind of pulled a couple of rotations across from Sharper. Sharper still have the numbers, of course, so just leaving Arpinia to try to hold onto A as much as possible. And he seems to be able to find an inkling for the rest of the team to come back through as well. But at the same time, forward position has been taken by Motive. Turned away at the wrong second though. And now Sharper have another try.
30 seconds.
I don't like that Arpinia went in towards the site himself, gave up a kill, but thankfully his teammates there to trade it back. 2 versus 3 now. They have to find their individual timings. Darren again. An opportunity here, Quack.
I wonder if he has any smokes to play around, but not quite. It's just going to be Minimize. Possibly set things up. They're just going to continue to hold as much as possible, and he does. No flashes necessary until the end. 4 kills in the round to bring Motive back up to a 5th.
Not a clutch technically, but again, it's Darren in these late round plays. He was super clutch in the matchup that they played on up against Oasis, I think, on Split, and he was the one top fragging. Oh, sorry, not Oasis, Fancy. So yeah, again, it's Darren to find those frags on this attacking side. It's not the duelists that are making the difference. It's the late round clutches and multi-kills from Darren.
I guess it's just kind of how, you know, these rounds would play out given the dynamics of the two teams. Things slow down, dust starts to settle. The last standing guy, Darian, would have to be the one to deliver. 5-7 though, I mean, how do you feel about that at the end of the first half for Motive?
It's not looking too great, Quack. I have to be honest.
Right?
Yes, you know, Darian salvages the last round, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. They won the pistol, Quack, and they only managed to get 5 rounds. That is not convincing for me. Sharper just look a little bit more in tune. PTC, he's been an absolute rat down mid. They just cannot find him without losing, you know, an additional player. So Sharper, so far, the defense is looking nice, but at the same time, I would say that's also Sharper's kind of favorite side, right? That is the slow play style that they like to play. Very intentional with their rotations. So yeah, it's kind of up in the air, right? When you head over to the second half, we'll see how Sharper want to orchestrate this kind of attacking side. Tend to play a little bit slower as well. But it seems like they've got 4 players leaning towards this A side of the map already.
It almost kind of feels as though Motive, especially now that they're on the defensive side, would have to play a very like turtled up kind of defense. And that means Darren's going to be one of the pivotal players with his utility to try to slow things down around against Sharper, who, you know, have their own ways of approaching the attacking side. So toxic screen up for now as Sharper pokes through.
Yeah, look at this. This is a stock difference from what we saw in the first half, right? This is just full contact play. Sharper have a masterful read of the setup, but minimize looking for the first opening kill, and he's the only player on this side of the map. So great job from him so far. Just has to wait for the rest of the team coming for a bit of a retake.
The quick rotations. I think Motive's slightly thinking to go for a slow clear, set up some kind of flank as well.
Yep. The question is Furious, right? He's gonna be tasked to watch for the flank. If he's gonna be able to find one and stay alive, or even just hold the flank, that's huge. Oh no. Opening kill given back over to Sharper Esports. 4 versus 4 now. Big fight in towards the sewers. 1 versus 1 here. Does Vera check the corner? No, he doesn't. Oh, but he still gets the kill. But Les beats him right there. Double kill from the Sentny. 2 versus 2.
Doesn't matter anymore, especially when it comes down to this moment. Flaring way too low. Will get clipped up by the top, and Sharper once again just take the reins over this entire map.
Wow, I don't know how this round went in Sharper's favor. Minimize got that opening kill. Farah got the fang. It's 3 versus 5, Quack. But Les pulls this off. The lineup kill with the ghost. Flaring finds one more, but he's been tagged down low. PTC just goes in for the swing. Sharper just salvage around out of thin air.
It really feels as though like they just kind of set things up for themselves. But now moving on to the next round as well, Motive really need to, I guess, pull up as much as possible. Perhaps just kills hurt their economy so they have a further chance towards the end of this half.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, though, the jump spot, oh, that's punishing.
It's not easy to do jump spots in that position, especially up against a team like Sharper, where, you know, they're just going to walk contact play. You're not going to expect it. The flash out. Motive will try.
Emphasis on try. I guess especially if Minimize is firing off on the bandit.
Enemy remaining.
Still, though, it's just going to be law enforcement in play. Good Doom. He's got the rifles. He knows what's up. And Darren, with not much left to his name, 9 to 5.
PTC get a gun. Oh, PTC grab a gun. Okay. Marshall.
You got the Marshall idea?
It's better than nothing. But yeah, again here, this is the slow contact playstyle that Sharper loves to employ. It's gonna catch a couple of players off guard, right? If you're not wary that that is their playstyle, you kind of expect the attackers to use utility to clear out space, and that gives you a bit of an audio cue. But Sharper, it seems like the game sense is just on a different level, right? They push through the smoke together, they catch Flaring on a bit of a jump spot. And speaking of Flaring, he's having a little bit of a difficult map so far. 4-11. Need to see him come online if his team wants to have a successful map here. Judge close range from Zen. But they've got the Trailblaze on the other side for Sharper.
So far, so good, though. Especially with the smokes all around as well.
Protocols coming in from Sharper just to push back the A main defense, and then they can go explore different parts of the map. Mid next on the docket. Vera tested and prevails.
If you're sharper now, well, you have some known quantities around the map. Like, you're starting to drop a couple more players. Oh, but all they need to do is just hang back, invites Minimize to go peeking.
A big misplay for Minimize. No reason to go for that. You have a man advantage. Why are we walking into mid dry with as a Sky? Where's the flash? Where's something? Where's the double swing? Zan's gonna pick up that spot, but it's still gonna be a weakly held mid position. One smoke and they've got access towards B heaven. They're just gonna walk in?
Oh no.
30
Oh my
seconds left.
god. Okay.
Access denied. Just a little bit. And that will allow Zen to go poking as well. He's gonna punch him through with the judge, which unfortunately leaves Laz detected and alone around garage.
There.
And that would have probably caught Motive off guard, if not
10
thanks to
seconds left.
Vera, right? So that's the bit of adaptations, right? Aware that they could contact play up on you. You gotta mark your angles. You can't just play off of audibles and utility. Put your gun right where they're coming from. Vera shuts them down at the entrance, calls in for the assistance of his other duelist, and it's a beautiful crunch down towards mid.
Which I guess kind of works out, you know, for the way that Motive is, especially with how, you know, the team kind of functions with all the different players they have on the roster. As we mentioned, you know, Minimize sometimes tends to be a little bit unpredictable, and maybe that doesn't always pan out. But when you got guys like Vera and Zen to watch your back, watch your six, it's lovely. So hopefully gives Motive more legs in this second half, but Sharper will be coming back in with the bye.
Bit of a heavier mid approach from Motive, just double up in towards heaven. And just gonna wait out the Viper's toxic screens, right? Both sides having that Viper able to feign presence, allow walk-ups, lurks, especially on that A side of the map. It looks like Motive aren't really too flustered about giving mid away. Ooh, Minimize gonna cop a bit of damage there, and he's this guy, so he can't heal himself. It's a little unfortunate, but at the same time, that allows Sharper to gain full control over mid.
Yeah, but then where do they go next? You know, if you're walking towards the heaven, paint shells possibly to slow you down. If you go up vents, there, Zen's on the other side of the judge. Unfortunately, it's still the early peaks that punish Motive, though.
Yeah, Sharper's putting on the squeeze. Put pressure down towards mid, invites a fight over, get that kill onto Vera, and now you've opened up this defensive side. Mid is very much weak. You have options to hit towards either side of the map. You've got to lurk in towards A main, so it seems like Sharper is going to hitch their bets towards where that lurk is. A side is the call. Darien as well as Zan here to defend.
Strong positions held. And the audio cues are a little bit telling as well, not to mention the rest of Motive starting to apply their own squeeze towards the back end. 10 seconds and pressure is mounting on. And unfortunately, that's where Sharper will begin to crack. Motive all prepared. Squeeze to the end where, unfortunately, it's lights out for Sharper in this current round.
Yeah, time a little bit of an issue, but Darien again. You call his name and he will deliver. Double kill found, stays alive. And the smoke coming in from flaring to give Zan some space to play around with that judge down towards A main. That was a picturesque setup, despite it being a bit of an ad hoc one, I guess you could say, on the fly. But it's that kind of adaptability that Motive have in their arsenal that they will weaponize it. Puts Sharper down a little bit of an eco round. Laz the only one with a hero Vandal in his hands. Let's see what he can make out of it.
Unfortunately, maybe not too much, though, especially with his team losing control over B Garage. Well, I will eat my words.
Careful, Quack. You got the power of the caster curse. Flaring, spots out a bunch of players. Paranoia in just to buy some time. But you've got Zan here, and he's got a bit of an interesting weapon. Outlaw in his hands. Should be able to one-shot most of them.
Pretty much all of them. Light shields, right? So if you're a Sharper, you think back.
We can't think for too long because you've got a snake coming in back lines. Darien out of sewers. Should be able to catch them back's turn though. He's got to be careful because there's got Furious here in the corner. All right, found him.
And that's just all too clear as well. You kind of know that you're seeing that deep lurk. The rest of the team must be somewhere still trying to angle for that B push. Unfortunately, Zan falls though, the Outlaw. does provide its risks, but the whole team, once again, there to watch each other's backs. 8 to 9. Motive will continue to claw now within a one-round gap.
Yeah, I mean, the awareness of Darren is just on a different level. I think Frost even complimented him, saying that he was a fantastic player with a great mind. Unfortunately, didn't really, well, didn't have the opportunity to fit into the current, global esports roster. But when you've got praise from someone like Frost,
Yes.
you got to take it seriously, right? And right now, he's not only shooting well, but he's playing with a great awareness of the game, right? It takes skill to understand these kind of slow-paced rounds, the timings that Sharper could have, and not just anchoring a side by himself, but having the initiative to push down A main after, minimize, finds that kill on the lurk, takes the space, finds the flank, everything right there for Darren.
It's gonna be very I don't want to say interesting. It's just, it really gets, my nerves, my senses tingling when I think about, I know it's a bit of a stretch right now, but if you think Motive could go up to play with the rest of Pacific in stage 2, Darien versus Global, we already have, a little bit that, like, Cruise full sense versus Global going on. If Darren joins that mix, it's just going to be even more fun, and I really hope to see that happening. But right now, after the timeout, okay, it's Sharper angling back in towards B.
Let's see what they have in store for us. It's a bit of a change up. No lurks towards A this time. More forces to support this potential split, I think, that they're going to try to do. But Darren's here again, meeting them right at the door.
Poison's off.
Could just continue to delay, especially utility, but flaring's the main one. Because he's pulled back, that is a huge opening. PTC goes through, but at least the trade is there, but still, sight showstopper all blown apart.
Overdrive available for Zan. That's something that could be crucial here in this post-round. You give Vera a kill, he has the convergent path as well.
Oh, he just dives in onto it. Unfortunately, no alts come through. It's great recognition from Sharper to push all the way towards the back of defender spawn, where they will continue to cut off the legs of Motive. Just Zan, and he slides, but in towards 3 players staring down the barrel. Sharper will recover.
Yeah, very interesting timeout being taken. PTC somehow still manufactures a kill down mid. I mean, his timings have been sublime. But Kadoom is the one that actually, locks in this round for Sharper. Very proactive in this post plant. Sharper understanding that they cannot let Motive play their game. They cannot let Motive set up for this retake, so they play disruptive into a CT, break things apart, get around on the board, breaking that streak of 3 for Motive. But the AWP now being purchased up by Zan. It's the right call, it's the right position.
Oh! And it's the right opener as well, Koldan. Just crack open a cold one. While the rest of the team continue to try. Surmount.
Oh, he goes back.
He pops overdrive and goes through. And now you got Minimize still alive as well. Unfortunately, gets picked off though. We're back into 3v2.
Pressure onto Furious now. He's in the winning position. Unexpecting where he could be. TP's up towards heaven, but is Vera aware? Seems likely.
Or at least he'll just use the refract to go back through. Reconning. Just a bit for Flare. It is exactly this duo that won out the overtime against Fancy United just a week ago. They will go on through, and unfortunately, peppering down against Alpinia, who tries and tries, but goes down at the end. Motive will strike back against Sharper Esports.
Sometimes you'd think of Vera as kind of just the mechanical player for the team, right? Just going in, guns blazing. Yeah, Vera, you hit a couple of shots, good job. But other than that, that's your job. No, this time he plays it to perfection. Right, yes, to kick off the round was very chaotic. Zan was just diving in. But you could see later on, right, Vera dashing in towards heaven, using the convergent pass to draw the attention of Furious away from flaring, sets up his team for a very successful retake here. Stuck behind the walls, hit shot through the boxes, and spammed out as well. Lovely stuff from Motive, answering right back again. Zan gonna re-pick up that op. Might get tested yet again.
Or not. Sharper.
Eventually.
Potentially just bulldoze through. I don't know if I like this though. Zan's alone. He's just gonna have to be really slick with his movements. No, he's slick with his aim instead. They just line up for him. Flex dealt with as well. As PTC falls across the map into the smoke with the
What a
shorty.
bait.
Oh,
Flash
and
in.
Motive. They are just salivating with the end to the map, but Furious not gonna give up too easy. Hit by the stun, but still answers with Guardian, goes down at the end. We're 10-10, and what a round.
I'm not sure if Sharper expected an op again. This time, the lineup. Absolutely everything here. The spam from Minimize just to bait Laz to peek into towards the smoke, expecting that no one's there. Furious did his damn best, but what can you do? 1 versus 5, essentially. And Motive. A bit stubborn, but it works. Up in towards A main twice in a row, and now it's pivoting. It's in towards B, and it's a perfect read again. Sharper are all here.
Oh. Unfortunately, though, the movement this time, but they don't expect flaring towards the back. The spike's been dropped, and Motive are investing everything into this garage play. Don't give it up. The objective is on the ground. Sharper needing to retrieve it, but there it goes. Viper's pit.
What? Spam through, he still gets it. Hits down, the spike is lost still. Minimize and Vera back in here. But it's only just PTC left alone, stuck in a corner. He has to wait for Laz. Has to wait for his player to come in from the flank, but he's only just stuck in the corner with 2 bullets left. Is Motive gonna read this?
He's made the silent drops, but oh no! Just an initial flick. PTC retrieving the spike. Vera knows it all too clearly. Might have a chance, a slight window. Hops on through. PTC pulls out the gun, ready to hand, but still down to the shorty, the sidearm to bring Motive back up on top.
Quack. This is what happens when you get 2 slow teams playing together. It comes a point where you just want to duel. You just want to throw hands. And this entire round, just in towards Garage. Both teams unrelenting. Laz comes in on the flank. Vera in a 1v2 clutch this time. Spots up PTC's sliver of a scalp. Gets out the shorty. It's a hurrah from the whole squad. They were reaching tail end. 11 on the ball for Motive. 1 more for 12 on the board. Oh, but it's Kadoom to beat him to the punch. Better and faster on that angle. Gets an opening kill. It's up his team.
Time around. I don't know if it was like slight overconfidence perhaps with the Outlaw, but you know, despite Sharper's arsenal, this time they will still prove to be steadfast. The Trailblazer towards the back of the round doesn't
Big
spawn
gap.
much.
PTC, how has he gotten his way up towards middle again? This guy manufactures timings out of thin air, but he's got to wait for the rest of his team. How does he play this? Does he wrap around B? Does he go towards A? So it's going to be the former. Flash in just for information.
Flaring kind of react to
won't.
this.
They have no idea. They have no idea, Quack.
It's a stinger. It's a stinger. He's gonna have to try. He's gonna give information to the team. Takes out the one on top. That makes things easier. But Vera quickly responds. Tries to get out of jail.
I know exactly.
Toss in a bit of a slow for the time being as well. Oh, 1 and 2. And now looking for a second as he dips back in. Laz shuts it down with the Guardian, but now the rest of the team has arrived. They will try to flush him out of position, but no! Straight into Minimize. Darian, though, he's been good since ever! And he will still prove to be clutch when he's needed most!
Again, it's Darren on the same part of the map on the B side around the pillar. Another 1v2 despite Motive letting a bit of a rat in towards the flag. Vera just running and gunning, trying to dodge that showstopper, and then he lines up a double kill like that, sets up his team. Minimize goes down, but damage done, and Darian delivers.
Repeatedly, and that's again why this is the guy. He's been overlooked at times, but I love that he's found a home here with Motive, and now he's giving us a performance that we've all been wanting to witness. Map point, and they could close it out right here, but Sharper, they will bring on their own journey first, foremost, up towards middle.
This is a glass cannon Vandal. He has no armor. Kadoom has no armor. Has no util. It's just the Vandal. Oh my God, Kadoom! He's just laying waste to them. Zan's trying to find what he can on the flank with the Judge, but his position has been spotted out. He has to just back off.
I think you just save. I think
You might have to.
save.
Kadum has just single-handedly found 3 kills without taking a lick of damage. Glass cannon.
Flawless victory. if nothing else goes down, PTC even has such a strong lurk position that he potentially catch Zen. He does.
Toxin screen
Dude,
down.
round's done. Round's done, Daniel.
This is overtime. This is overtime I've ever seen it. Money is in a bit of an... Ooh, okay, let me think. They should be able to buy, I think, Motive. Darren's got a boatload of cash. I don't know where he's been saving up or what his investments have been, but it's looking pretty nice. 4.5k. Vera as well. Zan's got enough for himself. He should be able to afford 2 drops over to minimize and flaring. But other than that, this round is... How has this round happened? It's been back and forth. It's just Kadum. It's just Kadum. Again, when push comes to shove, when you need the individuals to step up, it's not just Motive who have kind of prowess. Sharper, I must have forgot who they are.
Now you remember. Because this is the time
I've got your
when overtime is in the cards. First map, and they are not going down without a fight. I love how this has just started off as, we kind of had this idea of, both teams being grapplers in an MMA fight.
Yeah.
But it devolves into full-on brawling now. Especially in the final few rounds with Kadum pushing that way. Op still out though, Vera.
Footsteps hurt. Trailblazer down towards mid. Doesn't want to give away the fact that he has that op, so he's just going to tuck in close. Mid given over, back to Sharper yet again. They've had this position on the map every single time they wanted it. Motive just don't have the facilities to do so, to counteract that. So Kadum's got this spot again. I mean, at this point, you have to expect it. As Motive, you have to know that there could be a gap here. You just cannot go back for a reclear. Instead, they're trying to find information, other parts of the map. Trailblazer down towards B. They got to put flaring onto that line.
Alongside minimize, they cannot fall. They have to hold this line. Sharper trying to break it through. Oh no!
Back
I
off,
thought he
back
was
off, buddy.
right through the threshold. Almost getting caught. Convergent path so good from Vera. Will invite flaring to go peeking, and he hunts them down bit by bit, chopped off. Still though, right on through. Despite positioning held by Sharper, now everything's starting to crumble apart. Just Laz. He's gonna try to isolate to the best of his ability, but with a judge on the other side, hello! It's a bad surprise, but a lovely one for Motive as they take off the first map.
Oh, Darren just had to relieve a little bit of stress there. My God, 13-11 Motive, just by a sliver of a margin, gonna eke out their map pick over Sharper Esports, but not without breaking a couple beads of sweat. I mean, this one went down to the wire. So many clutches, so many multi-kill moments. And that final round, man of the hour, flaring Mr. Henry steps up to the plate. He has been struggling on this map, been kind of outplayed in different positions, trying to be the assisting factor for his team to set up his duelist. But when push comes to shove, when a convergent path was put, when he was the only player in front of them and that map win, he steps up and finds a triple kill. And that was exactly what Motive needed.
I mean, it just really shows you, it demonstrates the level of teamwork and coordination that this team can bring. I mean, maybe we're placing a Motive a little bit too much now, hey, but it really is lovely to see. You were thinking maybe it's just minimize and flaring, but everyone's recognized the situation. Everyone's communicating with each other clearly, because every time there's a little gap, perhaps, the rest of the team is immediately there to back it up.
Exactly that, right? Just backing themselves up when they're down and out. When one of them are struggling, it's someone else. There's always someone else that steps up to the plate. Vera putting on a masterful performance. Honestly, everyone. Darren as well, minimized with the calls. Flaring at that final round, right? It's not about the number of kills, it's the amount of impact you have. And he was the one closing things out. Look at this again. He was the only one who was able to do this. Flashing in, minimize trust in his controller.
Absolutely.
And that was everything that Motive needed.
Zan's op rounds as well. Like, I cannot forget about those bringing in the numbers to this point, because at some point, Sharper was very much in the lead. It's crazy to think this is how this map played out, but at the same time, we cannot, ignore, we cannot neglect Sharper. The first few rounds of this map, PTC, the little corners he was ratting around. I just have a very good feeling about this series right now.
Yeah, I mean, if the first half wasn't convincing, hopefully this entire map in its entirety will convince anyone watching that this one is really, you know, at a different level. Like compared to all the games that we've had previously, it's been scrappy, it's been all over the place, very intentional from these two teams, especially Sharper. I love that first half coming in from them, but they really struggled when it swapped over to the attacking side. You'd think that the double duelists would struggle on defense, but I think the big thing to note here on this screen is the 3 clutches, and I'm pretty sure they were all for Darian.
Absolutely. I mean, he was the guy. He was him. But at the same time, you know, 4 out of 5 post plants for Sharper. I don't fault them too much for how things played out. It really was just because Darian was there. Motive played just a little bit better, you know, so proactive. I think Sharper was on their defensive side as well. We saw them, you know, pushing to take control of a garage every time PTC took a bit of heat or something happened on the A site. So both teams really playing or vying tooth and nail to get that spot into the grand final here, because that's what's at stake, Holdan. They don't want to go down to the lower bracket. They don't want to go for that risk, because then you're thinking about playing against 555 Fancy, who knows?
Yeah, who knows what happens down there.
Oh,
it's kind of crazy. Right, this matchup here is the most predictable matchup, right? You go down the lowest, right? Enduis could put on a masterclass. Fancy could catch you with like 50 post plants. You never know what's gonna happen. But what we do know is that map 2 is required.
Yes. Before we go to a quick break though, Colin, can I just get you to pronounce the name real quick? What is Flaring's full government name?
Okay, why are we airing out that? It's Henry Forshon, I'm pretty sure. I think.
Henry Fafeha? Okay, with that, we're going to go to a quick break. Thank you very much, Coldan. Map 2 coming up next. Once again, back in with VALORANT Challengers Southeast Asia Split 1. Still in the weeds of the upper final. Yes, Colden is definitely feeling how things are heating up. And also taking a very analytical pose. We do have map 2 on our hands, with Motive just slightly inching out that win against Sharper. 13-11, I believe it was, with the entire team performing together. Mr. Henry Flififa also doing incredibly well. The next map,
for people who don't watch the media content, they're like, why is this guy just faffing around?
Yeah, follow Motive Esports on Instagram and you'll figure out why. But
it's a content piece about Flaring's name.
How to pronounce the name, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Bind. This was a weird pick.
This is a bit of the curveball pick, right? For Sharper Esports. We kind of expected them to pick a map like Breeze, a map that they've played before, they've won before up against Motive, who haven't really showed it too much, right? That we can understand the perspective from there. But Bind is a map that Motive play quite a lot, so Sharper picking it into Motive leaves me a little bit concerned, right? Because Sharper don't have a lot of matches on that as well. It's only just a single one up against Trinity. Yes, they won it out 13-8, but they don't have a lot of official reps compared to Motive. We've got a pretty strong resume. Wins over Alter Ego, wins over Oasis Gaming. So yeah, it's an interesting pick, and I can only assume that Sharper have something cooked up here on Bind.
Like, okay, because you specifically called it, like a curveball. Do you think...
Not the Flash.
Okay, but yeah, why is it a curveball? I mean, apart from the fact that, this is definitely, there's still a chance like Motive could just wash the whole thing over, end it 2-0 because they played it, they have more repetitions on the map. Sharper, they've only played it once. You think they're gonna like maybe change up their comp a little bit, or like is a certain player gonna be able to pinpoint something from Motive, especially with the matchup going through this way?
I do think it's a little of an anti-strat that they're gonna bring into us this map. That's my best guess. In terms of the agent compositions, no changes so far as I can see. Oh, change spotted. Darian is no longer playing a Chamber. He is playing a Viper.
My goodness. Is this gonna play against what Sharper might have anticipated?
Maybe. I mean, in my opinion, I think the Chamber pick was a little bit iffy and might have been the only kind of weak point for Motive. So now that Motive is swapped over to a double duelist setup, double duelist, double controller, I think we could be seeing something very similar to what we saw in Split.
Favoring Motive, would you say, or?
I think just being it close,
Being
it's a very,
close.
yeah. I wouldn't say it favors anyone particularly. It really comes down to the playstyle and who comes up with the better adaptations, who has the better timeouts, the better reads, the better calls. Apinya apparently has a better chair because he's chilling in it. But yeah, again, Motive versus Sharper. I mean, this one is going to be interesting. A curveball coming in from Sharper. Is Motive going to get caught off guard, or do they have something prepared themselves?
Yeah, their own curveball and the slight agent swap. I was trying to look at the player cams as well to see if there's any tell. But all of them have like this poker face. It doesn't seem like their face.
A nonchalant quack.
Yeah, comp swap up from Motive. So nonchalant it is. But for us at least, watching at home, perhaps Darian from the Chamber to the Viper, clearly, it does kind of signal to how Motive might perform, especially when you move over closer to the defense side. For now, though, starting out on the attack. And they're hungry to get that spot into the grand final right now.
Oh, it's a fast-paced one here, Quag. They're all stuck outside of hookah. 3 players on Sharper within it. Oh, it's a Grabner coming in from Deadlock that, haven't seen too often, but Zed coming in for the close.
Gonna continue to break things through, but once again, it's PTC into a corner, and he's gotten away with robbery. The rest of the team from Motive now just trying to stretch their legs across this B site, but I don't know if it's going to yield too much value, especially PTC once again left unchecked. On a third, the spike
rat,
dropped. He really
This guy is all over the place. He's in the corner, he's coming in with a flank. Darren again in the clutch, but Spike is kind of lost. It's 50 seconds. He can explore all he wants, but PTC has rejoined the rest of his team, and they're just going to hunker down and sit on that Spike like an egg.
Wait for it to hatch, turn into a round win.
Oh. Let's see if Darren is the chicken to make it hatch.
Knife
30
out.
seconds left.
And that's just,
Ah,
that's
PTC.
all PTC needed. Now
Come
they
on.
triple stack
Oh.
on the off angle
Look
too.
at Darren's face cam. He's like, come on, man. Let me have a fight, please. PTC is just playing by the numbers.
If
Even
you
has a
die,
smoke
PTC,
left.
I like if PTC dies, I still have to 1v2. Just let me get at least one. But
Oh.
nah, this is serious stakes, serious game.
Mm-hmm.
You want everything, no mercy to Motive.
What a read coming in from both of these teams. Zan coming in for a bit of a late flag at PTC. Despite him being blinded, they don't check that close corner. Plays around that little extension of his own smoke. And we saw the last few sequences of that round. Toying with Darien. And not gonna give him a chance to be the clutch meister on this map again.
Definitely not. But what is this force right now?
Ooh, good call. All right, it's a bit of, it is a full-on force here. Zen, fast on this one.
Already trying to break on through, but Darien actually slows it down. They break open the first fence, and he will hop over. The rest of Sharper are trying to hang back, lure them in. They all have pretty much bulldogs apart from Kadoom, and that should be enough. Still though, Zed
One enemy
able to
remaining.
pick off bit by bit.
Spike down.
Now
A.
everyone's down. It's just flaring off towards the back of lamps. Slowly trying to, I don't know, target more players, but they're all obscured by corners and smokes. The Prowler goes unchecked though. And now there's no vision for Arpinia. It's a slight sliver of hope. Or at least just enough damage for Motive to get as much as possible going into the next round.
Sorry.
I mean, with them committing, I don't think they want damage, right? They really needed the round win. At the very least, a spike plan. They didn't even get that
Right.
going for them, right? So things are looking pretty dire for Motive to kick things off. It was supposed to be a round win for them, change up the pace, and while they did find that opening kill, they just didn't have the space to get that spike plan, didn't have the kills required for them to feel comfortable. So overextending and then Sharper catching them basically in the open in their own crossfires. But yeah, double sentinel is going to be a very tall task for Motive to get past. We saw that already. The wall was difficult. They're going to go again.
Yeah. Both Vise and Deadlock being very pesky. And now both are on this site as well. The Thorns outside of Showers, but it doesn't even matter now, does it? They all walk into the crosshairs. Laz and now PTC chiming in.
Over there.
Just Vera tucked in towards lamps, but pretty much anticipated by
remaining.
Sharper as well. So as far as we're concerned, this round is done. Dusted.
This half might be pretty
Really?
cooked already. I can't lie. What I'm seeing so far is that Motive are trying to really catch Sharper off guard with this kind of fast plays. But with the double sentinels, I mean, you've got two walls to worry about. You've got Razor Vines that will cut and tear your Neon as he slides through. You've got Grav Nets that's just going to slow him down. There's no counterplay to a Grav Net.
Over there.
And there's just so much stopping power in this composition. Maybe that is that secret sauce that we were wondering about for Sharper.
You've got the, well, the most mobile duelists in the game right now. Surely they must be able to kind of bait out some of the initial walls or utility and then to
Good call.
try to re-aggress after that.
Well, look at this base of vines. It's for a backside.
Oh.
He's just making sure no one can come close to him. But yeah, I like what you said, right? Baiting out the utility. That's exactly what they need to do up against double sentinels. Oh no. Instead, it's Sharper to take the initiative. Triple dry swing. That just smokes down.
Hold on, what is this?
It's a Sharper on full display, Quack.
Yeah, the utility as well. I think Thorns possibly marked by Motive. They're trying to come in with a slight stealth approach after the initial contact. Now in towards A.
Everyone's here.
Get the read from Sharper. You're absolutely right, Daniel. Everyone is pretty much eye-opened and aware. Eagle vision all across as they just look for the picks towards the end, but Motive are bringing the fight over. It's a Bucky against a rifle, and Barrett will have his pickings off the site.
Okay, so Sharper think that they've had too easy of a map so far, and they just throw away the round to Motive. What is this overextension? We're just over eager in finding these kills. Vera is the only one that's finding success here. We dry swing them one at a time. Where's the trade frag coming through? Darien manages to find one. Vera isolates these frags, and that jumping Furious gets punished. Motive find their first round on the board off the back of a bit of chaos here on the back of A.
I need a lot more than that still. Might be a slight wake-up call for Sharper after that little loss. They're playing more defensive positions or across A right now.
Time to hunt.
In fast play setup, a little bit of a stall here just to suss out these Sentinel utilities.
Oh my god.
Search play from Vera yields them nothing. Convergent paths here.
This breaks open the wall as well. You're gonna have to try to use convergent paths to guesstimate where your opponents might be, and he's kind of got it right as well. That's an opening now, but Orbital Strike slows it down. He will continue to slip past and through and manage to take down all three. Now the side is open, and it's gonna have to be a full retake attempt.
Back to safe hands. Vera, again, just gonna hold down towards U-Haul. 3 versus 2 should be able to win this one out. The utility is great just to disincentivize them. Nightfall invested. Dropper really want this one, and Vera's not even gonna give him the chance.
Just onto Kadum now. Vera has been way too, well, sharp, even for Sharper. Spike gets tapped, but Motive know they have every advantage they need. Vera will just once again, through the slim little angle, completes the ace.
Yeah, when it's this kind of a chaotic style of a game, where Zan's making space, and even if he dies, you've got Vera coming in as a second blade of this sword. Kadum lays it up for him, and that ace secures it. Vera, you know, in this kind of a slow-paced meta between these two teams, you get it really down and dirty. He's the one to step up. 10 and 3 right now. Incredible stuff from Vera.
Especially as the waylay as well, huh? Now a different approach off to the other portion of the map. Quickly sussed out by the Haunt.
No Vice utility here. Neon should be able to get a lot of space. Laz is going to hold on towards Hookah. And hope the rest of his team can actually hanker down the site.
Weaker buy as well, so it should signal towards the other side, especially for Motive. But look at how Sharper are just trying to play with what they've got. Smokes in and out around Hookah. They're dipping back in. Kadum as well. It's a lot of damage, and Motive are wincing from it.
All right, bye-bye. You heard the TP being taken towards Hookah, and now they send both players in towards it. But Kadum is fast on this one.
Ooh. Great angle from Zen as well, though.
Welcome to my world.
It's going to make things difficult for them. Allows them to sneak back towards Showers if they want to. They're going to play up front.
Wow. As a duo in true Motive fashion, but now that kill gives Kadum showstopper. He immediately lets it rip. Where could Darren have gone?
I'm not planning for him.
Not entirely sure. You're thinking it could be somewhere towards the back of Showers, and that's your best hope, but Darren's somewhere else. Oh, what a check from Kadum at the last possible second, and just enough time to get the defuse to the end.
Yeah, Darren kind of signed his death warrant by going in towards U-Haul. Really difficult for him to win out that clutch there, and I mean, it was a little bit of blow by coming from Sharper actually. So all things considered, really nice run coming in from them. Motive are the ones that actually kind of dropped the ball. Showstopper and this commitment of the movement, right? Isolated Darren to only play towards the right side of this map, or right side of this site, and was forced in for a bit of an unfavorable fight. It was up to Kadum to take the fight on his terms, and just like that, 4 rounds on the board. They break the streak of 2 of Motive. Got the Annihilation as well as the Steel Gun. Both Sentinels with their ultimates available here. Fast play coming from Vera. Oh my god! Les still gets it. Doesn't get away though.
Okay. Good response from the rest of Motive, but you're still gonna need a whole lot more. Slightly half by now. Your weapons are upgraded. As Minimize just eyes down towards the back of CT. Sharper forced to push through because of Sand. And they will walk into the open where they get picked off. 3 to 4. Motive answer back.
Motive have full and truly abandoned their identity. Right, they are just accepting the meta. They're saying, hey, we really do have the 2 best duelists, you know, in Southeast Asia, best combo. Vera and Zan, they just turn up the pace to 11. I mean, Sharper, when are you gonna expect Motive to pounce on you in like what, the first 5-10 seconds of the round? Vera's in your face. Even if you find that frag, it's the ultimates to follow. Zan's there as well, so you've got so many things to worry about, and a very much needed time out here to really calm down the nerves.
It's 100% everything you're saying and more, Daniel. I mean, the past 3 showings that Motive have had, I mean, they didn't have that double duelist. They had Darian on the chamber, but now this is
surprise.
Oh. And you just weren't expecting this as Sharper picking this VAD. Yeah.
Exactly. We thought that Sharper was the one with, okay, they've got something cooked up, all right? They're picking a map that Motive are kind of strong on. Motive have played the same composition 5 times in a row. And on the 6th time, when their opponents pick it, in the upper finals of the playoffs, that's when they change their composition and they fully embrace the double duelists.
I can't. This is really too exhilarating. Whoever wins this, I don't even care. I want to get to that winner's interview just to pick their brains, because this, whichever side wins, is a stroke of genius. Back into it though.
It's insanity until you win, and then it becomes a stroke of genius.
Fair enough. Yeah, right. The first 3 rounds were like, oh no, Sharper's got this. They got
look at this setup. Sorry, I have to break you. There's 3 standing in spawn. There are 2 players on, 1 player on A, 1 player on B. Whoever sees action, they're just gonna rotate to that side because that's what's happening. Motive are just committing off the back of any initial contact.
What else are you gonna do? Hope for the best equalizers in the game, the Steel Garden, to possibly give you an edge. Then again, it's Seekers, it's Seizes, and just Motive hopping across. How do you react to that? Especially when you're stunned up.
Despite the chaos, Motive still have the peace of mind to triple jump swing U-Haul. It just goes to show the composure and synergy right now.
Truly. I mean, look at how much cover they're providing to the spike plant as well, until Annihilation comes through. Okay, Deadlock. Laz brings one back for the team.
They're all here, Quack. They could TP. Is Motive aware that they've got 3 players here on this A side?
Not quite. Kind of just banking on the fact that they have the better guns, the better aim, the better duels. 4 to 4, we tie things up.
We've seen Motive have different styles of approach, right? A bit more tempered one where they get a feeling of the map and they play slow and methodical. They find information, and then they come in, and then we see this type of Motive where they're just stubborn. They don't care about who you are, what you bring to the table. We are better. We are Motive, and we will run this site. Everyone of Sharper there, doesn't matter. Motive, full faith in their setup, full faith in their teammates. And it's a repeat again. Just a full-on commitment here towards A, it seems.
I have to admit, I kind of admire that slight rebellious streak. If you're able to continue to bait out these early bits of utility, if you're able to just snap on towards hits like that, now the rest of the team are able to flood on through with the rest of it, and look at where Vera is, still watching the flank, saturate into the kill. Laz has no hope.
My lord, Quack. What is this Motive? Who has pissed them off? What happened between the breaks? And in fact, they took off the brakes, if anything. Vera to open up the round, and he's the one who watched the flank as well. Trades are perfectly spaced. PTC gets one, instantly traded, no chance to answer back. Jiggle peek for the info, and Zen at the close. Everyone is firing on all cylinders. Motive, 3 rounds now in a row. Good adaptation after that 1 round that Sharper managed to get the defuse. And Sharper has just been left reeling. I mean, they Sentinel utility just cannot do anything up against the double duelist. They just jump, hop, and skip across all of it. Either bait it out or just go in with a second commitment off the back of the initial utility.
I was really hoping that Furious would set off his Steel Garden at some point in one of these rounds.
It's been a while.
Holding on to it, yeah. And meanwhile, Vera has 13 kills, 5 deaths only, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, Vera, I think him and Enduis having the highest peaks out of any duelist in Southeast Asia so far. And so when you find this kind of a Vera up against you, how do you shut him down? That is the question Sharpa needs to solve. Whether it's stacking aside, whether it's prodding for a little bit of info, it has to be one or the other, because right now you have to punish Vera. He's just having too much freedom.
Okay.
There we go.
Trailblazer, you knew that he was possibly going to peek off of it, so all the positions slightly staggered back across. Now you've got one hovering back over to the A side, but it's not really needed. Openings over onto the B side, and there the rotations get pulled back, but Zan.
30 seconds left.
See what Zen can manufacture there. No, he's just gonna hold space. Buy a bit of time for the rest of his team to hit back towards this A side of the map, clearing out some space altogether. But U-Haul still under the remit of Sharpa. And Fury is just camping there with Judge.
I don't think he wants to let them know exactly where he's positioned.
10 seconds left.
There we go. The Steel Guard now popped. Forces Motive's hand. Zan tries to play ahead of it with the shorty at close range. All he needs is the sharpest shot, but no, Furious gets it instead. True to the name of the org. Now, trying to play around their numbers to stop onto the spike. No chances, no utility to try to fire back from Motive, so Sharper will bring the score back to an even line.
There we go. You stuff the initial hit. I think Motive also trying to do something a little bit different, trying to change up the pace and the ante, but it's not really working out against this kind of a combo against Sharper. Yeah, and Vera's by himself there, no trade. That's the big difference. Zen is not alongside of him. They tried to take things slow, but Sharper just better in these kind of slower moments. Furious did not move in muscle, right? Just staying in U-Haul, holding space for his team, using the Razor, the Steel Garden, to remove all the weapons and allow his team to flood in. So that was the whole game plan, the whole idea of this A-side setup with the Vice there. So let's see if Motive go back to their very insistent ways. Slow approach it. As a matter of fact here, creeping up towards front of sight.
Yeah, insistent might not pay off this time, Koldan. You've got the Judge in Furious's hands. And this time he's playing a much more precarious position as for his opponents.
Careful, made a bit of noise, minimize, trying to find some damage, but none to be found. They've lost the entry duelist again. Can Zan pick up the pieces and find an opening kill for his team instead when you don't have Vera at that second line?
Or perhaps if Darian might be able to find some kind of poke across towards B site. You know, there was a Prowler being sent through there, but it's not biting onto anything. Apina's still unsure. Motive still
Also
had their options in this round.
Traits of utility, Quack, from either side of the map. They got a feign that is headed towards A, fast lane as well. The Trailblazer towards A side of the map, draws rotations, gets PTC out of position. And here they come for the commitment towards B.
Hey, this is slightly a weaker reinforced site. Good way to pinch on through, flush out of position, but Apina still managed to take one down at least. Then the trades come in. Numbers found. And Sharper feel a bit more stable. I say that, though, Darren's managed to find someone's back. And that's going to give Spike down, but you're still relatively low. Do you deploy Pit or not?
10 seconds left.
Now you're going to find a kill mid-air. Oh, but still caught in the end. It's all down to minimize.
But is he aware of the flank? That's the question. Isolates the first. Oh, but the spam through the wall. Furious. Plays it patient. Understands the limited options that Minimize has, and Motive.
I don't move.
Not gonna be able to win that one out. Sharper better on this retake. 6 rounds now on the board.
Last
Going
round.
tit for tat again. But that's a crucial round here. Furious opened things up initially. Finds that opening kill. Bit of a labor jump through the smoke. PTC's utility was suffocating. Darren tried his best. Hit some crazy shots. But at the end of the day, right, it was that flank coming in from Furious to really lock them in.
Especially with the unfortunate wallbang at the end. And now we find ourselves at the last round of the first half. You know, you have some, 1 or 2 ults to work off of, but really didn't expect that Judge from Furious. Now it's over onto the Showers position. In a full rifle, a slight TP play, but Motive reacts. Furious goes peeking. Everyone from Sharper wants blood as Annihilation gets ripped as well. Oh, just as soon as the barriers dropped, everyone from Motive find themselves buried deep underground.
6 feet under. Sharper sends 6 feet above all the corpses. What a read now coming in from Sharper. It's a trap play on Showers. Beautifully read and very well executed off the back of immediate barrier drop. Right, once they heard Showers' presence, double TP, ult invested, smoke onto the spike. 2 versus 4, and they're not gonna give Motive any chance, any opportunity.
Yeah, look at this high-low as well. Not to mention Laz in position. Slightly desperate to try to get the spike or anything as much as possible in with the pit, but unfortunately that's all you're going to be able to find. Vera just has to do his best with the sharpshooting right now. The marksmanship to try to dig himself out of this circumstance. Spots out, caught by the grab net though. Oh, and look at that. Wall bang dink. He had no choice but to try, but unfortunately still trapped in the end. Like a helpless animal in a cage.
Yeah, and suddenly, things are kind of falling in Sharper's favor, right? 3 rounds in a row now. And I expected something like this to come out a little bit earlier for Sharper. A trap setup. Playing off of Sentinel utility, or at least audio cues. You've got a Deadlock with a lot of utility. GraphNet as well as the ultimate to find frags to even up the scoreline, even up the numbers. And it's what we should have seen a little bit more of. But regardless, it's still 3 rounds in a row. Motive kind of letting the slack a little bit too much there towards the tail end to swap sides. Now the double Senti on the attack and the double Duelist on the defense.
Yeah, isn't that odd? I mean, how is that possibly going to play out for this remainder half?
Oh, well, I'll tell you,
7-5 as well. Yeah?
Sharper, well, they're gonna play as they always play, right? Double Senti, slow plays, contact plays, deny info, deny map control from the double duelists, bait them in for an aggressive peek, and then have a bit of a crossfire setup, catch them exposed, find those opening picks, and then commit at the end of the day. Commit onto one of the sites after finding an opening pick or getting info.
Sounds like you're trying to tell me that this is possibly going to go the distance again. Like this is going to be rounds down
close
to the wire, down to like
pistol
30-20 seconds.
It could be. It very much could be, especially on a map like Bind, right? When you have the teleporters to manipulate your rotations. Motive can go for some creative stuff as well, like what Sharper did in that last round of the first half. Pistol round could have a lot of weight to it. Sharper won that out first. Strong 3 rounds in a row.
Oh yeah,
is Motive going to be able to do something similar like that?
You mentioned creativity from Motive. Look at barrier drop positions. Now they're just pushing into market. You got players peeking out of hookah. And it's an opening already.
There we go. Aggression is the name of the game for Motive. Oh, but minimize, you can't die like that. You're the only player here towards long. But the fast flank though, Darren's here, but PTC is in an interesting position. He's going back as his team moves forward. They're back and back. They're right next to each other. Quack.
Unfortunately, PTC, thanks to the slight lapse, Darren's going to be able to walk off with just the one. Enough of a recovery from Sharper.
In the end, it goes 1 for 1. Kind of still favors Sharper, right? if my explanation of their playstyle isn't an example, well, you can look at what they're doing for like the next 30 seconds. They're just going to hold still and hope that Motive peak them.
The double duelist from Motive's side as well, though. They're not really daring to get too much information around A.
They're very comfortable with their own setup, right? We've got a little bit of a look, smoke on towards that A side of the map. I think it's the defender smoke, I'm not sure, but regardless,
30 seconds
Flaring is
left.
just going to play for a retake setup, play for info, right? Spot out where they are and then call for his double duelist to hit back in.
It's an attacking smoke. Flaring would have been too far, so that's just to try to sell that slight bit of a fake. Flaring has to get at least 1 or 2 kills, and he slightly does. 10 seconds left. And for a retake setup down. Teleporter through.
See if Zan can do something. Double duelists, both taking teleporter. They know where Flaring is, so they can paint a picture of how this retake is going to happen. Opinion still got a little bit of utility. Do they take the aggressive stance though? Yes, they're pushing elbow. Flaring, is he going to be aware of this? No, PTC turns instead. Back and forth we go. Zan's fast on that clench. Oh, and Vera followed the insurance policy, watching that long position push. And Motive, they orchestrate a picturesque retake here of the B side.
Yes, I do admire the dulcet tones, the resonance of Koldan's voice as well, you know, taking us through that entire play. But at the same time, I mean, just having the numbers, the positions to play around it, that one smoke that Flaring deployed on this site as well, just definitely made things a little bit more claustrophobic for the rest of Sharper. So, as you mentioned, wait onto this pistol. It helps Motive possibly even out the score.
And safe to say, Sharper aren't going to go for some crazy force buy in the second round, despite them getting the spike plant. So Motive should be able to sweep up this second round without too much fuss. But again, it's Sharper Esports, man. They've got a sheriff in hands with Kadoom. He can do some damage. Let's see what they have in store for us. 4-man towards Showers. Vera, first one to get contact.
I mean, all he really needs to do is just move his mouse around and click, right? I think that's how this game is played. Okay.
Ah. Good call. Just click.
Furious can click as well. I mean, the molly, you know, slight little gap allows Ren to slip through.
Retake setup, just gonna wait for the rest of the team. Motive aren't too flustered just yet.
Should still be good.
One enemy remaining.
The Judge, the Guardian. At least Sharper walks away with a spike plant at the end of the round.
Out of charge.
Yeah, not too much damage though, but yeah, you'll take what you can get. Spike plant, bit of injection in terms of the cash. Should have a full gun round this time around, and I don't expect we're gonna see anything too different coming in from Sharper Esports. My question is for Motive this time, right? This is gonna be the bonus round. We've seen the kind of shenanigans that they've pulled so far in this map. So I won't be surprised if these double duelists go for something really aggressive, maybe say Showers or even valo.
It's just, it feels like it correct me if I'm wrong, but like it might be a little bit hard to read, especially with Darien continuing to deploy this wall that extends all the way. And look at Flaring with his alt points as well. I mean, they can continue to possibly farm up the orbs because of this. And then you're thinking about, is Motive going to suddenly push?
Pretty default setup, all things considered. At this point, a bit of a rarity in expectations for Motive right now. Very tempered.
Okay.
You've got Zan with the best weapon for the job in towards Hookah, so you can kind of just leave him there. Question is for the rest of the players, how do they operate around this one? A short control is going to be an option here for Motive. Flaring's going to go in deep with his own Judge. Showers compromised, and Sharper could push back the B players, teleport back towards A. I think that might be the call here.
Poison orb emitting.
Well, it comes down to this little bit of contact. Darien feels a little bit uncomfortable about it.
Out of charges.
Still putting kill that Sharper were looking for.
There we go, back to the option of possibly going back towards A.
Sharper right now, they're just hoping the Motive make a mistake, right, in terms of the rotations. Right now it's 2 versus 2 to 2. Both sides equally manned. Side smoke invested by Sharper trying to bait out a reaction from Motive. Spotted where Vera is. That's the second player though. Flaring is deep in towards A short. Can he find the kill on the Furious? That's the question. Oh no. It's a Judge in hand. That's not the range.
Well, it is what it is, especially with the, I guess the buy that Motive had for the round, but Sharper, as true to their style, carefully, methodically take apart each section of the map before fully committing the spike over onto A.
Yeah, this is the 2023 Fnatic style, right? That Sharper are fully embodying. I mean, Flaring, yeah, basically just a classic there. Torn apart this defense. Sharper, that is more like them. Playing on their pace, their terms, not letting Motive run amok across this map.
Okay, but now
Change
let's
up in
add
terms
an
of the
operator into the equation, yes.
Exactly. That is a counter to the slow-paced play style. Catch them as they're walking up, flash in for the peak. There we go for Vera, but instantly traded though, so good shot for Kadoom to keep numbers even.
Just enough to avoid the initial flash. Minimize, of course, will keep another one in his pocket, but he's alone on the side apart from Zan, who currently positioned closer towards Hookah. That's not the best range for the gun in his hands.
He's gonna commit off of it.
Straight on through, but Exactly. With that, the Prowler, everything just connects all too clearly for Sharper. At the same time, look at Furious.
Spike planted.
Yeah, he's got his own job to do. He's gonna patrol the south side of this map. Sharper though, find the opening pick onto Vera. They just gather their forces, execute on towards B. Nothing that Zen could really do in that situation. And ooh, minimize.
Okay.
Sneaky beaky.
One enemy
But even
remaining.
then, I mean, all these angles being marked, individual
Wow.
prowess coming out from the players from Sharper. They always had this. They've displayed this throughout the entire playoffs.
That's one way to counter an op though, with their slow-paced play style. Just swing them all together, stimmed up with the beacon from Brimstone. And I thought that Minimize found a little bit of a gap, but never mind. You know, who am I to say a comment about Sharper's crossfires? They will not let anyone through. They are way too diligent.
I mean, that's what I was saying, right? I mean, Sharper, through our little, VOD reviews here and there, they have been playing this way throughout the entire playoffs, throughout the group stage even. Like, I think you were the one noting it. This is probably one of the slowest or, most tactical teams that we have here in Challengers Southeast Asia.
Yeah, it's a really slow pace. I keep saying slow paced, but yes, I mean, how else am I going to say this? It's a tortoise versus a snail sometimes, in terms of what options they have
Well,
in the strategies on the attacking side.
What's that movie with the snails that have, like, boosters on their shells? Kids
Slap
animated
Terra.
movie? Is that what it... No, that's that little game. Okay, well, it feels like
Oh,
Motive
no,
are that
I
snail.
know what you're talking about. Sorry,
know what I
But
mean?
yes,
They-
they're the
they
snail
got
with the
the
jetpack
list.
boosters.
Yeah. Motive are that snail. They're slow, they can play the slow style sometimes, but they can still burst in.
They are mine.
Sharper has just perfected this type of slow pace style with
Oh,
the
yes.
double senties, right? Eking out as much map control as they can, contact playing, relying on their mechanics and their fundamentals. And okay, Zen, you're trying to break apart someone's wrist.
Was that a snail? No.
That's one way to get information. Just dash across the screen.
Enough for Sharper to decide to head back towards A.
Yeah, and it is the right call. It is the weaker side. You've only got basically the Sheriff and a Stinger and flaring. Close range smoke though, but the Prowler's diligent.
Just as you called it, enough info, enough weaponry to really support the push. Outlaw punching through. Perhaps Zen to try to mount something in with the judge. Ran out of ammo though, unfortunately. Still
Last flank.
enough for Sharper to try to play around the smokes. They even recognize that flank that you so adequately called out. Just minimize. Left to his
Oh,
own
that's
devices.
so ready. That's so try hard. But I love it.
Hard.
30 seconds left.
Yeah.
I'm commenting about tryharding in the upper finals, but yeah, they are not gonna let Motive have any inch whatsoever in towards this round. Minimize. Yeah, got stuck between two types of mollies.
Oh no. Or guns. I don't think he's gonna, be able to do too much, but just as you called it, Coldan, I mean, it's try hard. This is how we want to play Valorant. This is
It is the right way,
Gonna fall back here.
and I
Correct
implore
them.
them to do so. Yes, it is the correct way to play Valorant. And despite Zan doing all of his neon stuff, it's only just the heroics, right? It's not a reliable factor. Instead, it's Sharper. They're the ones with the reliable game plan that has been working out so far. It is 3 rounds in a row. Motive, it's reaching critical point, critical mass, right? You gotta start winning rounds here.
Whoa.
Ultimates on the board for both of these squads. Dash down by Vera, refract back for information. Zan, you commit off the back of that. That's ridiculous. Zan, last will punish.
Last plenty remaining.
Yeah, but I guess it was your best bet at trying to just grasp at anything that you could have in the round. Look for a single thread, but even then, all you get is that one pick onto PTC. The rest of Sharper are all too aware. Even marking towards the back of B long. Now they're going back towards A to get the spike down. Minimize is just like, what do I do?
This is perfect Valorant on display. I mean, Sharper a great read again
planted.
on that kind of aggression. Stave it off. Despite them losing PTC in the mix, it's great traits all across the board. And well, this round is pretty much done and dusted. Minimize, I would say you need to save this. Look at that money quack. It's horrible for Motive. This is 11 on the board. Next would be 12. They don't save this weapon. I don't know if it's even worth to buy in the
look at
next. And I
Furious.
don't think he even has a chance to. Furious here to cut him off.
It's just too darn good. Daniel, it's too darn good. I can't even fault Motive for making that attempt, but you're absolutely right. They're unfortunately going to have that river run dry for the upcoming rounds.
They're trying to play disruptive. You can see Motive, you know, has that kind of ideation. The Brim and the Neon sliding out to try to find kills, but Sharpa are just hiding behind walls, waiting for that aggression, waiting exactly for that kind of telegraphed play, and then they just swing out together as a whole squad. Nothing that Motive could really do in that kind of a situation. It had to be, you know, aggression later on in the round or something, in my opinion. Sharpa are just way too good at the starts of the attacking rounds, and they don't even need to use their ultimates, right? They find those picks, and at that point, Motive just have such a man deficit that they really don't have a good chance. Sharper don't need to invest those ults. Now they have a whole stack of them. Kadum was the only one that used it in the round previous, and this timeout by Motive, I think, is going to be a very important one, because look at their economy, Quack. It's in shambles, but you also at the same time have two great ultimates that you could synergize. So there's decisions that need to be made. Do we buy off the back of the ults that we have?
I don't know if you're going to be able to set up the perfect lineup with the ults at the same time, though. I mean, the conditions have to be just right. I'm not going to lie.
Perfect.
I do not envy Coach Spin's position right now, but I love the effort. I applaud it. At the same time, though, for Sharper, I mean, kudos to them for sticking true to their style. We weren't entirely sure how this map was going to play out towards the second, well, the half of the first half, but they've managed to show us that this works for them, and now they're still continuing off with the picks.
How did that happen? They just swung B long? Flaring was by himself? Was he jiggle peeking or something? Oof. That's an unforced error if I've ever seen one. I mean, why is the Viper just holding this kind of an angle? And now it's all on to Zen. Minimize going to try to support him as much as he can. Flash is a bit far, but it could work. The question is when. Because it feels like Sharper are marking you every moment in the round. It doesn't feel safe at all. And when that pause happens, look at the rotations, Greg. Flaring, guessing that it might have been B, rotated over. Thankfully, Zen finally does a little bit of a jump spot. Understands that it is going to be the A play. Oh, but look at the rotations again from Sharper.
Exactly.
Fake.
Kadum was just close enough to hear that flash, and now he's called the entire team back over onto B. The Prowler into the showers. Oh my god.
Sharper are running rings around Motive. It's a merry-go-round, and they're just having the time of their lives. The free B site. This is the hardest site to retake in the game, Quack.
We have Zen, though. He's just slightly fast enough to get into the smoke as it goes down. Oh, but then the barrier match quickly break it open. The ults invested. Motive are dumping everything into it, but it wasn't the combo that you would have hoped. Flaring somehow manages to barbecue one at least, but with all the angles supporting, this, by every means necessary, should be Sharper's round.
Annihilation available as well in the deadlock. How does Motive get past this one? Is the Molly first?
No chance.
Toying with their food. Apinya gives them an opportunity, though. Everyone down towards long.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, Flaring! How does he do it?
Thanks.
A Frenchman just peeks out wide. He says, I am done with your post-plant shenanigans. Quad kill on the Brimstone. An impossible retake. They use all of their utility. Still lost Zen in the mix. And somehow still won it out in the 2 versus 4.
Show us that replay again. Show us how Flaring got those kills. The Seekers, the peak. Trust and minimize to dive onto the spike. Unbelievable plays.
Jinx.
Oh my god. Yeah, the synergy worked.
How? Glass had his annihilation at the ready. The Seekers, was that more than enough? Was that the slight timing that Flaring needed again? call back to split where Flaring was the one that closed out that map. This time he gives them a lifeline.
Not out of the woods yet, though, Coldan. Furious now with the op, looking for the pick. It's always these tight, slight angles that make things a little bit uncomfortable for Motive, but thankfully, shots whiffed.
Kadoom's the only one here. Trap setup could be great. Flash?
One down. My ultimate is
I even need it. There we go. Pin drops. Now we know it's a.
Face your
All too clear. It's all down to Vera. He will try to dodge it, but unfortunately, Lens speeds into the ult. Spurt to a crisp, Flaring inside the smoke. Best position to play spoiler, but at the same time, Steel Guard to rip through. He will get ahead of it. Spams into the smoke. Sharper are left reeling from this push, this punch. They will also be sent flying over onto the B side, tucked inside a teleporter. Last finds another one. Opinion in position unexpected, and all of a sudden, it's a 2v2.
30 seconds left.
It was a 2v4, now 2v2, an opportunity now, but Laz on 7 HP. It's all on Opinion Quack.
Has to hang down and hold right. Clicks. Oh my god, the shots all too clear. Pinpoint accuracy with the 2 headshots to bring Sharper up to map point.
If Flying can do it, so can Opinion. This one looked dire for Sharper to kick things off. They lost Kadoom here. The PTC's combo with the ultimates. And Flying with the spam through the smoke. How does he get a double there? Laz somehow catches that kill onto Zan and is just out in the open. Triple kill from Opinion. Gets them up to match point 12-8. Money in the bin for Motive.
I can't lie, Colin, that feels a little bit heartbreaking. Out from the jaws of defeat, Motive put on a hope-inspiring round, but just to reach this scoreline at the end of it as well. Got the pit invested, but look at how Sharper continues to play this. Motive trying to force their hand in with the orbital strike, but yes, look at the position on B long now.
Yeah, Sharpo just way too privy of that potential trap play. They're all in the spawn. And Motive guessed wrong. They went towards the wrong side of that split. Didn't find anyone. Wasted a couple of great ultimates, but that Viper's Pit's still gonna give Motive a bit of breathing room. Darren's gonna just play within it, and it's gonna disincentivize Sharper away from B, head back towards A. But at the same time, Motive don't like that silence. Flaring's leaned over towards that B side of the map. It's just the double duelists and showers to do everything here on A.
While I empathize with Motive, I'm also not too sure if I feel comfortable with the current positioning right now. You've left open a really big gap, one that Sharper can push through, which means you're dumping everything onto this singular push here, but even that all crumbles.
30 seconds
Just as soon as they stepped across that threshold, the round starts to fall apart. Just as it seems, unraveling, breaking down, possibly into the next map.
No more thorns.
Yeah, this one is Sharper's to close. I mean, it's nigh impossible to get past this one. The constant spam of the utility, the flash in signifies a retake attempt. Furious just gonna swing and trade him out.
leave us.
Hold on.
Player standing.
Darren though,
Poison orb.
1 versus 3.
Stinger. He's gonna do
He'll
it with
try
a stinger.
his best. But it's not gonna be enough. Sharper and Cleaner here on Bind. They will take it and bring us to a third map. A sigh of relief from Furious face, but it was a masterful performance on that second half. Really choking out the entire Motive defense side.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, this... Again, you know, we mentioned it, stroke of genius, like a magnum opus of a map veto pick. You come in with your own comp, one that, you know, probably Motive could have expected, hence the slight agent comp swap, and even then, you still are able to hold steadfast, play the second half to perfection, near perfection, being able to read your opponents, being able to, you know, tactically maneuver across the map. Despite Motive's best efforts, this still went the way of Sharper.
Yeah, and Sharper are a team that are very comfortable playing up against double duelists. Yes, they were caught a bit off guard to kick off this map. But as you mentioned, right, towards the later rounds, it was just so well done from Sharper.
You see it all. Oh yeah, like that round where Furious was hiding into U-Haul lamps with his Judge and a Steel Garden. even after the final few rounds as well.
Yeah, and this final round, PTC, man. Up against his former teammate Xander in that 2v1. Could have flipped the tables, but when you find yourself in that kind of a situation where you have man advantage, you have the spike down, and double sentinel just to make the retake even more annoying, I mean, you'd give it to Sharper any day of the week. So this is kind of the summary of what we witnessed here. PTC sits atop a pretty solid amount of kills, 18 to 13, but I don't think it was just him, right? It's a full team effort from everyone from Sharper, and not just an individual showing, right? It was a full strategical dissection of motive that really earned them this win here.
Absolutely, dissection. That's really lovely, nice. It kind of flips the script because that's how motive was kind of playing on Split. Now Sharper's the one doing it, or displaying that kind of capability on Bind, and clearly the stats kind of definitely support it as well. You know, apart from the first kills that motive picked up, you know, just always trying to go for the early pitch plays, you know, dive into market. Sharper just kind of anticipated it round after round. It's all too telling that this was something that, you know, they're quite familiar with. I'm not gonna lie, they did call like timeouts here and there as well, right, in the first half, but after a while, it just feels like they settled into their nerves.
Yeah, they probably had a bit of a game plan, anti-strat up against Motive's previous composition, and they just needed a few rounds just to get used to the double duelists again. And it's not something that they're unfamiliar with, right? 555, I think, are the other team that play the best double duelist composition in Southeast Asia so far. So with so much understanding of how that composition works, it's just a matter of time before Sharper just, you know, finds the right pieces and puts it in the right place.
And it's pretty cool that's why PTC is the MVP as well, because he's the guy alongside, you know, Coach Lee, MYM. They're the ones to be able to, you know, to kind of steer the team in this direction to bring them that victory. Which leaves us with the final map, Cold and Pearl. Both teams very familiar with it. I mean, it's just gonna be, it's all escalated to a full-on clash now. So, I mean, I don't know how you guys are feeling watching back at home, but you gotta stay glued to your seats, because this whole thing decides who goes to the grand final. After this break, back on the Pearl, it's Motive versus Sharper. Both teams, they just won't let us have an easy day. I mean, I'm kidding. That aside, it's of course upper final. Motive versus Sharper. Here we are, Ham Quack. This is Coldan, of course, in the VALORANT Challengers Southeast Asia Split 1 upper final. I mean, it's been somewhat back and forth, but on that second map, Sharper seemed to have, you know, greater command of how they wanted to play. But as we move to the last one, Coldan, yeah, you had some thoughts?
Yeah, no, I just like the way that you've put it. Greater command. That was really what we saw there. Sharper brought in a very clear distinction in terms of the playstyle. They stuck to it. They stuck to the game plan. A couple of timeouts here and there, but other than that, it was smooth sailing. 8-13. Very strong win from Sharper here on Bind. Sets the tone as we head in towards Pearl Quack.
Right. A map which both teams are incredibly familiar. I mean, I think that's why we couldn't have asked for a better upper final. Motive, you know, taking split. Bind, Sharper, they're clearly displaying, you know, what they're both good at. Their prowesses on, you know, both styles, both maps, and that kind of all leads towards this Pearl, where you even still have, you know, slightly similar-ish compositions here and there, barring the slight differences in agents, right? You got the Vise, the Sage here and there. I mean, I don't know. I feel like there aren't any better words to say. Like, let's just start the map already. That's the whole thing between these two teams.
Yeah, as you mentioned, right, this final map is kind of a map that both teams are good on, which is why neither of these teams actually pick this map to be their choice, right? Because you don't want to pick it to a map that your opponents are also really good on. So we've kind of find ourselves in a situation where this map was floated throughout the veto. Both teams don't mind playing it, and so we end up here as that final frontier to determine our first grand finalist. Motive 4-0 on this map, Sharper 5-1 on this map. Very, very close, and similar compositions as well. As you mentioned, right, we had the Sage, we had the Vice, both teams running a double Sentinel composition, single duelist. So, you know, we had our fun with the double duelist Quack. But we're going back to a bit of normalcy in terms of both of the teams' playstyle.
Yeah. Well, I can't lie though, okay? The one thing I am thinking about right now that I kind of forgot to talk to you about during like all our little backstage moments is the win percentage on each side. It feels as though Motive isn't maybe as articulate on the defensive side for this map. 80% win rate on the attacking, 45 on defense. I mean, do you think that's actually worth any weight?
Compared to Sharper, attack win rate, I think Motive would be slightly favored in that aspect. But Sharper should be a little bit more favored on the defensive side. I just like how Sharper kind of orchestrate those defense side rounds, especially on Pearl, when you have not just the Sage, right, in terms of a Sentinel, but you have the Vice as well as the Killjoy. You know, those two agents have so much utility that can be spammed onto one of those sites. It really makes it only viable to execute on the other side. So if you don't have a good read, you're gonna be walking into a whole lot of mess, a whole lot of mollies, razor vines on the ground, walls erecting up from nowhere. So I would say Sharper should be favored on defense, Motive should be favored on the attack, and that's exactly how we're gonna kickstart this first round, this first half here on this final map.
Might even be really paramount for Motive to be able to walk away with as many wins as possible on the attacking side, just because of, you know, all the points you just said. But right now, okay, we got a little bit of space.
We've got space down towards A. It's a split coming through. No issues so far in art. So it's a split that's gonna yield them a lot of room. This wall comes up, allows them to flood in towards the side and get that spike plant.
Wow, and a heal as well. Just nice. Darren plays on top of the wall too, just for extra vision. So it so far kind of favors Motive for the time being, but you still got to worry about how this wall is going to favor them or play around things, especially when Sharper starts to set in.
Zan within the smokes. It's got a chance here. The crossfire is being set up by Motive is great. They have to just brave through the smoke and they're just gonna fall.
Wall on one side, smoke on the other. You cannot break through. Fall they will, Coldan. 2 players left, and they're running out of time as well. Even with the picks that they are finding, not too sure if they're gonna be able to actually get onto the spike. Yep, it's done. Good job so far by Motive, even walking away with the final kill at the end before going off the spike.
Well, technically still a clutch. He'll add it to the stat pack. But yeah, as you mentioned, this was really one-dimensional coming in from Sharper. Not something I expected to see from them. Right? You had the stage wall there. Why was nobody breaking it? Why did we just all funnel in from one angle with a one-way smoke there? It just didn't really make sense to me. So a bit of a miss there, in my opinion, for Sharper. Motive, though, it played exactly as the pistol shred should go. And yeah, they get all the kills they needed.
Definitely. Now you got a 4 stack on the ace side from Sharper, just to maybe try to reinforce things. Motive seemingly having a pretty darn good read on this, but diving in as well. We've already lost 2 guns. I'm nervous, but at least you still got this 3 stack pushing in towards an open B site.
Yeah, at the very least, you get information, but you don't want to lose any more weapons from this point onwards if you're Motive. You got the long-range weapons, so you should be able to win out this postman, especially with, you know, the Killjoy mollies as well as Flaring's gravity well.
So otherwise, there's still a really good chance
Wait for the
Sharper
flank though,
to
Quack.
push back. Yeah, that's PTC low HP with a classic, and I think he just ate something. We did see Darren kind of turn around. So far, so good. Should still be under Motive's control. There we go. At the end with Darren on the 3K.
Alright, we pick up all the weapons that we need as well, Motive. Looked a little bit scary at the start, but it's a very measured close coming in from them at the end.
Yeah, more of that, please.
Something I want to highlight as well, right, for Zen. Always being that X Factor, that flexible player. Played the Neon, now he's playing the Sage. And while he doesn't really provide the same entry power, he still gives his team a lot of utility in terms of the wall on this attacking side. When they hit the B side and there's a smoke at the choke point, watch to see him put that wall up to scale over it across the left side of this choke point. So it could be something that Zen has in the store. You see everyone lining up for this boost. There we go.
I'm still quite worried though, because even then on the other side, you still have those bits of utility. The Killjoy traps. Sharper playing around him as well. PTC able to isolate outside of the smoke. Minimize still being able to trade through, but at the end, you're down to 2v2. Weapon retrieved. Vera trying to play to the best with his Neon, but now getting caught, tagged down. Smoke setup as well, and as soon as it kind of falls across, it's just Flaring as the sole remaining player.
Ooh, that was difficult. Vera tried to find a bit of a timing to escape back long, but that pathway was just way too much, way too far for it. Flaring's now spotted out 1 versus 2. He's got a star to work with. How does he break apart this crossfire setup?
Okay. Possibly to
30 seconds
play around
left.
with the smoke to obscure vision, but ultimately he still has to isolate. But that's exactly what Sharper know not to do. They swing it together. Tough angle. Logically just kind of goes the way of Sharper.
I thought that Motive should have been able to get across that smoke pretty successfully, but lovely defense from Sharper there. Apinya and PTC. Assistance from the smoke as well. The trades what actually allowed Sharper to win out these rounds. Always playing together, not being too phased about that Sage wall. And you could see that there was a molly in anticipation of that wall as well. So it's not something that Sharper are going to get caught too much off guard. They've done their prep work. They've got antis for it, but it was just a bonus round anyway for Motive. Gun round here on the cards. Vice set up now towards this B side of the map. Alt orb to be taken by Minimize if I'm not mistaken. So he has a Hunter's Tree to potentially use in this execute here.
Hold on to it for now. Just poking around utility and then backing off. No insert thus far. Just trying to angle closer towards an A split after forcing Sharper to stay reinvested on the B site.
It is pretty weak towards that A side of the map, so I don't expect Sharper to be trying to hold down A, maybe trying to find a kill, survive, and use the Cosmic Divide that PTC has for a retake setup.
Shortcut.
Otherwise, it's also quick rotations as well. I mean, you got the little alarm bot going off. Nonetheless, it's gonna have to come down to those retakes. I mean, look at that. As you called it, Hunter's Fury kills come in. The spike planted quick enough.
A better mistake, in my opinion. Sharper not playing for a retake setup. They've lost 2 players, 3 versus 5. This one should be pretty easy for Motive to wrap things up. Trade there from Darien. Finally, they break that wall, but it gives Darien more angles to play around with. And while they are trained on Darien, it's Vera to actually find a kill instead.
And at this point, it's pretty much a done deal. Inconsequential, despite what Furious might be able to find. Not even. I mean, the whole thing just playing around that little wall, you know, the little push that came through, perhaps catching Sharper unawares.
Lovely read of the situation from Motive. They understand that the A side is going to be the slightly weaker one here. And PTC, instead of falling back towards the side, he actually pushes in towards the main smoke, trying to play it a bit destructive. But in my opinion, when you have that Cosmic Divide, I think it's such a pivotal ultimate, especially when you're one of the few players in the server to have an ult online. If he survived this round, that round could have been very different. So, bit of a miss, in my opinion, for Sharper there. But let's see what they can do on this little bit of an eco round. 4 players stacked towards B. Vera, long-range weapon, should be having a field day, but gets forced back with the utility.
Yeah, especially if Kadum's rushing down you. But at the same time, that's enough information for the rest of the team to just push on through into what would very most likely be an empty A site, apart from Laz and his little friends.
Vera's in. Got space at the very minimum. Oh, he's gonna be able to cut off rotations potentially.
Wow.
Oh! Just as the wall erects, Furious goes down. Spike planted. Again, similar post plans to the pistol. It's a wall or a smoke that you have to brave through.
Impenetrable. It's very hard and sturdy as well. I love the word that you just used, Colden. But flawless, nonetheless. Motive 4-2-1. I cannot help
That
myself.
sage wall is a bit of an issue for Sharper right now. I mean, apart from blocking in one of the choke points for this retake, it allows for so many interesting angles when the players jump onto the wall, right, Quack? So it seems like, yes, they are aware of it, but they just haven't played up against it enough to be pre-aiming those angles. And it's always catching the defenders off guard.
That's like Motive's play. You know, we've seen it display 2 rounds now, first in the pistol, and then the other in the round just before. So trying to play around it now, it's heavier reinforcements from Sharper on the A site, but there's a slight gap towards B.
Utility all across this A site. See if Motive are going to be able to find it out and potentially break it. Just baiting out an information, baiting out a push. Darien dissects them bit by bit. Darien doing damage down mid. And just like that, the A side's compromised, aware of Furious's push. It's just the killjoy here, and well, this round, as fast as it starts, Darien puts a stamp in it. No access here.
I mean, this was full buy as well from Sharper. You would have hoped that at least they, you know, took Darien down after losing a couple of members, perhaps, but nah. Darien just dealt with everything by his lonesome. Now he has, you know, lockdown for the upcoming round, and of course, once they actually get onto site as well, Motive, it's the same architecture. The wall and the smoke, again, Laz has just no chance at doing anything in this round.
Motive have by far identified the weaker side, right, Quack? Yeah. Even if you're a viewer, I don't think it's a surprise if anyone can guess which side Motive are leaning towards. That wall has been a pest for Sharper. They just cannot find a good answer to it. And when they do try to do something different down towards mid here, Darien, I don't know how he managed to dissect these 3 fights into separate 1v1s. It's impeccable work.
Minute movements back and forth into the corner of the wall. And the little Nova pulse coming up from flaring at the last second as well. Oh, it's just,
Chef's kiss, yeah.
Hell yeah.
5-1.
Timeout.
As you said it. Sharper, look at that money. It's absolutely horrible, Quack. They've got so many ults, but they have no cash to back it up.
I really wonder, okay, I know they're sitting on a lot of these ults right now. Steel Garden definitely, potentially could help in one of these moments, but is save long enough? Do you like go into an Odin, use that to break down the wall, perhaps?
Honestly,
I don't know.
You're not wrong. That is a solution, sort of.
Potential
Could work. Maybe it's not a guarantee. That's the problem, right? It really depends on how you use that Odin, and if it's really
Heavy investment
just
too.
to counter that single wall on that A site. I mean, if you can't find a solution here, it might have to be one, sort of, like a tape together, a little scraps around. It feels like that. If you're just gonna buy an Odin to counter that instead of taking fights and controlling the map space instead. And speaking of map space, Kadum fully control over B Long, trying to find a kill. Hunter 3 as well, Quack.
Oh my god, but he's on his own. Easy pickings for Zen, who's perched up on top of the box. And I don't know if they were trying to go for that sort of budget, taped together garage try, but this round is not it.
Yeah. So we asked the question if they're going to back up their ultimates with some guns. Instead, they don't back it up with weapons, and they just send Kadum
Back it
to
up
his
with
death.
nothing.
Yeah, I mean,
Nothing at all.
if Kadum goes down, that's your whole strategy out of the bag. I mean, there's no chance for you to come back in this one. Opinion's wasted his ult.
I'm out of here.
They might get over eager and peek through the smoke, but I feel like Motive are much prepared for that as well. You can look at Darren's positioning. He's going to call the rest of the team back here. The alarm bot spots out Furious. That is devastating. The timing could not have been worse. He's trapped in.
Oh no. Yeah, just into Darian's open, welcoming arms. Warm embrace.
I mean, Darren has somehow been able to slip through gaps in a double sentinel composition. Do you know how difficult that is? You have a Killjoy, you have a Vice with so much info utility to just control space, and yet Darren finds 2 gaps back-to-back rounds.
Theoretically, by all means, it should be, right? Especially the one round where there were 3 players pushing into Darren. But for this one, benefit of the doubt, Sharper just didn't really have the right setups, the right guns to play off of it. Kadum falling really early on. It is what it is, but we cannot ignore this scoreline, can we?
And we can't give so many excuses, right? Yes, you're down on weaponry, but you invested 2 ults to this round and you didn't get anything. And even if you deal with Darien, you're just not pre-aiming this angle on the wall. You're just not expecting that at all. It's really not in the repertoire. It's not something they're accustomed to, and we can see it really, fall into pieces here for Sharper. It's an issue, and they've bought up 2 weapons that could potentially address that.
The Odin. I can't believe
you guessed it.
This is on the site. It's double sentinel, all towards A, a little bit closer towards Art.
I don't see any free space on that A site that's not covered with sentinel utility, and understandably so. Sharper have been losing on the A side so many times, so what's the call for Motive? We just go to B!
Let's go B! Avoid the minefield completely. We don't want none of that over onto the A site. Then it's just PTC and Kadum, who, let's be fair, does have an off. Lockdown's deployed.
If he gets the first kill of B Long, we can have a conversation.
Ah, there we go. Let's talk. Let's start talking. This is a one-sided conversation if I've seen one, because Kadum is having a field day with that until Vera chops through.
Swift answer from Vera there to make sure that Op does not stay any longer than it needs to. And he just goes back into the site. He knows he has no utility, just wants to stand and fight, Quack.
All right, here we go. Got the Cosmic Divide in as well, all in a res, but Darren has to just kind of push through. The res is a little bit too far off from the site itself, and just continuing to dump more ults in. Sharper really want as much as possible in this first half, but look at San with his movement. The next duelist, and he just hops through, deals with it alongside Flaring, who finds the trades necessary at the end. 1v2 to clutch it out for Motive.
How does Motive win that? They have a Cosmic Divide. They had no chance to get back in. A double kill found by Kadum to make things interesting. Cosmic Divide. They had no idea, no auto-cues.
Kill my ally.
Flang was resurrected from the dead, but they was just sticking the spike. Look at it, how damn close it was. There was no more time left, and Flaring just dives drives that knife into the back of Sharper. 7-1. Things are extremely dire right now.
Oof. Almost saying to Sharper, just let this first half end. You know you can't answer back. You're on to another eco buy. Look at where Motive are positioned.
Lacking utility, Quack. I mean, the strengths of this composition is the utility. So when you're on a bit of an eco round and you lack that, how do you compensate? They haven't been able to do so far. And they're being pulled apart by the calling of minimize. Weak side again identified. It's only just the Sova here. Darren will go and prod down towards mid. Maybe make a bit of noise. The main commitment should be here towards this B side of the map. Wall available for Zen. Oh, and they touched the dart.
Here.
Okay.
Element of surprise is there. Here we go.
And this should be
Pulling them in.
well, an easy take. You know, there's not too much to worry about on this side. Exactly. What a call. And now Darren makes his move. I mean,
Yo.
you might have rotated over, but you've got to be paranoid about your backs. And that, unfortunately, would be the ultimate knife in the end for Sharper. First kill goes through, maybe even a second, while Flaring just continues to heckle pot shots all the way through into heaven here. Who to God knows where. Darren doesn't even need to do much. It's just all the kills. A flawless out for Motive in round number 9.
This is just a one-way street. And it's not down B link. Instead, it's on the other extremities of this map. It's just a clean sweep from Motive. Sharper just have literally don't have any answer. Whether they go aggressive, whether they try to do trap setups, somehow Motive are just able to dodge all of that. You've got Darren, a pesky flank that they just cannot handle. The executes are just unstoppable from Motive, despite them having the double sentinel composition. The walls from Zan have been annoying to deal with, either above the smoke or down towards A link. And again,
like
second timeout being taken.
you're left with no other option. But it really feels like that's the beauty of Motive as a team. You got this bunch of players who, while they have the flexibility to play something a little bit more measured at times, you know, especially with minimize calling it here and there, they can also just go in with the, you know, full rush down style strategy. Suddenly you're feeling the potential gaps on the A side. You spend more to reinforce it, but that opens up other areas of investigation for Motive to start poking around, and that's exactly where Darren gets to slip in and here and there. 8-1, Colden. I mean, that's. I think that kind of says a lot.
You don't need me to tell you that is a pretty big margin, pretty big difference. And guess what? Motive have found the weak part of the map again. But how do they hold it? Can they hold it? Furious desperately try to hold on to hope. And look at this adaptation. Motive understanding that the rotations have probably been pulled across. They hit down towards mid and in towards B link.
Recovering.
I don't hate this too much that Kadum has taken A main. At least this should be enough information for the rest of Sharper to come back in towards B.
Alright, to spot it out. Can the Killjoy utility provide enough delay for the rotate to come in? I don't think so. Sharper is still so paranoid about potential lurks across the map thanks to Darren's presence across the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, look at Aptinya. That is exactly what you're talking about. PTC just really has to nail these off-angle shots, but at the same time, it's a little bit unpredictable as to when Ver actually pushes in. Now he goes through, supported by Flaring and his utility. Wall to block things off and give elevation. Zan! No spams coming through from Sharper just yet, though. Like you mentioned, Colan, they're trembling.
Zan set up for the play. He's the man of the hour. Cosmic Divide invested. He still goes in looking for more. But the ult still put down. Forces Motive back to a safer angle.
And that just might be it. Lockdown goes all the way through. Flaring, unfortunately, no choice but to hang too. Oh my god, bailed out by Vera for the time being, but then comes Minimize. In and out of the smokes he goes. And they still have that contingency plan of Darren. Not even needed because of shorties in smokes again.
My lord, the gaps that Motive are able to find, insane. How does Zen find a single one in that situation? Despite the smoke that comes through, Vera just dives straight in. How does he get a double? Miracles being made time and time again by the Motive members. Minimize plays in the smoke given by his opponent. And again, it is just desperation city for Sharper. The op was null and void in that round, didn't find any value whatsoever. Second last round of the half, they need, and I seriously mean it, they need these last 2 rounds. They don't, call it done and dusted.
I feel your emphasis, Daniel.
Okay,
Recovering it.
ETC, opportunity, spam through the smoke, catches onto Darien. Furious now on the other side of the map. 3 versus 5 now for Motive. Best chance that Sharper have so far.
A little bit more proactive, peeks into mains. Alarm bot watches art.
Player standing.
And this is where, unfortunately,